Check. Good morning, FLX. The Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, Day 2 here at the Corning Museum of Glass. It is a pleasure to welcome you. My name is Mike Simmons. I'm one of the live voices in the Excelsior region for First Tech Challenge. I also coach Team 5356 TARDIS, your team hosts for today, partners with the event planning team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. We are so thrilled to have you with us, whether you are out in the live stream or here in the house. We're going to start orienting you to what today holds. Again, this is day 2 of the first ever Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, or again, FLX as we've come to call it. The Excelsior region in the First Tech Challenge comprises 98 teams from Buffalo to the northern Adirondacks, down to Albany, down to Rockland and Westchester counties, up to Binghamton, over here to Corning, and back again. Basically, the entirety of the Empire State, minus the city and Long Island. First Tech Challenge is part of FIRST, a global competitive robotics and STEM organization founded back in the 90s in Manchester, New Hampshire. First Tech Challenge is the we call it the middle division of the FIRST program, where we are, as you can see on field here, working with microwave-sized robots on a 12 by 12 foot foam tile field. I'm gonna interrupt myself here for a second. We need Suffern, we need Nuclear Detonation, and West Fulton to the field at this time, please. Suffern, Nuke Det, and West Fulton to the field, please, to join MechMelt. Nuke Det, Fulton, you guys are Blue Alliance. Suffern, please join MechMelt on the red. So First Tech Challenge is the middle division. The upper division is First Robotics Competition, which is a program in which you would see dishwasher-sized robots on a tennis court-sized field, 3-on-3, 6 teams on field at a time. Today, with First Tech Challenge and First Tech Challenge globally, you'll see 2 alliances of 2, so that's 4 on the floor at a time. The younger division in First is First Lego League, and in First Lego League, we have the Explore lower elementary age group division and First Lego League Challenge for upper elementary and middle school students. All 3 levels are focused on competitive robotics and STEM education through the experience of competitive robotics. Typically, or really every year, a new game drops at the beginning of a season, and that for First Tech Challenge is September. We've just gone through our regional championship up at Mohawk Valley Community College in Utica, New York. That was back at the first week of March, a 2-day event that saw 32 of our 98 teams take to the field in competition. 11 of those advanced to postseason play out of the championship, 4 of them advancing to the first World Championships in Houston, Texas in late April. Among them, today's hosts, 5356 TARDIS. They were the overall champions, or the Inspire Award winners, back at Utica, and that gave them a ticket straight to Houston. In Houston, TARDIS and 3 other Excelsior teams will compete in a field of 336 teams out of FTC's 8,000 teams globally. It's going to be quite a celebration of these students, of their journeys of STEM and robotics. As our teams get oriented and we kind of wake up for the day, a little bit of robotics coffee, if you will. We're giving our teams time to orient to the field, to initialize and prepare for qualification match number 1. Teams will play 5 qualification matches today in order to earn ranking points and try to punch their ticket to today's elimination round. That'll be a best 2 out of 3 that you'll see if you're still with us right about 4 o'clock at the top of the hour to wrap up the day. But we've got a lot of robot action between here and there, and a number of other activities throughout the Corning Museum of Glass that are part of FLX Day 2. Myself, along with my game announcing partner Mira, we will tell you all about FLX in the matches to come. But as we're settling in here, about 2 minutes to the top of the hour, I think it's time to meet these teams. I'm going to bring Mira in. Mira's actually my daughter, member of Team TARDIS, and one of the development team members for FLX. Over to you, my friend. Qualification match number 1. Let's meet some teams this morning.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7486, Suffering Robotics. Their alliance partner in this first match of the day is 12833, Mechanical Meltdown. The opposing alliance, over here on the Blue Alliance, is 16854, Nuclear Detonation. Their alliance partner is Team Fulton, the West Fulton Firebots, 27239.
So as we just said, every team here is going to play 5 qualification matches today. That gives us a tournament bracket of, or a run of 18 on the schedule. We're going to run on about a 13-minute pace as we go through. If you're new to FTC, if you're up in the balcony, on live stream, or down here on the floor, what's about to happen is we're going to check in with our teams for initialization. Are the teams ready, or are the robots ready to start playing the game? It goes a little something like this. Red Alliance, are you ready? Give us a thumbs up. They are initialized. Blue Alliance, excellent. Lisa, Trung, looking good. Can we go ahead and randomize the field? Olivia, good morning. Scorekeeper Olivia back there. We are on a purple, green, purple motif. You can just make out on the screen up there that white triangle gets spun, has those kind of QR code looking diagrams. We call those April tags in the biz. Some of the robots have cameras that can see those and choose what to do with the playing pieces. I'm going to turn it over to Mira here for the countdown into autonomous, which will see the bots operating pre-programmed by themselves, no drivers for the first 30 seconds. Mira, give us the call.
For the first match of FLX Day 2, in 3, 2, 1, let's decode. 4 bots alive as we start this first match. West Fulton Firebots taking 3 shots from the far triangle, getting all 3 in. Suffering taking 3 shots from the far triangle as well. They get 2 in. Nuclear Detonation getting another 3 into that blue ramp, going to pick up a couple more, looks like. Mechanical Meltdown getting another 2 into the red ramp on the opposing alliance.
And remember, we're looking for purple, green, purple on those ramps. Teams can score 2 bonus points.
3, 2, 1.
For each ball that's in the correct position. Now the teams come alive in teleop. This means that drivers on the alliances are controlling their bots. They are playing defense. You'll hear them communicate about game strategy, harvesting particular artifacts. Artifacts are the balls. They're essentially big pickleballs to score. It is okay for teams to throw a hip, if you will, and play a little bit of defense here and there to throw an opponent off their shot. We play hard, not too hard. The teams that are on opposing alliances may very well be partners in the very next game, or vice versa. We can see that the Red Alliance is pulling away with a 62 to now 40 lead here in the composite score. We've got just about 1 minute and 10 seconds left to play. All of this tele-operated as MechMelt goes ahead and clears out the red classification ramp, dumping all of their artifacts out onto the playing field, leaving them open for West Fulton, who comes in to harvest a few more. Meanwhile, Suffering goes through the midfield back to the Blue Alliance human player, grabs a couple more with their 3D printed black turret there, puts 1 up, 2 goes short. We'll see if they make a return here with 45 seconds to play. We'll turn it back over to Mira for the rest of teleop and the end game call. Mira, what are you seeing?
We almost have 2 full ramps on both the red and blue alliances. Now the blue ramp is full. Will they empty it before endgame? Suffering taking some more long shots from the small triangle, while Mechanical Meltdown takes some close shots, one almost going into the blue goal. As we head into endgame, remember our teams can expand up to 32 inches vertically. Looks like Nuclear Detonation using their kickstand, hopefully to get a
5
full
seconds.
park in that blue base. Can Suffer and make it in.
And that's endgame. Or the end of the game, I should say. Controllers down. Turn your programs off, please. You can hear that West Fulton flywheel keep spinning for quite some time. How heavy is that thing? How much weight do you have on that?
About 2 pounds.
2 pounds. So plenty of inertia there as it imparts some velocity on the artifacts. Takes a little bit of time to spin down. So as we talk about these robots, we're going to let our referees. No, we are not starting another match. But all 4 of these robots are flywheel based. You can see here on the Nuclear Detonation robot, they've got a swapping mechanism here below their flywheel and their turret. And all those flywheels, we've got a double here, one mounted on each motor, 2 motors here, or sorry, I think it's 1 motor there on the flywheel for Suffern, and a dual flywheel, kind of a split configuration here. One of our referees gets scolded by head referee Lisa Russell there. But flywheel was kind of a common archetype that was used this season. You can see the Suffern bot right here has a camera mounted to their turret, so they could use that to identify and localize on these April tags and orient as they draw up for a shot. Teams are able to incorporate computer vision systems to let some of the robot, or let the robot do some of the work, and pull some of that human error or human intervention out of the system if they so choose. You'll see another archetype here. Do you mind? Can I spin your bot around? Is that okay? Can I move your bot? Yeah, they're okay. Partial? Okay, good. So I'm going to spin this around, hopefully for the cameras. But one of the archetypes that we saw for active intakes this season, NukeDet is using it as well. Is this, let's take a trip to Staples and hit the rubber bands, right? So active compliant intake, and the teams can address the balls this way and suck them right up. You're going to see a couple different iterations of this today. Is that some damage here for you guys, or are you good there? This guy bent here.
Apparently.
Yeah, okay. So we got 3D printed parts, right? You have a couple more in the pit?
Yeah.
There you go. Right answer. So a little bit of damage here on the barrel. I'm not sure if the camera can make that out, but this plate has fractured on the intake, but Suffern can take that back to the pits. 3D printing here on the sides as well. Quick repair, beautifully managed turret here as well. And we'll do some work with you guys all day long to help you understand a little bit about what you're seeing with these bots, and again, some of those archetypes and some of the engineering that goes into the bots. Good to go. Lisa's going to talk a little bit about fouls and scoring conditions here to the teams. Offsetting. Got it. So if you're paying attention to the game, each alliance, you guys can grab your bots and go. Yep. And I'll turn it over to Mira in a second. We'll pre-queue match number 2. But just to talk that out, there are various foul conditions. Teams can control 3 artifacts, 3 balls at a time. And each alliance at one point had 4 with a bot. So it's over control. And it's a what we call a minor foul, just 5 points. And when you commit a foul, if I'm on the blue alliance shooting that way and we do something wrong, then we give those points to the red alliance. So that'll be 5 points and 5 points offsetting. Let's go ahead and push the score, Olivia. Appreciate you volunteering with us today from RoboVines. We'll see if we've got it down here on the low screens. Mira, take it away.
That match went to the red alliance. Again, you can see those 2 minors from each alliance going to the opposing alliance. Mechanical Meltdown starting in first place, but as the day goes on, the teams will get seeded into the rankings that we will talk more about later for alliance selection. For match 2, we're looking for High Voltage and TARDIS on the red alliance, along with Enderbots and Robovines over on the blue alliance. We can have you guys queued up right now.
Scott or Logan, can we get a little bit of house music? I think just 15% house music. Some of the stuff you guys were playing this morning, it won't hit our feed. We'll be okay. Just a little bit of mood music. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So we've got 3 teams here that know each other very, very well, and one that does not. And it's a real delight this weekend at FLX to welcome from Wellsboro High School and the Pennsylvania region, Team 21916. It's High Voltage from Wellsboro High School. We're thrilled to have them up with us in Excelsior. We reached out to Hive when we were planning back in January and said, basically, you guys are in our neighborhood. Let's get you up here and hanging out in Corning. And they said, yes, please, absolutely. Team TARDIS, as previously announced, is your host team today. That's 5356. They are doing a little bit of last-minute repair. We'll give them some time, space, and grace on that because we are, I think, in pretty solid shape on our schedule. So we'll let them handle whatever mechanical issue they're chasing. TARDIS and High Voltage will be on the Red Alliance facing off against 2 teams that TARDIS knows very well. One is their sister team, 5484 Enderbots, making their first appearance on day 2 of FlexRex 26. Enderbots are sponsored, as is TARDIS, by Corning Incorporated, part of the Corning Robotics Club out in Horseheads, drawing in its membership about 4 school districts and a few homeschooled students. It's a community team. And then we've got the Robovines, Team 6955, always a contender. They've been to Worlds before. They come from Boston Spa. They are a 4-H program up there. They are widely known and respected and beloved in the Excelsior region. They frequently volunteer at and host events and are some of the main drivers of our live stream content out on YouTube. So I want to give a shout out to the Robovines and their whole family. Appreciate them helping make FlexRex possible. So again, TARDIS is chasing down an issue. We're going to give them a little bit of time. We're on a different tempo today. We got a little bit of wait time. Give them. We're in no rush. We, excuse me. We told these teams coming in that we wanted this to be a low stress event. Mira, could you talk a little bit for the audience about the ways in which a one-field scrimmage is different than what we might see at a full 32-team event in Excelsior? Just briefly, what are some of the highlights?
Yeah, so normally at competitions like either regionals or our qualifiers earlier in the season, we'll normally have 2 fields set up instead of just 1, and we'll be able to transfer between field 1 and field 2 so that we have a much quicker tempo between matches. And earlier in the day, teams will go to the judging rooms. Well, they'll basically tell a panel of judges about their season and what they've accomplished, and not only their robot and programming, but also their outreach throughout the season. For the scrimmage today and yesterday, we did not have judges. It's simply just for the robot game here at FlexRex.
So TARDIS is chasing down a some sort of mechanical electrical issue. They need just about a minute to get over here to the field. They're going to run at a slightly limited capacity without using, I think, their lift in endgame. So appreciate everybody's patience. We were talking about the first World Championship down in Texas. It's somebody's idea of a good time. It's going to be about 60,000 people in one building at the George R. Brown Convention Center in downtown Houston. First robotics competition, the dishwasher-sized bots on the tennis court fields. There will be 8 divisions of that game being played simultaneously. There will be, I believe, about 200 FLL teams on display, and as I noted earlier, about 336 microwave-sized bots like these in First Tech Challenge spread across 6 divisions. The event will start on Wednesday, the 29th of May, with matches and competitions starting on going on Thursday and Friday, and then the championships and grand finals on Saturday. TARDIS will be down there representing Excelsior along with 3 other teams from upstate New York. Here comes TARDIS, speaking of, and thank you guys very much. Their sister team, Gorilla Bots, represented Excelsior at Worlds last year. TARDIS is making its second appearance in 3 years. And we've got this year 11 teams from Excelsior moving on to the postseason more than ever before. We're creating more opportunities for teams to play within First Tech Challenge at things called premier events, which I might liken to kind of a Worlds Light or a mini Worlds. They are spread out from the Netherlands to Mexico City to the Canadian Rockies and Toronto to Western Massachusetts, Lexington, Kentucky, Indianapolis, and more. Yes, teams, please take a moment and make sure that you are in order. We appreciate everybody giving. Yeah, we're just 2 minutes behind per schedule. We're doing absolutely fine. Thanks for giving TARDIS a little bit of space to get to the field. All right, so teams, we're looking for initialization. Do we have preloads all the way through? RoboVines, you've got artifacts on board? Cool. All right. Hive, can I get a thumbs up and welcome? Good to see you guys. TARDIS as well, welcome. Robo and Ender, we're looking good. Trung, Lisa, yes. Olivia, let's spin the field. Purple, purple, green. Did we guess correctly, friends, or will our cameras figure it out? And again, if you're watching on the feed or up here in the balcony, we're about to enter a 30-second autonomous at the beginning of the match. This is match number 2 of 18 at FlexRex Day 2. Over to Mira for the game call on auto. Take it away, kiddo.
In 3, 2, 1, let's play. 4 bots alive as we start our autonomous period. TARDIS getting 2 into the red ramp, picking up 3 more from those preset marks. RoboVines picking up another 3 as well. Looks like Enderbots and Hive are finished with their autonomous. TARDIS and RoboVines continuing to pick up those preset artifacts from the spike marks. The blue ramp is now full. Can TARDIS get more in the red ramp?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's play. Looks like TARDIS had a pretty productive, I think, 12 or 13 ball autonomous there. Impressive work coming out of auto. They are stacked up with their alliance partner 21916, and looks like, yes, TARDIS is off the board after collision with high voltage. They got some points on the board early, but they're off the board now as their programmer Victor is looking at their control system, seeing if we can get a reboot, although I don't see any lights on the bot. I do wonder. They've got lights? Okay, so we're going to go for a reboot, Tyler says. Thank you very much for the correction. Meanwhile, Enderbots, their sister team with their spring-loaded bot. Keep an eye on this black and blue bot here. It's black and blue all over, but man, can it score. It's got a spring-loaded mechanism that just spits balls at the back of the goal, consistent as the day is long. Hand-loaded here from Lachlan, their human player, 1-2. He missed one. A little bit more attention to detail there, Mr. McBride. We go 6-9-5-5. Puts 2 up, maybe 3. 1 goes wide as they're looking to score on the blue goal. 73-82, blue out to an advantage. TARDIS comes back alive. Let's see if they can cut into this differential as they relocalize. They're dumping, and they've got to get aiming at that red goal. They put one down there. Mira, back over to you. 40 seconds to play.
This is a very tight game, 85 to 85. Enderbots going back to their human pair, picking up another 3, going back to the small triangle with that spring shooter. Robovine's getting pushed around by TARDIS and Hive. There's a lot of defense in this game of Decode. All of it is legal, but there is sure a lot of it. TARDIS trying to tuck into that red base in the last couple seconds. Robovines as well.
So, Mira, I think with the differential, I see 113, 104. This is easily one that could come down to fouls and these parking conditions as well. We know that TARDIS was off the grid for maybe 50 seconds or more of teleop, an unfortunate turn for the Red Alliance with high voltage up out of Wellsboro. They were able to claw back and at least make a game of it. So well done there. Cool, calm, collected as they got back up. They're going to have to chase down this electrical issue to stay alive and healthy all day long. Do want to interrupt while the referees are tabulating those fouls and assessing the match. We've got in our next match, qualification match number 3, is going to see Salt City Robotics, a rookie team out of Syracuse, partnered with one of our most senior teams, the Gorilla Bots from Corning. They will face off on the Red Alliance against the Blue Alliance, Oncoming Storm, and Mecha Spartans. So, Salt, Gorilla, Storm, Spartans, this is your time to pre-queue. Please make sure you've got fresh batteries, controllers, drivers, and more. We'll see you guys in just a moment. We told you we're here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo for Day 2. We've got STEM and robotics themed activities museum-wide. Our friends Electric Mayhem, that's 12736 from the Nichols School, have brought an absolute, just a suite of outreach activities. They've got there is a robot in the building that is driven by a goldfish here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Howard the goldfish can drive the robot around. They've got a life-size Super Mario Kart drivable course. They've got a theremin. I think they've got a laser up there as well. The hot glass team here at the museum is going to be making a hot glass artwork that is robotics themed. That is going to start in actually just 10 minutes. So if you are clear of matches, teams, mentors, coaches, you guys can head over to the hot shop. We will be showing this in the theater up on screen. We will take a peek at the hot shop and watch them as we get to that 10:30 show. Here we go with head referee Lisa Russell. That's too many artifacts. So is that 6 minors or 4? All right, so that's going to be red handing blue a pretty mighty gift. Olivia, we'll push that as soon as you've got it locked. I think that's 45 points in fouls. 5 minors. 5 minors, 6 minors maybe, and a major. It's going to be 40 points that's going to go to the Blue Alliance. So they can take that to the bank. Teams are looking to earn ranking points. By winning a match, you get 3 ranking points. And by completing what I might describe as side quests within the Decode game, that's what this game is called. By completing those side quests, you can earn additional ranking points. Mecha Spartans, Storm, Salt City, Gorilla, we'll have you guys come in. Please let our field resetters do their work, but you guys can gently work around them. TARDIS comes off the field, hopefully to chase down that electrical issue. And we will see Hive and Gorilla, Robo, and TARDIS at least 4 more times today as they look to punch their ticket to this afternoon's eliminations. After every third match, so coming up here, we've got a gap built in for Excelsior Judge Advisor, kind of the head judge in our region. Greg Dick, he's come down 3 hours from home to spend some time interviewing our students in a kind of a moderated Q&A. So if you're interested in how these robots work and to learn the story of these team seasons, he's going to have today's first interview presentation with 7420, the Mecha Spartans, just after this match. So we're going to keep Mecha Spartans around on field as Greg has a chat with them. We'll bring that to you live up on screen. We have that score. Go ahead, Olivia. Thank you so much for your waiting there. Eyes up on the big board. The Blue Alliance wins. We saw that one coming. 40 points in fouls. Would not have changed the complexion of this game. You deduct those 40 points. Would have been in the raw 124 to 136. So the Blue Alliance had that in hand. Largely, I would say that comes from TARDIS being disconnected for about a minute in teleop. They had a strong performance in autonomous that helped, no doubt, their Red Alliance, but couldn't crawl back from that technical fault in match number 2. Plenty of time left for the day for our host team in purple. No harm, no foul, no worries. This is a scrimmage. We're here to have some fun and get some gameplay in. Mira, let's make it official if I can turn it over to you for team introductions.
Of course. For match 3 of the morning over on the Red Alliance, it's our rookie team, 33513 Salt City Robotics.
Salt City comes from Syracuse, New York, sponsored by Salt City Coffee.
They are paired with one of our more veteran teams, Team 5485, the Gorilla Bots from right here in Corning.
Gorilla Bots sponsored by Corning Incorporated.
Their opponents over on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 6996, Oncoming Storm.
Oncoming Storm from Penfield, New York, partner team of 1511 FRC Rolling Thunder.
Their alliance partner, 7420 Mecha Spartans.
Mecha Spartans come to us from Burnt Hills, Ballston Lake. A little bit north of here, a little bit of a drive down. We're so thankful for all of the teams that have made the effort to get here to FlexRex. We are in uncharted waters, enjoying this experience together as Mecha Spartans comes off the field, making sure that they are oriented on the blue goal and ready. Teams do need to start with part of their bot either touching the upfield wall or the downfield launch lines at the base of the goals. Teams, we're going to do a checkout here on initialization. Deep breaths. Welcome back to FlexRex. Double check, init. Gorilla Bots, Salt, thumbs up all the way around. Beautiful. Livia, let's spin the field. We go purple, purple, green. The obelisk is there already, Lisa. We're in great shape. And without further ado, I'd like to bring you the start of match number 3. Teams, get ready. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. We see 2 bots come alive. 3 now as the Storm bot. No, 4. Salt City lobbing some long shots. So all 4 bots healthy here in autonomous. Teams want to get off those launch lines. They can earn additional points for their alliances. We do have a robot that is making contact there. So Storm, let's see what happened there. So Storm is on. You guys are across the field. There's going to be a contact foul there. We'll talk more about later in the day.
2, 1.
Or actually, I think it was Gorilla Bots that was on the wrong side of the field there. So that was blue. So I think that was okay contact. Bots are allowed to be across field on autonomous. They just can't touch. So a little bit of a danger zone there if they choose to make that call. Salt City comes back to their human player, loads up a purple, green, purple, takes 1, 2, 3 shots, just a flurry of shots from Gorilla and Salt as Gorilla Bots comes in, opens the red classifier gate, dumps some artifacts to the field as their partner Salt City comes back for 1. They go 2 for 3 there. Oncoming Storm, a little bit of contact. Storm makes contact with their blue classifier gate, opens it, no problem there. That is theirs. Red out to 64-25 advantage as referee Garrett's making a reminder here to the human player to get balls infield. Teams can only have 6 outside the field at a time. As we approach the minute mark, red building a pretty commanding lead. I think maybe the blue scoring system is not fully up to date. Mira, over to you for the minute of teleop.
Salt City getting another 3 into that red ramp as Mecha Spartans take some long shots from the small triangle. GorillaBots goes to pick up more from the loading zone, shooting them also into the red ramp, and then immediately emptying that full ramp as well. Oncoming Storm trying to go back to their human player to pick up more artifacts. Salt City trying to play a little bit of defense as they get back to their human player to pick up some more artifacts. You'll notice some teams have human player intakes like Salt City or Enderbots that we saw in the last match. Most of the teams have a ground intake like Oncoming Storm and like GorillaBots. And that is the game.
So again, I suspect that blue score is a little bit off on the accounting. I could be wrong about that. It looks like they had more traffic there in artifacts scored. Early heads up, queuing to match 4, which will actually be about more than 15 minutes from now. This is going to be Suffern and Mayhem Green versus Mechmelt and Robovines. That's just a very early pre-queue because we are about to turn the Mecha Spartans over to our friend Greg for a little bit of an interview here, and we are 9 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're in great shape. Have a great chat, and when you guys are done, I'll bring you your robot. And we're going to ask Logan and Scott up in the booth to do a little bit of camera work to show us this Mecha Spartans interview. Greg, over to you.
Thank you, Mike. So, gotta keep going with those dad jokes, right? You got one for me, Allie?
Why did the robot have to go to the bank?
I don't know. Why did the robot have to go to the bank?
Because it needed more cash.
Bump. Hello, strangers. Oh, wait a minute. I can know you today. So when I judge, I have to make believe I don't know certain teams, like a team I might mentor, like maybe this team. So let's start out with names and what you guys do on the team.
I'm Allie. I am the president and the outreach lead.
I am Dexter. I am the team captain and build lead.
And I'm Ben, and I'm a builder.
I'm Nevin, and I'm a builder and a programmer.
I'm Brayden, and I'm a CAD designer.
Go for it, Lily. No, you're here, bro. Here.
I'm Lily, and I'm on Mecha Ghosh.
Annie. You are on. Yes, you are on the.
And that's Annie, and she's just joining the team, right? Basically. Okay. Hey, you guys who I know absolutely nothing about. Tell me about how you run your autonomous. What do you use, and where did it come from?
What was the question?
Oh my! We couldn't.
Stampede. We use Robovine's Stampede for our autonomous, utilizing all 3 autopods to turn the playing field into a giant graph. So it's a coordinate plane.
So we seek out several mentors throughout the season, and 2 of our mentors come from the Robovines area. So we have Mr. Manthe, but we also have Corin, who is the one who wrote Stampede, and he's been helping us keep it updated and all of that.
Very nice. I understand somebody's riding on your robot, on your kickstand.
So our coach, Mr. Hadcock, when we first designed our kickstand, which tilted us up like this, suggested that we use Indiana Jones on his bike as our indicator for where we need to line up for our parking zone.
How many people here have never heard of Indiana Jones? Some of you may not have. Okay. Tell me about your kickstand and what does it do?
Right back to me. Yep. Our kickstand is a servo-powered mechanism on the bottom of our robot. It is a geared go build a torque motor or servo. And what it does is during the end game period, it allows us to pivot down this arm, allowing us to take up less space in the end game parking area, and allows for a full and a partial.
I'm very curious about an event I've never been to. I just have the pins for it. Your Tech Fest that you've been running for 2-3 years now. Tell us about that.
So TechFest is an event we've run for 3 years now. So through this event, this year we invited over 51 companies, colleges, clubs, etc., to come showcase what they do throughout the year. So through this event, we get to recruit kids into the STEM program, and we also get to introduce community members to what students and nearby companies are doing. And in future years, we'd really like for any teams here to please express interest in coming. We really want to run scrimmages similar to today at the event, and we would love to have you.
Two-part question. Did your team make the Worlds? No, unfortunately, right? But are some of you going to Worlds, and why?
We were invited to Worlds this year to present our TechFest event, and so through this, we get to essentially let other teams know how to run events similar to this through their presentation program. So for any of you who have been to Worlds, you may or may not know that they have presentations run throughout the entire event where different teams can present what they do and how to help others with stuff like that. And yeah, that's what we're doing with TechFest.
You want to add?
In addition, we will be sending some of our coaches and mentors to volunteer at the event.
There you go. So I want to change up a little bit from yesterday, just out of curiosity. Anybody in the audience have a question they want to ask the team? How about you, young lady? The question was, are there any mentors you'd like to give a shout out to?
We would like to give a shout out to Greg Dick, who is one of our mentors that helps us on our judging and portfolio. We would also like to shout out Malia Gordon, who is our assistant head coach, and Travis Hadcock, who is our coach, and Mr. Walton, as well as my older brother Corin, who was a alumni from Robovines, and Mr. Manthe. We have a lot of mentors.
Anything else about your team you want to tell the crowd? Anything interesting about your machine, about your experience?
Nevin forgot to mention his father, Tarl Gordon. I would like to give him a shout out because apparently he's not memorable enough for his own son.
Also, after every competition, we do this thing called a SWOT analysis, and this goes over the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But this year we wanted to spice it up, so we now do potlucks at these, and so we have team dinners at our SWOT analysis, and it just makes us have more fun and also get to know each other better.
I have one last question for Ben. I like your team number signs. What happened, Ben?
Well, I forgot them back in the robotics room. They're on the side of the cabinet, and they're not here. They're about 4 hours away.
While we're talking about Ben has been a great part of the team this year. He's a quiet and hard worker, and he started off the year not wanting to even touch CAD. Now he's one of the best CADers I've seen in the high school, so I'd like to shout him out.
I'm not really picking on you, Ben. It's just we've all forgotten things in the past, so no biggie. Okay, guys, thank you very much for dropping by. Good luck in the rest of the competition, and I will see you at the Worlds. Who's ever going to be there?
Why shouldn't the robot or why shouldn't you visit the robot surgeon?
Say it again.
Why shouldn't you visit the robot surgeon?
I don't know. Why do you want to go to Robot for surgery?
Because it only operates on batteries.
Bump. Thank you, Allie.
So if you're here in the house, in the auditorium at the Corning Museum of Glass, you can see the hot glass team in the amphitheater is up here on screen 2 on the right-hand side. This is their 10:30 show, and they are making something robotic, so I'd encourage you guys to keep your eyes up on this. We are setting the stage for match number 4, which is supposed to start 11 minutes from now. We're in great shape, so we're going to let everybody breathe. So a couple things happening here on the floor. If you are a guest here, or I don't know, maybe you're local and you're listening on the stream and you're wondering, should I go down to the museum today? Hey, check it out. They're about to mount a piece out of the garage onto the main piece. They've preheated that, and they're attaching, is that maybe an arm or something? Looks like, oh, Rosie from the Jetsons. That's a deep pull. That has very little meaning to the majority of the people in this room. Hello, Boomer. It's a Jetson. No, that's the Flintstones. Oh, shoot, what's it? Oh, me, George Jetson? Yeah, okay. I can't do that too much. I'll get a copyright strike on YouTube. But anyhow, so floor right, we've got the Hot Glass Team show. Floor left, you can see the Enderbots are currently in first position with 1 gameplay in, 5 ranking points earned with their partners, the Robovines, in the early matches. You can see we've got a couple of NPs there in the ranking list. That means no play yet. The Gorilla Bots, Oncoming Storm, a few other teams. Now they have played. I'm wondering why their scores aren't posting. Oh, can we announce that? Let's announce 3. Olivia, scorekeeper Olivia, can we post match 3? Sorry, thank you. Kind of stream of consciousness here. So the Red Alliance wins that one. 227. Wow, what a score. Now, it's a little bit under 200. What would that be? Is that a 192 with 35 penalty points? Quite a few foul points shared there from red to blue. Would not have changed the outcome of the game. So that moves Gorilla Bots and Salt City early in the day. It's a little bit early to call it this way, but you know what? We'll give them their shine. Salt City currently in second place. Our rookies from Syracuse. We'll see if they can maintain a hold on that. They've had an outstanding season here. We can go ahead and clear that. We'll go back over to the Hot Glass show. There we are. And here comes Rosie over in the hot shop with the... you can see them preheating that next arm position. The glass team, we learned yesterday, was making parts for these specialty shows all week, and now another arm comes into frame. It was preheated or kept heated in the garage. The gaffer will grapple it and adhere it right there to the side. Hot glass sticks to hot glass, and now that robot has 2 arms. They'll take it back to the furnace for a flash and give her a spin, and then come back out and adjust that second arm. So we'll watch that continue to develop. We're still about, 8 or 9 minutes out from match number 4. We'll bring that to you shortly as we are on our way to 18 qualification matches and eliminations late in the day. Our next match will see Suffern from Rockland County down at 7486. Suffern Robotics up out of the Hudson Valley with us today. They'll play with Electric Mayhem Green, 12736 from the Nichols School in Buffalo, New York. They'll face off against local team Mechanical Meltdown, part of the Finger Lakes Area Robotics Experience, team 12833 up in Watkins Glen. And they'll be partnered once again with the Robo Vines, 6955 from Ballston Spa. I had mentioned earlier that we had 11 teams moving on to postseason play. The other teams heading to the first World Championship from the Utica Regional Championship, essentially our state championship. We've got your host team, TARDIS, 5356 from Corning Robotics, heading that way. We've also got team 25707 Solar Flare from downstate, as well as MOB, the Mechanical Operations Bureau, team 10949, and Scarsdale, the Robo Raiders, team 12331. So hello to all of you if you guys are out there on Discord and YouTube with us this morning. Also moving on from Excelsior, team 16700, the J-Bots, local team 5485, the Gorilla Bots. They will play in the Canada Cup in Toronto in June. Hippopotamus, team 22482, moves on. The Enderbots will be playing in just 3 weekends, actually, at the New England Premier event at the Big E, the Exposition State Fairgrounds in Massachusetts. Enderbots 5484 will represent us there. We've also got, moving on into the postseason, team 11205 Edgemont, the Mantabots, team 27318 from the French American School down in Mamaroneck, and of course the Robovines 6955. They will be playing in Kentucky at the Run for the Robots in Lexington. We see the GAF team there poking a hole in the artwork. They're preheating a tungsten carbide blade and kind of bending the robot. You can see it sag there because it's so hot. But they poked a hole through the back of that robot. Could be to make sure that it's open so that the air doesn't expand or the artwork doesn't contract and shatter. I'm no expert, but I do live here in Corning. I've been to a few glass shows over the years. Saw them at the robot-themed blow yesterday at 3 o'clock, and there will be another one at 3 o'clock. This is the 10:30 show that you're seeing live on the feed. We're so thankful for our partners here at the Corning Museum of Glass. I want to give a special shout out to Scott and Regina and the entire tech team and the event planning team. They worked with and mentored 5356 TARDIS. Another one? Sorry, I interrupted myself there, but we wanted to say thank you to the crew here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Excuse me. They've been phenomenal to work with. We've got, from the New York State Troopers, a bomb disposal robot and some drone bots on display. That I-Core Mini bomb bot will be here in the auditorium later this morning or this afternoon. I hear that it's been participating in some of the glass shows over in the amphitheater as well. I mentioned previously that Electric Mayhem is here with their outreach activities up in the Gather Gallery. That's just off of the admissions lobby. All right, we're good to go. We're going to talk more about those offerings here at FlexRex, but I'm getting the go-ahead from head referee Lisa Russell. We've got 4 on the floor, and if I can find Mira here in the house, we will get back to our game call on match number 4. Want to shout out Lucas and TJ Savannah, Nathan, and their folks are field resetters volunteering from Team 22251, the Children of Apollo this morning. Thankful for them. And the stage is set for match number 4. We're going to leave the hot glass show. Well, we could push it maybe to one of the alternate screens if we're able to from the booth. Scott, I'll let you handle that if that's possible. We can watch that unfold as this game starts to unfold. I'll introduce the Red Alliance. We've got Electric Mayhem Green, Team 12736. I always get it backwards. 736 from Nichols School. She says yes. So glad to have them down here. They're partnered with, from Rockland County, Suffern Robotics, Team 7486. That is our Red Alliance. Mira, over to you. Blue?
Over on the Blue Alliance, we've seen both of these teams today. It's 12833 Mechanical Meltdown with their bright orange fluffy hats. Their alliance partner in match 4 of the day is Team 6955 RoboVines.
From Boston Spa, New York, in the 4-H program up there. All right, we've got 4 on the floor. Can we get thumbs up teams that we are initialized? Excellent. We're going to give a pause. Olivia, over to you to spin the field for us. When we say that, we mean randomize. It's purple, purple, green. Teams can score extra points if the balls fall down the ramp in that order twice during the match. Little adjustment to the screen there, Lisa. There we go. We love it. Excellent. Mira, let's count it down. Over to you, friend.
In 3, 2, 1, let's play.
So we see Mechanical Meltdown takes their first shots, as does Electric Mayhem. Launches a couple up into the red goal. 1-2 more for the team from Buffalo. Meanwhile, they tangle a little bit with their partners, Suffern. Suffern goes back to the far launch zone. Their turret reorients on the red goal. Can they get 1 up? They do. 2 up. They go long. 3 up. They do. 2 for 3 for the team from Rockland. Meanwhile, Mech Melt is paused there on the side. No signs of life from RoboVines quite yet.
Pick up your
Red Alliance goes to overflow on their ramp.
3, 2, 1.
Looks like RoboVines is having a technical issue. They call their coach and FTA Tyler over for a little bit of help. 3 on the field alive. Mira, back over to you.
As we wait for RoboVines to boot back up, looks like Suffern is trying to get a good angle on that red goal. Electric Mayhem getting another 3 into the goal as well. Mechanical Meltdown solo right now, getting another 1 into the blue goal. As Electric Mayhem picks up more from the opponent's loading zone. Mechanical Meltdown gets another 1, picks up the artifacts from the newly emptied red goal. Beautiful 3-shot there from Mechanical Meltdown from the far triangle. Mechanical Meltdown emptying that red ramp, holding steady as they wait for their alliance partners to hopefully boot back up in this game. Suffern picking up more artifacts from their human player, going back to the big goal to shoot into the red goal. A little contact there from Suffern and Electric Mayhem trying to find their spot. Looks like RoboVines is back up and running. Let's see what they can do in the last 30 seconds of this match. They go to pick up some artifacts from the newly emptied red ramp yet again, trying to get their spot in the large goal. Their alliance partner, Mechanical Meltdown, giving them a little bit of contact back there. As the blue goal is full, will they empty it? Red is pulling away, 156 to 98. Mechanical Meltdown getting another 3 into the blue goal as we get to the last seconds of endgame.
So nice recovery there from the Enderbots. It looks, though, like red built a pretty commanding lead. I do want to make a note for some of our younger visitors here in the audience. There's an opportunity to drive robots with TARDIS over here. We've got a couple demo bots there. And there's combat robotics. This is the robots that are actually meant to fight. Those are out with Graham Simmons from WPI Combat Robotics in the lobby, just beyond the indoor out there. You can learn about what combat is like. But if you'd like to drive a robot, you can go right over here to to TARDIS, and they will help you with that. We've got our friends from Electric Mayhem Green with a variety of robot-themed activities for youth and actually young and old alike up in the Gather Gallery, which is just off of the lobby. There's the Hot Glass Show as Rosie, it appears, keeps on coming together. That was a great call on the Jetsons. It looks like they might have moved her to a new base as they're using that oxygen torch on her head or neck, that kind of doily collar that Rosie has. Rosie from the Jetsons from the old TV show. There we are with a peek inside the furnace as the Hot Glass team takes her in for a flash, warms her back up. Looks like they're getting awfully close to the finishing touches there. Yep, comes out a little bit orange. Uses the butt end of the jacks there to kind of smooth that collar down and affix it to the main body of that artwork. We're so grateful. Hey, there's Rosie's head. Check it out there up on screen on the left-hand screen. So they've just... Very good. So one foul on the human player over there on the Red Alliance and another one here on Red. Olivia, we can go ahead and post that score. Once it's locked, we'll pull it on the right-hand screen here. We'll take a look backfield, and that match goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 192 to 139. Those fouls really had nothing to do with anything. That puts Mayhem into first position, having earned all 6 ranking points. That will no doubt help them. That's solid work. Well done. And that will help us set our eyes on match number 5. We're about 10 minutes out from that, but it will be Proto and NukeDet versus Fulton Firebots and Hive Voltage. Red for Proto and NukeDet, blue for West Fulton and Hive Voltage. You guys can come on up when you're ready. Rosie goes into the annealer here. This is a graphic from the Hot Glass team from their show. They produce these shows just beautifully over in the amphitheater. Once the artwork cools overnight, slow, then it's, of course, room temperature and able to touch. So we might see Rosie hit the annealer here, unless I missed it previously and it's already happened. Nope, she's still on the pipe, or I guess that would be a punty there. Will she go back into the furnace for another flash or not? You can keep your eyes up there on the left-hand screen. Looks like the answer to that question, yes, there it is. Takes a twirl in the furnace. And we're going to introduce a little bit of thermal shock at the base of that orange glass. There's some water that will cool and help them fracture the glass there in a controlled way. Their assistant will catch it in some very thick gloves. And there we go, off the punty, and Rosie will be headed for the annealer overnight to cool down. The bottom's getting a little bit of flame polish just off screen there. You can go see Hot Glass shows throughout the day here at the Corning Museum of Glass. There's a schedule. There you go. They're polishing the bottom there with those gloves. Incredible work from the Hot Glass team. She'll cool overnight, and they'll get her there. And once again, there'll be a 3 o'clock robotics-themed Hot Glass show from the team as well. So you guys could catch that later today. And the glove's on fire, but I think that's just another on endgame in those special conditions. There you go. So Hive, Yellowbot, hit orange, NukeDet in their base in endgame. That'll be 15 points received by the Red Alliance. They say thank you very much. 15 for a major. Lisa? Yeah, really nice job to the team from Wellsboro. So I just want to call out what Lisa said. You guys can grab your bots. I'll narrate this here in the house, but those triangles, the large, the major, and the minor are our launch zones, and teams can earn points by moving off of those during autonomous. They earn 3 points, and those accumulate, could help teams earn a ranking point. So I'll use this box as an example here if we're up on screen. So if this was the robot yesterday, excuse me, Yesterday, high voltage would start on the launch line and stay there during autonomous. Just by moving 7 or 8 inches over, they can earn their alliance 3 points. And they programmed that last night and added it to their skills and capabilities, and that helps their alliances here today. Is it? All right. If there is a Michelle in the pits or coaches and mentors, if there is a Michelle who's about to receive pizza from a local business, Michelle is needed out in the lobby to get that pizza from the delivery person. So I'm doing the best I can here. My name is not Michelle. It's close. But I just ate a cookie, so I don't want your pizza. So head out to the lobby, and coaches, mentors, if that sounds like a parent or a coach in your team and you are waiting on a pizza, we would appreciate that if you would get out there and tackle that pizza. Our next match is going to start in about 10 minutes. TARDIS is thankful for it. They're chasing a pretty pernicious electrical issue. They've blown 3 fuses in the last 4 launches. So a little bit, we're up to 7, 8 fuses. We've blown 8 fuses this morning. That's delightful. Part of engineering. We would much rather blow 8 fuses here than at Worlds, yes. 10 minutes. You got plenty of time. Deep breath, Purple. You guys are doing just fine. And Olivia, Olivia's back. Yes, let's take a look at these scores for qualification match number 5. Match number 5 went to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins with a score of 127 to 110. Would have not changed the score. That would have been, a 112 to 110? Would have been a close match. But Red was going to win that one anyway. Just a note, while those are up on screen, Liv, if we can leave that there for a second, you see 6 and 9 with an up arrow, and high voltage 21916 with a 10 and the down arrow. Those, pardon me, those indicate the rankings and our standings. You can see here on the minor screen here in-house that teams are earning those ranking points. They are vying for a chance to be an alliance captain late in the day. So here in the house, we've got, and I'm not sure if you can push the major leaderboard up there, Liv, if you know how to give me the leaderboard up top. If you can, that's wonderful. But that screen and display, can we go rankings up there? Okay, thank you. But right now you can see Electric Mayhem Green with one gameplay is in the number 1 position. That could change. They've got 4 more gameplays ahead of them. It's a lot of ground to cover between here and this afternoon. In a full event, which could see somewhere between 20 to 32 or even 56 robots, those rankings, there we go, up top, those rankings really add up. So teams are looking to either be an alliance captain or develop a resume that would make them a good partner to be picked by an alliance captain in eliminations. You might think about it a little bit like gym class, right? The captain gets to put together their basketball team. For us, our alliances throughout the day are alliances of 2 all the way into eliminations. So late today, we will see 4 teams playing 2v2 for some custom glass trophies that were created by the Hot Glass team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. And we'll have more on that probably after lunchtime to share with you. Again, we're on about a 6-minute hold before our next match. We'll start queuing teams in about 4 minutes and bring you match number 6. We are streaming on YouTube at Excelsior FTC if you search in the app or on the website. If you're here with us in the house, up in the balcony, or down here on the floor, welcome. You are seeing a First Tech Challenge scrimmage. So just if anybody wants to see Salt City, you guys could come check this out and learn from TARDIS. And I think other teams, TARDIS does not have the corner on the market on electrical issues, but if any teams want to see how you blow 11 fuses, feel free to come up here to the screen. We'll be happy to show you how how we blew 11 fuses. Hopefully TARDIS has a pretty successful day from here on out. But seeing silver wire through red insulation, I believe the expression is, oh, well, there's your problem. Much better to find that wire now than in Houston, Texas, right? So very good. Nice job to the mechanical team from Purple. They are my own team, but I would share that story with you if it was any team here. So let's talk a little bit more about the offerings here at FlexRex Day 2. We've got Electric Mayhem Green with their suite of outreach activities up in the Gather Gallery. We've got the MT&E division from Corning Incorporated here with what I would liken to about a $90,000 air hockey table. It's actually a Birkhoff X-planar table that is a kind of a concept piece, a table that can move materials around and through automated cells in manufacturing processes. It looks like two fancy coasters are kind of floating around this table. Go check them out in the admissions lobby. It's really quite something to see. Worcester Polytechnic Institute admissions is here, along with WPI sophomore Graham Simmons, former member of Team TARDIS. He is an officer with the WPI Combat Robotics Club and has brought a whole fleet of combat robots, some of which are drivable by young and old alike. Not the ones with the spinning blades and bits, but you can get a good little flip going with those. Over here in-house, if you would like to drive a robot, you can do that right over there with Team TARDIS. Excellent, glad to hear it. There's a passport too for young and old alike. It's got 9 stamps on it that you can earn as you go about the museum. And one of those stamps, if you get your eyes up here in the house, that's Rex the robot. This is FlexRex, the Finger Lakes Robotics experience. And Rex became the official mascot of FlexRex about 2 months ago with our development team from TARDIS in the custom purple 45356. Rex is hidden out in the collections today, and I do believe, and Scott in the booth, is he in a different location today? Do you know he's in the, okay, so Rex is, if you found him yesterday, you might be able to get eyes on him pretty easy today, but if you've not seen him or you're just joining us, go find Rex, and you can share him back at the admissions lobby. Looks like we're back to a live view from the amphitheater of the next Hot Glass show. They've taken a gather of glass out of the furnace there, and looks like they're just setting about. This would be maybe an 11:15 show. Looks like they might have just gotten started. We do have another robotics-themed glass presentation at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to take a pause from our first Tech Challenge event and scrimmage so that teams can go participate in that. You can see up on screen, Electric Mayhem Green. Take a look. There's your Super Mario Kart. You can go to the Gather Gallery and race those robots, those carts, around the gallery. Whole bunch of activities here at FlexRex. I'm going to turn things over to Mira, my partner up here, to cue in for match number 6. And Salt City will be up for their interview with Greg when this one is done. Mira, over to you to introduce these teams.
On the
or to call them to the field, I should say, probably.
On the Red Alliance, we'll have TARDIS and Salt City Robotics. Over on the Blue Alliance, we'll have Gorilla Bots and Electric Mayhem Green. as our 4 teams get set up, I think it's finally time we introduce them for match 6. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 5485, the Gorilla Bots. Their alliance partner, 12736, Electric Mayhem Green. Their opponents over on the Red Alliance, it's team 5356 TARDIS, today's host of the event. Their alliance partner, our most rookie team in Excelsior, is team 33513 Salt City Robotics. Green, purple, purple is the motif for match 6. And if our refs are ready, Red Alliance, are we ready? Salt City, TARDIS, ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's play. 4 bots coming alive. TARDIS and Electric Mayhem, both shooting 3 artifacts. Salt City's artifacts just going a little bit far over the red goal. TARDIS going to the gate, emptying it, and then picking up those artifacts. Electric Mayhem Green picking up more artifacts from those preset marks, shooting them into the blue goal. Looks like Gorilla Bots has either stopped their auto or had an issue with it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we get into our teleop period, our driver control period, our teams are picking up the controls and actively driving them throughout this match. A little bit of contact there between Salt City and TARDIS as they get a little bit of defense towards the tip of the larger triangle. In defense, it is completely legal in this game of Decode. We've seen it all season long. Gorillabot's going to empty the blue ramp, shooting some more artifacts out of our refs. TARDIS looks like they've recovered from this technical issue that they've had all day. Salt City going back to their human player, trying to get back to the tip of that triangle. Electric Mayhem Green gets in their way. They get another 2 into the red ramp. Electric Mayhem Green going to the Alliance's human player, picking up 3 more artifacts. Gorillabots emptying the blue ramp, to pick up some more artifacts as well. TARDIS copying over on the red goal, emptying that as well. We have a blue lead in this match, 67 to 103. As we have about 40 seconds left in the match. Salt City dislodging artifact that actually got into the outtake of their robot. TARDIS trying to steal some artifacts from Gorillabot's human player. As we get into endgame, our teams are going to start lining up in those artifacts. Looks like Salt City is going to park fully. TARDIS is going to continue to score as they try to line up. Electric Mayhem Green using their kickstand in the blue base with Gorillabots just having a little bit of their wheel in there. We'll see what the refs say about those parks. as we wait for our refs to figure out penalties and scoring in that last match, we're going to pull 33513 Salt City over to the table with Greg Dick for their interview.
Come on down, Salt City folks. You have a dad joke for me, Allie?
Why shouldn't you pet a robot dog? Why shouldn't you pet a robot dog?
I don't know. Why shouldn't you pet a robot dog?
It might bite.
B-Y-T-E, it might bite. Thank you, Allie. So, this is one of my favorite teams here. Don't listen to me, Mecca Spartans, right now. Close your ears. This is one of my actual favorite teams here. You guys are all in middle school? Yes. So, what grades? Are you all fifth grade? Okay, 5th and 7th grade. Let's start out. I'm going to give you the robot. I'm going to give you the microphone. You can introduce yourselves and tell everybody what area you work in.
My name is Miles, and I work in CAD design. I also help with some of the coding. I also help with trying to figure out our strategy and what we do during endgame and auto and teleop.
My name is Wyatt. I do most of the building and coding, and I'm the driver.
My name is Eve. I'm the drive coach. I also help with the portfolio and telling them how much time is left on the clock.
Hi, my name is Eloise, and I am the loader of Salt City Robotics, and I also help with the portfolio and outreach.
Thank you. So, middle school team, brand new, total of 4 members, yes? What did this brand new team of young students accomplish this year? What happened to you guys after a qualifier?
We went to regionals. We were so surprised that we made it that far. We were even surprised that we made it here.
One of the top 32 teams in the state. Most of the state. Our region is all of New York State except for New York City and the Long Island. So think about how many teams are in that area, and they went to states. Did anybody help you along? Any of the teams here possibly give you some help along the way? Just out of curiosity? Yeah?
Yes. FM Suits, right? Yeah, FM Suits, TARDIS. There was one, FM Singers also helped us. Mechanical Meltdown. SAS Adams. We had help from a lot of teams. When we first started out, we didn't really know exactly what we were doing, and then a bunch of teams just helped us. So it's been really nice.
One of the big tenets of FIRST, the organization that this is all under the umbrella of, is gracious professionalism. And we see so many examples of, with a very young new team like this, the more established teams coming in and helping them, learning how to code, how to program, how to think about your game plan. So the fact that they did so well, I'm sure was partly due to teams doing what you call paying it forward, right? I'm a little curious, who is that on the front of your robot?
So that's my aunt. She donated like $1,000, and we had to put her face on the robot. She made like a wait, what did she? It was like a contrast.
Okay, so she helped you out a lot. What kind of things did you learn? Somebody learned how to do this, right? Explain to people what that is.
It's Tinkercad cardboard assisted design, and I can design what I want, and then I can upload it to a 3D printing software, Bamboo Labs, which is very easy to print. We had a few prototypes, and some of them were just us testing to see the size of the ball. Some of them were us forgetting that we needed this part cut off, which made it very annoying because we're drilling through that, and then we were like, I'm just going to do this, So it took a while, and we ended up printing a better version of it right before the competition of a better material, and I printed the wrong bowl, so we don't have backups for our lift, which we got from TARDIS and Proda, thankfully. So that was really good, but the bowl was very important because it snapped at one point.
So a big learning experience this year, yes? How many iterations would you say you went through of your robot? How many times did you go through iterations, changes, would you say?
For what? Oh, we rebuilt the chassis 5 times. We had to redo the legs for the tilt. That probably was like 8, and then for the CAD bowl, probably like 4 or 5, and then for this hood, 3 or 4.
So persistence is another word that, or another thing you learned this year, right, or went through this year. Tell us about your color scheme. It's very interesting.
Our what?
Your color scheme, your robot color scheme.
So we spray painted it from a dark blue to a light blue. Is when it like fades from one color to another, or a lighter shade to a darker shade. And our theme of the robot is like blue.
So does your robot have an intake, or is it human fed?
Our robot is a human player.
And you did well enough with the human fed robot to make states. That's wonderful. Were you going to add something? I thought maybe you were going to add something. No. Okay. Just like I did with Mecha Spartans, just out of curiosity, anybody out there in the audience have a question you want to put for the team? Hey, how about this guy right here?
So, do you guys have fun doing robotics?
We do have a lot of fun during robotics because we get to learn a lot of different things and skills for about building and coding and about teamwork.
We also had a lot of fun programming the autos because at first we had no idea what we were doing, then we realized how to do it. And for some reason it just started spinning in circles, like 5 times. We still don't know why.
Robotics is fun because you get to learn new things every day. You get to learn how to public speak and all this other stuff that you may not learn anywhere else.
Public speaking, that's tough, right? Okay, one last thing before I let you go. Any shout outs to coaches, mentors, parents, big brothers, little sisters?
Shout out to one of my aunts, Terry. She used to be on coaching a team, Mechanical Meltdown, and she helped us with so many things, including portfolio, ideas for any printing or design making or making the posters. And we used her Cricut to make our tablecloth and our shirts.
Very nice. Anybody else?
Shout out to Ian for helping us program the robot. Even when we got stuck, we would video call him and he would help us through the problems that we were going through.
By the way, I learned something today. Where does Salt City come from?
Syracuse.
Because?
Onondaga Lake used to have salt springs, so one of the names of Syracuse was Salt City, the reason it was built to harvest salt.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, guys. How about a round of applause for our young guys?
Nice job, Salt City. Thank you to Judge Advisor Greg Dick. Mira had explained to you previously in First Tech Challenge, teams at competitions will go through a judging panel where they tell the story of their season, of their engineering design process, of their challenges, their growth and learning, the refinements on the robots. And Greg advises judges throughout our upstate region in that process. It's a delight to have him here with us today. We have a score. I think we have a score for match 6 that we need to run. That was the match that saw Salt City team up with TARDIS. We've got it on at least one of the screens here. We're seeing it as a Blue Alliance win. I think we saw that happening. Yeah, the team of Electric Mayhem Green and Gorilla Bots from Corning takes down Gorilla Bots' sister, 5356 TARDIS and Salt City, 169 to 119. One minor foul there, no difference at all. So one thing that we learned yesterday with FlexRex day 1 is that we're going to try to build in a little bit more of a lunch for our volunteers. I hope everybody in the house and on the feed can appreciate that. We're asking a lot of our referees and our judge advisors. So we're going to move 7, 8, and 9 a little bit ahead of schedule just so that we can give our referees a little bit of time to breathe. In that break time, we will ask Scott up in the booth, this will be after a couple matches, to push the hot glass show, whatever's live in the amphitheater, out to the screens for us. But for the meantime, we've got a match to play. It's going to be match number 7. Match number 7 will feature from Penfield, Oncoming Storm on the Red Alliance, paired with Team 7486 Suffern from down in Rockland County, downstate Hudson Valley area. Very strong team that's come up, and we're so thankful for them putting in the time to get here, spend the weekend with us in Corning. They will face off against Team 7420, the Mecha Spartans from Burnt Hills, Boston Lake, and from Wellsboro High School, Team 21916. That's Hive Voltage. And they will be on the Blue Alliance in this match. This, again, is match number 7. I see Suffern coming in to take to the field. That'll give us 4 on the floor. We will make sure that all is ready and in order. We've got volunteers in from across the state. The Excelsior region is headquartered at Mohawk Valley Community College up in Utica with our program development partner, Tina Betts. She is the grand poobah of the Excelsior region here on the rope line in front of the competition field. If you are a guest here at the Corning Museum of Glass, and maybe you are a parent or grandparent that's got a younger visitor, we would welcome you to come right down in front of the field. You can also see the matches up on screen as we display them. We've got 4 teams here. Let's make it official. On the Red Alliance in match number 7, won't you welcome from Penfield, New York, it's Team 6996 Oncoming Storm. Team TARDIS would like to say thank you to Oncoming Storm and Coach Dave for the use of their pit in refining their electrical issue a little bit ago. From Rockland County, it's Team 7486 Suffern Robotics. Welcome, Suffern. Glad to have you guys with us. From Wellsboro High School, just over the border in Pennsylvania, it's Team 21916 High Voltage. And they are playing with, from Burnt Hills, Boston Lake, Team 7420. It's the Mecha Spartans. We are looking for a thumbs up from our teams. Make it clear, make it obvious. Are we initialized? Beautiful. We'll spin the field, Olivia. Turn this one over to Mira to do one final checkout with Trung and Lisa. One more thumbs up from our referees, and Mira will bring us match number 7 and the autonomous call, wherein the robots will be driving all by themselves across this field in the Decode game. Mira, what have you got?
In 3, 2, 1, let's play. Looks like we have 4 bots alive at the start of Autonomous. Suffering getting all 3 of those artifacts in, going to pick up more from those preset markings. Mecha Spartan's doing the same over on the blue goal. Suffering getting another 3. We'd love to see it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
So looking for the teams conferring here with the referees, looking for those teams to leave those launch lines. They get off those white lines that inscribe the triangles on field. They can earn extra points. Oh, we've got entanglement between Suffern and Oncoming Storm. Oncoming Storm's intake is bound. They're free. Excellent. A little bit of a shopping spree from Staples here. Office supplies all over the floor in the form of rubber bands from those active intakes. You'll see that 3 of our robots have rubber band enabled intakes or pass-throughs in their bots. It's one of the archetypes in this year's game. It gives robots a compliant surface area, if you will, or a compliant grapple to get these artifacts up and off the floor through to their shooter mechanisms and up and into the goal. With 1:15 left, we've got Red Alliance ahead 40-20. A little bit of a low-scoring affair here, but we'll see these scores increase, no doubt, as we continue on through. Oncoming Storm is down a few rubber bands, but looks like they are still able to function. 1, 2, and 3 go up and in the red goal as Mecha Spartans crosses over and gets a couple more grappled themselves. Shoots one long all the way over to the Hot Glass Amphitheater here at the Corning Museum of Glass as we approach 45 seconds. Back over to Mira for the end of this call and endgame. What have you got?
Oncoming Storm coming over to the audience side, trying to find more artifacts to pick up and go over towards the red goal to shoot. Looks like Suffern is also trying to find more artifacts near the exit of the red ramp. Let's see if they can make these long shots. Oh, just barely off the side there. The blue ramp is full as we head into endgame. Looks like the red ramp is only a little over half full. Can they fill it before the end of the game? Oncoming Storm making a mad dash over to the red base.
And controllers down. All right. That does it for match number 7. We see a lot of new friends here up in the balcony and at floor level. You are here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, sponsored by the Corning Museum of Glass in partnership with local First Tech Challenge Team 5356 TARDIS, which is sponsored by Corning Incorporated, part of the Corning Robotics program out in Horseheads. We'll let the referees confer here in the backfield and talk through match number 7. If you're just joining us, as we do a little bit of field maintenance here, if you're just joining us at FlexRex Day 2, there are a variety of robotics-themed events all over. That's yours. I think some of those are yours, some of those are yours, and I don't know who that belongs to. A variety of robotics and STEM-themed activities throughout the museum. There's a Super Mario Kart sponsored by Electric Mayhem Green from the Nichols School up in the Gather Gallery. We've got hot glass shows ongoing with the hot glass team in the amphitheater, as well as a robotics-themed hot glass show on tap later this afternoon at 3 o'clock. You can meet with Graham Simmons from WPI Combat Robotics out in the lobby. He's there with the WPI admissions office. Thank you very much, friend. Appreciate that. Here from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, this on field is not combat robotics. Combat robotics, frankly, it's the ones where they kind of want to destroy each other, and that's the whole point. But if you are interested in learning more about different forms of robotics and robotics competitions, going out to the lobby would be great. We'll make way here for Lisa Russell to report out any fouls from match number 7. So a 15-point major foul there. It looks like it was against the Blue Alliance human player for making contact with the robot through the ball. We take that human safety very, very seriously. That's why it's a major, making sure that kids' hands and body parts are away from those robots when they're playing the game, and a minor foul in the other direction for a violation of kind of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, if you will, on this decode field. Back to Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We've got WPI combat and admissions out there. The New York State Troopers are here with some robots used in law enforcement up in the admissions office, and we do expect that Officer John Gardner and the I-Core Minibot will make an appearance down here in the auditorium later this morning. We've got time, yeah. So we got a repair with 5485 Gorilla Bots partnered with their sister team. Gorilla Bots is installing a new odometry wheel on their robot. We've got a little bit of time here as robots take the field. If you're up in the balcony, greetings, welcome. My name is Mike Simmons. I'm a live voice with the Excelsior region in First Tech Challenge. Talking about odometry wheels, if you imagine a Cartesian plane of X and Y coordinates like on graph paper, some of these robots navigate navigate the field on a grid system not at all unlike that. In fact, we talk about it in terms of X, Y. It's a relatively, it's arbitrary team to team. Let's say that the middle is 0, 0, and I could say positive X this way, positive Y that way. By installing smaller kind of subdominant wheels under the chassis of their robots, teams are able to track and plot and plan their navigation on field by using those small wheels. These wheels are called mechanism wheels. They're the drive wheels used by, I think, just about every team here today. They allow robots to strafe side to side and also, also move forward and backward. They can also translate their motion diagonally. You'll frequently see them on forklifts that need to navigate into very tight spaces in warehouses and things like that. Mechanism wheels there. But the ones that we're talking about, maybe Isaac or somebody on TARDIS or GorillaBots can swing me a Odo wheel that I can show up on camera. If we can find one from Spare Parts, red or blue, or another team, if you've got one, I'll take that, and maybe Scott can pull in on me on another camera. We can just show that for people on field. Victor, bring me a mechanism too if we've got it. If we've got a spare drive wheel, I'll show you the difference. Thank you. We've got an Odo pod here. Victor, all I need is the mechanism. And Scott, I'm going to stay right here. I'm not sure if you can put me on an alternate camera or not, but we can show people at home or up here in the balcony. We'll do a little bit of Robotics 101 as we are waiting for this match to start. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you up in the booth. And I'll take a spare drive wheel if we can. So this is a part of an odometry pod, and you can see it's on a linkage here that's spring-loaded. So actually, I'm doing this wrong. It would be like this, oriented like this, so that as it makes contact with the foam floor, it's got some purchase there. It's sprung down, so that's the down position, and you see it's kind of resisting me as I push up. It's got a little encoder here on the side, and so you could mount one of these on an X coordinate and one or two on the Y coordinate, and robots can translate that into understanding their location on the field. It's a little omni wheel, a little double right there, and those pods can get installed on the bottom of a robot. Let's do it like that. Maybe that's helpful. And so that's what GorillaBots is installing right now. This might be the bad one that they just pulled off, that we're getting a bad reading, and they're making that repair. We've got a little bit of time today to do some of this education in the background, which is great because we're working at a little bit of a different tempo than we normally do on a game day. When we're in the Excelsior region or First Tech Challenge globally, you would see somewhere between 20 to up to 56 teams at a given competition, maybe even more if we're doing divisions. And teams will play, much like we are today, in qualification matches early. If you're here in-house or up in the balcony, you can see that leaderboard on screen to my right, your left, and that would be a good bit longer if there were more teams. We have just 14 here with us today at FLX 26. Teams are playing right now and earning ranking points to stake their claim to either the first or second alliance captaincy, or to build a resume to get picked by the first or second, thank you, Victor, first or second alliance captain. Later in the afternoon, we'll have 2 alliances of 2 play for a championship, and they will earn and win 2 glass trophies. Maybe Mira, if you want to bring those in-house, if you've got a second. Glass trophies that were handcrafted by the team here at the hot glass workshop in the auditorium. Lisa, how are we doing on time? Garrett, can you take a look at the schedule for me for match 8? What time are we supposed to start match 8? 11. Okay, we've got about 5 minutes to queue. And you can see just here on camera, Mira and I will share these. We'll do this a couple times. We want to give a thank you to the hot glass team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Scott's got us. Thank you so much, Scott. These are the trophies that teams are playing for today. We gave 2 of these away yesterday to, actually it was Alliance 2 won the game with team captain 17222 Proto from Twin Tiers Christian up in Breezeport, and their alliance partner teams 12736 Electric Mayhem Green from the Nichols School. So they took home 2 of these yesterday. Could repeat today, actually. And these bases were made in the customary TARDIS purple by team member junior Isaac Moyer. So shouts out to Isaac for those. But thank you to the Hot Shop for that as well. And thank you, Scott, up in the booth. You got it? Are you sure? It's glass.
Yes, I have them. I will not drop them.
Thank you, friend. All right. We're going to let GorillaBots finish this repair. Thank you guys for your patience as we're working through a little bit of it. You guys are always just ready to go. Mechmelt, like, no dumpster fire this year. You know, she's been behaving. She, he, it, she. Does she have a name? Miss Murphy. Is that in honor of a Miss Murphy, or is it like Murphy's Law? If it will go wrong. Okay, so we've graduated from dumpster fire to Murphy's Law. I like it. That's progress. That's okay. That's okay. The Mechmelt bot here has been a lot of fun to watch. They've got, I actually have not taken a close look. How do you guys go from down here to up here? If this impeller, what gets them up? Oh, got it. Okay. So this actually is not feed. This is a gate to block. It opens. Did I just ruin your? I just moved. Okay. And then the paddle moves all 3 in a quick shot. Yeah, so Mechmelt, friends of ours, you guys can come on and take the field, please. We've watched this robot all season long. I think it made its debut up at Penfield, and it's got a really cool shot. They've got kind of a loose guide here that tapers up to this double flywheel. They've got 2 Yellow Jacket motors here on the top side, and this gate, should I bring that back? I didn't do anything. Okay, thank you. So this gate prevents a ball from making it to the flywheels, but down deep inside, they've got kind of this feed bar or a paddle that will just promote the balls up, and it goes shot right through these flywheels up and into the gate. Something to watch for in match number 8. GorillaBots is here. Great to see them. Hopefully healthy. Was it a Otopod swap? Is that right for GorillaBots? Oto? Cool. And who else are we waiting on? Who's our 4th team? Nukedet from Notre Dame. Thank you, Bill. Thanks for checking in. So trying to provide just a bit of education for all of you guests here at the Corning Museum of Glass. FlexRex had its genesis back in November when the museum reached out to Team TARDIS and asked for some help putting together an event that would feature STEM and competitive robotics here at the world's premier glass museum. I got to say, the digs here and the resources are a little bit nicer than what we're used to in high school gyms and more. We're so grateful to the team at CMOG for helping us put on a great show. Here comes Nukedet from Notre Dame High School over in Elmira. They're taking the field. Customary orange, trademark for them. And it's going to be an all-orange red alliance. Mechmelt and Nukedet together. Although if I said nuclear meltdown, I mean, that's kind of rough. I kind of like it, though. Meanwhile, we've got on the Blue Alliance, it's going to be TARDIS and GorillaBots. These 2 teams practice in the same building. They have tables about 30 feet away from each other. They know each other very well, learn from each other, compete hard, but support each other as well. Good-natured rivalry, but at the end of the day, as with so many teams in First Tech Challenge, that gracious professionalism that we talk about, it's the core ethos of First, means we compete, compete hard on the field, but we take very good care of each other off of it. He's going to catch all of your fouls. He's going to catch all of your fouls. So you guys better be careful, all right? Thumbs up, Peter. You're good? All right. Thumbs up, teams. And Lisa and Trung, we're looking good. Olivia, thank you for your patience. I think the stage is set. Let's get qualification match number 8 here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo started in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. 4 bots come alive. We want to see, there's that triple shot from Mechmelt and from TARDIS, both. We've got Gorilla Bots coming back to the human loader zone to take 3 more. TARDIS goes 1 for 3 on its second volley as it clears the gate. Its indicator light showing that they've got 3 balls, connects on none of them. Meanwhile, Mechmelt goes back, takes 3 more. No, 4. They've got an over possession there for Mechmelt. They make 2 of 4 up and in the goal. TARDIS takes 1, 2 of their 3, and we've got, let's see, 3 of our 4 teams off those leave lines, earning 3 points apiece. We'll turn it over to Mira here for the teleop call. What have you got, kid?
As we get into our driver control period, all 4 bots come alive. TARDIS going over to the opposing alliance human player, trying to steal some of those artifacts.
Sorry.
Gorilla Bots shooting 3 more artifacts into that blue goal. Nuclear detonation. Mechanical meltdown going to their human player, trying to pick up those next 3 artifacts and shoot them into the red goal, and they do. TARDIS just shoot just a little bit to the left.
No points for hitting me in the head, though, Mira.
TARDIS trying to pick up more artifacts from their human player. As Gorilla Bots empties the ramp, doing that cycle we've seen all day, emptying the ramp and then immediately shooting those artifacts.
We're giving our field resetters a run for the money as Blue pulls 95 to 78 here with 57 seconds left to play. We've got TARDIS with 1 shot in out of 3, shooting just wide to the right. Gorilla Bots connects with a few as they return to a human loader zone. They take a few more shots there. 3, 4, 6, I think, for that Blue Alliance. 119-84, the Corning Robotics teams are pulling away from their neighbors from Watkins Glen and Elmira. This is an all-locals match number 8. All of these teams from within 30 minutes of the Corning Museum of Glass here at FlexRex Day 2. 143.99 with 30 seconds left to play as we creep up on endgame over to Mira for these parks.
Looks like the red ramp is already full. Will Nuclear Detonation and Mechanical Meltdown choose to empty it? We will see. Speaking of Mechanical Meltdown, they go back to the human player, picking up more artifacts. TARDIS driving to the tip of the larger triangle, trying to shoot those artifacts. You can see that Gorilla Bots has chosen to use their belly pan. They purposely tipped themselves over with their leverage, similar to how Salt City performs their lift as well.
Yeah, you're out. Legit out. It's not close. Yeah, and TARDIS is out too. Yes. Can they turn it off? So
like
what we're talking about here, and it's hard to see, we can't show it on camera just because it's too detailed. Gorilla Bots has a pretty cool, well, let me explain the end game park if you're just joining us. The blue square and red square here on field are protected zones where if the robot is fully supported by the foam under the square, they can earn 10 points. That would be what we call a full park. And I believe that NukeDet, yet again, yep, not my call, but I can tell you they are up. They've got a kickstand underneath their robot that leverages them up. I think it's oriented right about here or so. I could be a little bit off, but they're on their back 2 wheels and a center mount kickstand. So they've got clear air. I can get my fingers all the way under here. That's 10 points here, 5 points here. Gorilla Bots has a really cool, here's their bot. Their bot opens like a tin can and leaves a belly pan down. Their partner, TARDIS in this case, drives on that belly pan, and then the Gorilla Bots bot does a crunch, does a sit-up, right? Always my favorite thing in gym class. Comes back up like that. You can see it just rotated down. Unfortunately, they were just about a half inch toward the audience too far. It looks like when TARDIS came in, it's a delicate procedure, and everybody's rushing at the end of the game to squeeze in there. But really elegant, cool, simple, frankly, design from the team for Corning. This red and black bot from the Gorilla Bots. I've had the pleasure of seeing it develop all season long. The first time that they launched that, we were all wondering, what the heck was going on, and they were able to use it successfully a couple of times at Excelsior Champs, I think, to earn that 10 points. But beautiful design for those teams from Corning. We're going to let the referees add this one up. We'll push the score up there. Peter, what'd you think? Was that a good match? Yeah? Would you have a favorite bot out here? You got the black one, the purple one, the orange ones. What do you think? The orange. Okay, so we've got 2 orange bots. Do you like them both, or the left one or the right one? This one? That's the mechanical meltdown bot. Nice job. We like Peter. That's their team. Do you like their hair too? You can always see them coming. I think I need some hair too. Look up here, Peter. Right there. All right, I could use some of their hair. That's 12-8-33. They're from Watkins Glen. We have scores for the last match. Let's go ahead and push this. Oh, from 2 matches ago. My goodness gracious. Olivia, if you've got a score, let's go ahead and push it, friend. Thank you, Mira, for the help, and thanks to Olivia, our volunteer scorekeeper. So this, I believe, is from match number 7. Red Alliance wins match number 7. Hadn't realized we hadn't posted that. Let's see.
That would be Oncoming Storm and Suffering Robotics.
And that did not, those fouls you see at the bottom of the white table did not change the outcome of that game. That match sent Suffering to the 5th position. Remember, teams are looking to be in the 1st or 2nd position as we get ready for eliminations this afternoon. Or champs, I guess. We'll play best 2 out of 3 this afternoon. So what's happening right now, Peter, is they're talking about things that went wrong, or if a robot broke a rule. And if they broke a big rule, then 15 points come this way. If they broke a little rule, then 5 points go that way. And sometimes that can change what happens with the score of the game, right? So you can't break rules, but they do it all the time. Friends, if you're here with us in the house, we are just through game number 8 of the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo scrimmage hosted by Team TARDIS and the Corning Museum of Glass. Match 9 will see RoboVines and the West Fulton Firebots teaming up against Proto and Oncoming Storm. More on that in a little bit as we wait for this score to come in. Often, not always, when the referees are talking this long, there are some maybe more significant fouls that we need to talk about. Want to make sure that we get it all correct. I will note all of this is for fun. These teams have advanced, or some of them have advanced out of the Excelsior region to play in postseason play. Team TARDIS on my right, your right, if you're here in the house. Purple team is headed to the World Championships in April down in Houston, Texas. They'll represent Excelsior there. All right, looks like Lisa is headed. Let's listen for these rules, Peter. What's she got to say? So that's 2 minors here, right? 4 and 1 on this side. Got it. So I was telling my friend Peter here in the front row, majors are 15 points. Red committed 4, so that's 60 plus a minor. That's 65 points that they are donating generously to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance said, hey, we'll help you out too, but it's only going to be 10 points. 2 minors from blue over to red. Teams, you can grab your robots and live when you want to. You can push that final score for match number 8. We'll take a look at it on the big board. Match number 8 goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 241. That's a new high score for this event. It did come from the generous contribution of 65 extra points from red to blue. It would not have changed the outcome of the match. Blue won that outright. When we talk about statistics and scores in First Tech Challenge, we do it in terms of non-penalized points, right? So the raw score that a team earns or an alliance earns on its own. So you can do the math there. That would have been a 170, math is hard, 176, I think, for that Blue Alliance. Did you like that game? Awesome. Have you driven a robot yet today? Excellent. Well, it's good to see you again, buddy. Can I shake your hand? Thank you so much. We'll get you connected with your mom here, and you're locked up, I think. Go ahead and do your breaks, man. And we'll bring you, I'm going to move you backwards if that's okay. And we can go just underneath that. Good to see you again, Peter. Cheers. Thanks so much. So, Mira, let's talk a little bit more about not just the robot game, but the experience in First Tech Challenge in judging and portfolios and things. You have a gentleman behind you, Greg, who knows a thing or two about judging. But could you explain for the audience or people that have just joined us a little bit more about First Tech Challenge? Because it's not just about the robot game. How does it go on game day for us?
Yeah, so if it's a qualifier, which is only 1 day long, we'll have what we call judging in the morning. So the team will go into a room with a panel of judges, around 3 or 4, and we'll basically tell them about our whole season. So not only our robot and our programming, but also our outreach and our connecting with the community as well. So we'll have judging with them, and then once we start qualifiers, judges will actually come around to our pits, which you can see displayed here in the auditorium, and they will continue to ask questions about what they heard in the interview or your portfolio. The portfolio is a 15-page document that it documents your entire season, but it's mainly focused on your robot and your programming. So they'll ask more questions about that and learn more. And then even later in the day, once we finish all our matches, we'll have what we call judged awards. So the judges basically pick who they think the best team is for that award for that day, based on what they heard earlier in the day in not only the judging but also the pit interviews as well.
So we were trying to move match number 9 up. West Fulton is having a power failure right now. So we'll give them a couple minutes, just like we gave some grace and space to TARDIS, and it's 11 blown fuses this morning. Quite a story for the purple team. So we will be making some adjustments here in the 12:30 range or so to let our referees in particular get some lunch in them. Teams we've asked to just kind of cycle to lunch as the day goes on. So appreciate everybody's patience. This match is supposed to start in a couple minutes, but we've built some flex into the schedule, and certainly we can flex with Greg and his upcoming interview with Oncoming Storm. If you're here with us as a guest at the Corning Museum of Glass, we've got robotics experiences spread throughout the museum. There's a 3D printing booth and interpretive display in partnership between TARDIS, the Enderbots, and the Corning Community College Makerspace. John Van Otterloo is up there, the director of CCC's Makerspace, doing some sharing of all things 3D printed. Many of these robots feature 3D printed parts on them. It's a great place for rapid prototyping and quick iteration for teams in the First Tech Challenge and in industry. Speaking of 3D printing, if you are interested in combat robotics, this is what you are, or not what you are seeing on screen, but combat, where robots actually are wanting to destroy each other. There's a guest from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, or WPI, happens to be related to me, but my older son, Graham Simmons, is one of the officers and a member of WPI Combat Robotics. He's out in the auditorium lobby sharing that story. Up on screen here in the auditorium, thanks to our team, Scott and Logan Larrabee up in the booth, we're getting a transfer of this vase to a punty on the left-hand side. They're going to, in a moment, separate the right-hand pipe from now the left-hand pipe, and the transfer of that vessel that they're making. They're going to put a couple drops of water after hitting that with the propane torch. It'll introduce a little bit of thermal shock. And again, this vessel will head to the left-hand side. If you've not seen one of these hot glass shows before, I am not doing this justice at all. The hot glass team and their interpreters there you go, on the transfer. So they'll take that back to the furnace for a little bit of a touch-up and flash, and then probably use some shears or something to take care of that rough edge. We'll get that back on camera. But this is live from the amphitheater as the CMOG celebrates its 75th year of existence. We're so thrilled to be a part of the celebration. FlexRex today and yesterday, this celebration of STEM and robotics this weekend here in Corning, a partnership between 5356 TARDIS and the Corning Museum of Glass. For those of you wondering what's going on with the robot game, we are giving our friends from West Fulton a little bit of time. We're getting a thumbs medium. Tyler says thumbs up. He's thinking optimistically. But they're addressing an electrical issue for the team from up in the Adirondacks, 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. Firebots, that brand comes because many in the West Fulton Firebots family on the team are members of the local volunteer firefighting department up there. Great group of people. They came on the scene. I think last year was their rookie year. It's been wonderful to have them with us here in Excelsior. So you can see here the gaffer on screen is pinching out the end of that vessel. It may be to then apply a pair of shears here to cut a nicer edge. Yes, there they go with the shears. So that glass is so hot that they can cut right through it and get that rough edge off. They're doing a little bit of shaping there as well. As it cools and solidifies, they might take that back to the furnace for another flash and warm it back up. If you're interested in the Hot Glass Show, we've got another opportunity with a robotics-themed artwork coming together. This morning at 10:30, the Hot Glass team put together Rosie the Robot. Rosie the Robot from the Jetsons was created over in the amphitheater this morning, and they've got another show at 3 o'clock this afternoon that they'll have. We're looking. Cool. All right. So West Fulton Firebot has power. And as the coach just said to me, it's getting its clothes back on right now. We are, of course, a family show here. So we'll get the West Fulton Firebot on the floor, joining Proto, Robovines, and Oncoming Storm for match number 9. After this match, Team 6996, Oncoming Storm, will take some time with Judge Advisor Greg Dick for their interview. And we're going to put in a little bit of a hold, probably 20 minutes or so, for our for our referees to get some lunch. All right, West Fulton, we're going to bring them to the stage here shortly. And we see the Hot Glass Show keep on coming back through. Some new, maybe that's a handle or something on this vessel that they just flashed. We'll see what they've got. I love this view into the reheating furnace through this. There we go. Anyhow, back to robots. I could watch that stuff all day. West Fulton, good to see you on the floor. That's 27239. Up in the Catskills, I keep on saying Adirondacks. Thank you for the fact check. They're down in the Catskills. So just west and south of Binghamton? Or east and south of Binghamton? You're east of Binghamton and down under 88. Yeah. Got it. Getting my geography lessons, I said that Suffern was from Westchester County. They're from Rockland County. That's team 7486. And West Fulton down in the Catskills of upstate New York. We've got 4 on the floor. And, for the formal introductions, let's meet these teams. Playing on the Blue Alliance in match number 9, we've got team 6996. It's Oncoming Storm from Penfield, New York. And they are playing with, and make this count, Proto, it's team 17222 from Twin Tiers Christian in Breezeport. They are playing with, as previously noted, Team 27-239. It's the West Fulton Firebots. With one of our more senior teams, 6'9", 5'5". It's the Robovines. And with that, we're looking for a thumbs up, 4 for 4 on initializations, please, one and all. We'll go ahead and spin the field. Olivia, randomize that selection of purple, purple, green, dead on for the obelisk. That helps our robots know what shots they are trying to make. Mira, I'm going to turn Otto over to you, friend, with the call. Let's do match number 9 here at FlexRex. Day 2. Take it away, kid.
In 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Looks like we have 4 bots alive at the beginning of auto. West Fulton Firebots and Robovines both scoring majorly into that red goal. Both going to pick up more artifacts from those set spike marks as Proto continues to shoot into the blue goal, picking up more artifacts as well. Looks like West Fulton has stopped their auto to remain off the line. Looks like Oncoming Storm has finished as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
So that 30-second autonomous period, if you're seeing this for the first time, that was all autonomously controlled, pre-programmed routines built by the students, programmed by the students who also notably built these bots. The model for most of our First Tech Challenge teams is teenagers mentored by coaches and mentors, sometimes engineers, though not always. We get a lot of adults who will say, but I don't know robotics. I couldn't coach a team, and you certainly can. If you want to learn more about how to get involved in First Tech Challenge, there are a number of coaches and mentors in the room who could tell you their own origin story. We get Proto mixing it up with Firebots here on the near side, audience side wall, as Firebots take some shots on the blue goal. Proto makes some adjustment, and Firebots blocks their shooter with the broadside of its fire truck. Looks like we've got a 3D printed part. Looks like it came off of the Oncoming Storm intake there on midfield. We were just talking about 3D printing a minute ago. Close game as we cross the minute mark, 69-54, advantage blue, as, let's see, blue connects with at least 2 more shots. They're into overflow now. Those are worth only 1 point apiece, up and in the goal. We're going to see if the teams empty their gates. Yes, they do. Oncoming Storm decides to clear their ramp. Balls on the ramp are worth more, as Darren Wilson, one of our volunteer refs, takes a green artifact right upside the head. No bonus points for hitting our referees. 27 seconds remain. I'm going to turn it back over to Mira for our endgame call here at the end of match number 9. Mira?
Balls flying everywhere as we enter our endgame period. Teams are allowed to expand up to 32 inches tall in endgame. The goal is to have 2 robots in these red and blue squares you see towards the audience side. Looks like Robovines and Fulton are trying to line up. Looks like Proto and Oncoming Storm as well.
There at the buzzer, Team 6996 had 96 points, but we saw it creep up, but we'll take those off the board. Notably right now, Electric Mayhem Green, who was on yesterday's Winning Alliance, currently sits in the top ranked spot. We do have quite a few qualification matches left to go. We're going to go on a brief lunch break for our referees. As soon as they tabulate these scores, we will push that score and let them get out of the room. We're going to turn Oncoming Storm over to our friend Greg from Upstate. He's going to talk to the kids from Penfield about their robot and their journey this season. So if you guys want to learn a little bit more about this robot right here, we're going to have you guys stick around because they're going to do an interview just there in just a moment. And Storm, if you guys are ready and we have other Oncoming Storm students, Greg, take it over.
Bring your robot, please, guys. Can you put it up there? Okay, I've been starting every session. I'll give you a minute while you come over with a dad joke. What did the teddy bear say when he was offered dessert? No thanks, I'm stuffed. Just okay. Team 6996. I'm going to hand you the mic. Go down the row. Give us your name and what area you're working on the robot.
I am Camden. I work on software and I am the drive coach.
I'm Griffin. I mostly did CAD and design and I drove earlier in the season.
I'm Rylan, and I'm a driver, and I worked on the intake.
I'm Brianna, and I worked on the intake. I'm Caitlin, and I am a programming, and I am human player.
I'm Miles, and I worked on the launcher.
I'm Max, and I worked on the base.
I'm Colin, and I worked on the outtake.
We've been starting most of these interviews with a little more talking about your robot and your software and this and that. I'm going to flip a little bit this time, particularly since you have this nice audience. So when these teams go to a qualifier or when they go to the States or when they go to the Worlds, there's the robot competition, but there's also judged awards. And there's 6 of them in particular that are divided between the machine, the control, innovation, etc., and the other half is team attributes, which is their reach, their sustain, and their connect. Has to do with how they're going to sustain their own program, how they're going to sustain FIRST, how they're going to reach out to STEM professionals, how they're going to bring in people who are not already in FIRST. So I'm really curious about your volunteering for Rage. Is it Raise or Rise Against Hunger? Rise Against Hunger? Can somebody tell me about that?
So Rise Against Hunger is an organization that packages meals for people all over the world that need it. And this year our team went and helped package over 30,000 meals for people in need. We worked in an assembly line to package all those meals, and it's a lot of like rice and vegetables. And we did it for a few hours on a Saturday instead of our regular meeting.
30,000 meals. Over 30,000 meals packed. That's absolutely amazing. So that's outreach. That's helping the community. The other thing you have noted here is your team grew from 13 to 22 this year. Somebody want to explain how that happened? Just people walked in off the street and said, "I want to play robots."
So we do like a lot of outreach events, and we try to like grow our community, and yeah.
I think a big part of it is within our community. We do a lot of events. We go to our homecoming. We have concerts that we go to. So in between breaks, people come and drive our robots and do different activities. We also push for younger kids to get involved in the FLL team. So as they grow up, they'll want to join the FTC and the FRC teams to keep them going through the engineering and just overall FIRST because it's such a great program to be in.
Tell me a little about, I have a note here that you got 3 different awards during the season. Somebody want to mention what they are? Do you remember what they are? It's right here in front of the paper.
We got first place Reach, second place Control, and second place Think.
So what's Reach?
Reach is getting out into our community and contacting them for support in like mentors and ways they can support us.
How about Control? Somebody want to talk about Control? Can you talk about
Yeah.
talk about Control too?
Control is software. It's like how we Caitlin.
It's for all the sensors and things on our robot that help us gather data and help us control our robot a lot better, the Control Award. And it's awarded to the people that find very innovative ways to help their robot run across the field and do things in auto.
Near and dear to my heart, I have judged the Think Award multiple times, including 2 times at Worlds. I have down here that you had a second place in Think Award. Somebody want to explain what's the vehicle that's used mostly for Think Award?
The Think Award is mostly based off of how you set up your portfolio and what's inside your portfolio. It's a lot of, like how you think about the robot and just overall the main, I don't know the word for it, like setup? Yeah, the main setup of everything.
I'm assuming your team and probably all the teams here have their portfolios out in their pits. So if you're visiting us today, drop by, ask to see their portfolios. They're really spectacular, and they show the amazing things that these young people can do. We didn't talk yet much about your robot because we started on the team attributes side. Can someone explain to me what a bore through encoder is?
So a bore-through encoder goes. Sorry, our bore-through encoder goes on our turret, and it measures the data for when the turret is spinning, so that we can get precise and accurate data for where the turret is in matches, and to use in autonomous, so that we can get like accurate shots while we're playing matches.
One of the things you noted, and I don't know if anybody else wrote this up, but it's a big. I think it's a big important item. Is you have separate programs for the red and blue sides. Somebody want to talk about that? It says you have separate auto programs for both the red and the blue side. So depending on what side you're starting on, what alliance, I think. Go ahead.
We have 4 programs. So we have one for the blue small zone, we have one for the red small zone, one for the red large zone, and one for the blue large zone. And each of them are highly adaptable and changeable, so that we can like quickly fix any problems that we have and like make changes very quickly.
When this game was revealed, did you think it's really simple? Pick up balls, shoot them, pick up balls, shoot them. Then you realize you're running into each other all the time, or you're both on alliance. You might both be trying to shoot from the same spot, right? So it's very important to have those multiple programs. Okay, so two last things. Sorry, do you have fun? Yeah. What do you do to celebrate when something goes right, or you do well in an event?
Pancakes. We have a pancake breakfast after each event, just to celebrate. Even if we didn't do that good, we always celebrate our events.
Part of gracious professionalism, right? Being gracious losers, too. Okay, one last shout-outs to mentors, coaches, family members, opponents.
Shout out to our mentors, Mr. Renner, Mr. McKee, Mr. Staub, and yeah. Huh? Mr. Flores, Mr. Summerman. Am I missing anyone? Who? Mr. Skyler, Mr. Shee.
Did I forget anybody?
Mr. Resch and Miss Tyndall.
There you go. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for stopping by and talking. I'm keeping you from your lunch, so round of applause for oncoming storm, and go enjoy your lunch.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to resume matches at 12:45, our ref needs to eat lunch because that's important. Also, as a reminder, everyone down on the floor here needs to have safety glasses on. It's not safe for you if you don't. So if you don't have any or you need to find some, go out to the lobby and there's a table with a Team TARDIS parent and you can borrow some from Team TARDIS.
Friends, we're going to start queuing into match number 10 here in just a couple moments. It's Team Proto, 7486 Suffern, Electric Mayhem Green, and Nukedet, 16854 for match number 10. TARDIS Gorilla, we're going to ask you guys to clear in the next minute or so, please, off of the competition field. Friends in the audience or on the live stream, if you have been wondering where we've been, it was really about feeding those referees. They look like zebras, but don't eat as much. Friends, welcome to the Corning Museum of Glass and our ongoing first Tech Challenge scrimmage here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. Live up on screen, we're getting a stream of our hot glass team here at CMOG. Want to make a couple notes here for people on the floor in the auditorium. Everybody inside, youth, adults, everybody in between, we need glasses on, safety glasses on. That's part of our policy and procedure with First Tech Challenge. You're in the pits and you're near these competition robots. We've got to make sure that everybody's eyes are cared for. Good to see you. We are going to resume match play here with match number 10 on our way to 18. We are halfway home on our qualification matches as teams look to build a resume towards being alliance captains or alliance partners in this afternoon's eliminations. We've got scores for match number 9 that we're going to push at this time. We'll go ahead and take that to the big screen. Match number 9, right before our lunch break, went to the Red Alliance. Match number 9 was played by the Robovines and West Fulton Firebots taking on Proto and Oncoming Storm. The Red Alliance wins with a heap of points contributed by the Blue Alliance. They had 5 majors and a minor. That's where those 80 points and fouls came from. That did change the outcome of the game. Otherwise, Blue would have won it outright. That happens sometimes. That gives our Red Alliance 4 ranking points that will contribute to the team's standings heading into eliminations or this afternoon's best 2 of 3 championship. If you're just joining us on the live stream or here at the Corning Museum of Glass, my name is Mike Simmons. I am one of the live voices in the Excelsior region. I teach over at Corning Painted Post High School just across the street. And it is my pleasure to be one of the coaches of our development team, Team TARDIS 5356. They are our hosts along with the Corning Museum of Glass today. We've been working on this project with CMOG since Thanksgiving. You're seeing a little glimpse of what it's like in the first Tech Challenge for teams that compete in what we call affectionately FTC. First is a global robotics and STEM, competitive robotics and STEM education youth program, quite literally global. We've got teams all over the place, and Europe and Asia and more. FIRST is housed or headquartered in Manchester, New Hampshire, founded there in, I believe, 1991. Consists of 3 divisions of competitive robotics, starting at elementary school with FLL or First Lego League Explore and First Lego League Challenge to upper elementary and middle school teams. Today you are witnessing First Tech Challenge, which is the smaller division of high school teams. We describe it as microwave-sized robots on a 12-by-12 field. The upper division is First Robotics Competition, that is dishwasher-sized robots on a tennis court-sized field. Those games are played 3-on-3, 6 total, and feature some pretty tenacious gameplay and fast bots moving about 35 miles an hour on the open road, as you will, on that tennis court-sized field. The game that you're seeing here with the blue and red goals and these purple and green artifacts, this is called Decode. It is loosely archaeology themed. The entire season, First Age, brought to us by Qualcomm, is archaeology themed. Decode is sponsored by RTX. We want to thank them for their ongoing and generous support of First Tech Challenge and FIRST in general. Most of the teams here today, as our referees come back into the auditorium, most of our teams come from upstate New York's Excelsior region. The Excelsior region is all of New York minus New York City and Long Island. We've got 98 teams this season in Excelsior, and our season has wrapped up. This is, strictly speaking, a postseason event, a scrimmage here just for fun as part of the second day of the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We've never held this event before, FlexRex, again, a partnership with TARDIS and the Corning Museum of Glass. If you're here in the house and you want to let folks know at home, we are streaming out on YouTube, thanks to RoboVines and Tyler Russell and Scott and Logan up in the booth. We're at Excelsior FTC on YouTube or excelsiorny.org/live out on the web. The First Tech Challenge season starts each September with a game drop. The Game Design Committee globally creates a new game about 2 years ahead of time in development so that they can then manufacture and ship the pieces, parts, the artifacts, the goals, and whatnot. So it's quite a bit of lead time for First Tech Challenge to develop these games. Proto, let's see, we've got Suffern out here. We're looking for our friends from NukeDet, please. Hopefully they're in the neighborhood. Just checking in with the NukeDet coach. The kids are on the way. We had taken a break there for our volunteer referees to grab some lunch. Somewhat neglected to put that into the schedule this weekend. We want to take good care of our volunteers. FIRST thrives on the work of volunteers. All of us behind the scenes, aside from really the staff at the mothership in Manchester, New Hampshire, we are all unpaid. If you are a parent, notably with or without engineering or robotics expertise, there can be a role for you in FIRST, anybody 18 or over. Commonly, when we talk about FIRST and robotics with adults, they say, well, I couldn't possibly contribute to a team. I don't know anything about robotics. I'm not an engineer. And simply, that's just not the case. Professionally, I'm a graphic design and journalism teacher at the high school across the street, and I've been coaching robotics for 11 years. And we'd be glad to welcome you into the family. So if you're at all interested in how your students or youth, your kids, can get involved in FIRST, or how you can Team TARDIS just out the outdoor of the auditorium here, would be a great place for you to stop by. Nicole and the other Team TARDIS members on there at the booth would be able to give you more information about getting involved in FIRST. So here comes NukeDet, our orange team. This is the team from Notre Dame High School in Elmira, New York, neighborly to us at this time. You guys are over there on the Blue Alliance. NukeDet takes the field with their 3D printed bot. Yeah, all of you guys can come on right over here, guys. Thanks, Coach. quick change for Nukedet on the Blue Alliance at 16,854. So we're going for green, purple, purple on the obelisk. Green, purple, purple. That's that white triangle at the backfield. So for all you kids here in the front row, some of these robots have cameras on them, and they can see that code, and that tells it what to do out on field. Friends, this is going to be the start of match number 10. I'm going to turn it over to my partner and eldest daughter, Mira, here for the game call. Mira, let's get this game kicked off. Match 10 at FlexRex, day 2. Take it away.
In 3, 2, 1, let's decode. 4 bots alive as our autonomous Electric Mayhem Green getting 1 in the goal, going to pick up those preset artifacts on those spike marks. Proto doing the same over on the Red Alliance, as well as Suffern. They may not have started with any artifacts within their bot, but they sure are making an effective auto and picking those preset ones up.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Crota going back to their human player, picking up another 3 with their human intake. They also have a ground intake as well. Suffern trying to empty that ramp, and they do. Crota getting 2 in from the long shot from the back triangle. Electric Mayhem Green getting another 2 in that blue goal. Nuclear Detonation coming over as well, getting another 2. Nuclear Detonation going over to the plethora of purple and green artifacts over by their alliance.
75-62.
Suffering going
As
over
we
to
approach the 1-minute mark in qualification match number 10, want to say thank you to Lucas, TJ, Braden, the Elliott parents, Nathan over there, our field resetters, getting these artifacts back to our teams. Red starting to pull away a little bit, 20-point advantage, 93-74 to the Red Alliance as a shot from Nukedet, I think that went wide left. They score 2 more down in the blue goal. Mayhem comes back, our team from the Nichols School, here with a wide range of youth outreach activities today. They've come down from their school in Buffalo to be part of FlexRex. They score 1 for 2 there in the blue goal. 30 seconds to go as they crash their gate and bring out some more artifacts on the field. Remember that teams can score bonus points by scoring in a particular configuration. Mayhem Green goes 3 for 3 on that last volley. We are now in endgame. Endgame teams. That means that the blue and red square on the audience side are protected zones. Teams may not make contact with the team of the color that zone belongs to. Mayhem trying to get in with their kickstand. Could we get double kick? Hands down. Let's see what happened there. I'll explain my little sigh there. Oh, then rotated down. It is scored. It was up. They were both up, but I do think I'm going to let Ted make that call. It's not for me. So, sorry, I was yapping at you pretty quickly there. This is kind of neat. I don't think this has happened yet at FlexRex. Both of these robots, green and orange, have kickstands up and under them. And what they were trying to do is split the difference on this blue square. Nuclear Detonation has a center-mounted kickstand. It is up still. Yep, I can get my hands under here on its back wheels and its kickstand. So this one's doing a little bit of a sit-up like that to get its butt off the floor. That earns 10 points for Nuclear Detonation, so nice job, you guys. Mayhem, so close. They have a kickstand that I can see it's just out of the box. They were literally within an inch of pulling this off, and maybe with another practice match between these two, it's hard to see. Everything's under the bot. Things are moving very, very quickly. But beautiful engineering design and really great strategy for these teams to try to pull that, what we would call a double full, right? It could have been 10 points, and then a bonus 10, which we haven't seen yet this weekend. Mira, it looks over on your right like we've got a partial. That one's a little bit more obvious.
I think it's
5 and 5. What? Oh, no partial, because it looks like Suffern might be all the way out. So what's happening now is all of our referees are back here talking. Sometimes we have rules that we break in a big way, and sometimes we have rules that we break in a small way. If we break them in a big way, it's called a major foul, and that means the team that broke the rule sends 15 points to the other team. And a team that breaks a small rule would be a minor foul, and that would send 5 points away to the other team as well. And those fouls can, add up. We'll hear head referee Lisa Russell come out. She might say, 4 minors from the Blue Alliance. And that would be 4 times 5, so 20 points, just as an example. We'll see what happens. Fouls are a big part of this year's game in the Decode season from First Tech Challenge. She's checking in with her referees, Ted, Garrett, Darren, Adam, and Trung back there. We're so grateful for all 6 of our referee volunteers. And here comes the call. Teams, listen in. Hey, clean game. All right, no fouls. Well done.
Doesn't
all right,
happen often, but when it
does. It does not happen very often. So, Olivia, once we're locked there, go ahead and push our screen to the big board here. All right, eyes up, everybody. Let's see which team took that match. It goes to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins with a score of 143 to 122. That tends Suffering, the team from Rockland County, up into 3rd position. Also ups Prota's stock. That's team 17222 from Breezeport, New York. And we're going to announce and queue up the teams for match number 11. We're going to pick up the pace just a little bit since we took that long lunch break. Mira, who are we looking for? Teams and attention in the pits, if we could, as we get this match ready. Who do we got?
On the Red Alliance, we're looking for Enderbots in high voltage. Their opponents on the Blue Alliance will be Mechanical Meltdown and the West Fulton Firebots.
Excellent. And I'm going to invite a special guest, Scott. If you can get a camera on me down here, I would appreciate that. But I've got a friend that I'd like to introduce to everybody in the house. And teams, if I could have your attention in the pits, it's my pleasure to introduce you guys to the Hot Shop director, Eric Meek. Eric, I'm going to give you this microphone. You are somebody who is built into the DNA of the Museum of Glass. I just want to say thank you for all of your support, the creative team's support of FlexRex.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome to see everybody out here today.
It's been incredible. So Team TARDIS worked with your event planners here at CMOG to put the weekend together. Can you tell us a little bit about the Hot Shop in particular? We've had now 3 of 4 specialty shows this weekend.
Yeah, I know. Whenever we have an opportunity to collaborate with folks locally and regionally, it's really cool. And our glassmaking team is always inspired by the energy that's coming in here. So this past fall, we did the Lego weekend and having the FlexRex here too. It's always good when you're a creative person, and the job of our glassmakers is to be creative every day. And sometimes it's really nice to have a jumping off point, to have a theme. And so when we give our creative glassmakers a theme to work with, they just go with it.
So I was literally on the edge of my seat at yesterday's 3 o'clock with Chris. What his last name? Chris
Rochelle.
Chris Rochelle, phenomenal artist. He was working with, I believe, Katie, and their narrator partner there as well, who also went hands-on. Could you give the teams and the coaches and the people on the live stream just a brief sense when you have I don't know if you'd call it a design brief, if that's too formal a word, but when they said, hey, robotics is happening, we're going to do a thing, just what does that look like in the background for you guys, aside from fun?
Well, I think what you see come through if you saw a couple of the demonstrations is just the personality that the different glassmakers bring to it. So we don't put a lot of constraints around it.
Okay.
Like we have a theme, and then we let each individual artist bring their personal experience with that to it. So everybody has a different connection to. Everyone has an image of a robot when you say it in your head, and I think they're just going with that.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday. The early one was like an arm, like industry kind of pouring glass into itself or its base, and then the 1950s robot, and we saw Rosie from the Jetsons this morning. Listen, I don't want to belabor it. We just wanted to say thank you so much for being a partner with us on this. It's been an incredible weekend.
It's mutually beneficial, right? It's awesome to have this energy and all these new faces in the museum. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, teams, coaches, can we have a round of applause for the Hot Shop team here at the Corning Museum of Glass? Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much. Appreciate you sincerely. Take that for you. Thank you, friend. We're going to get on with match number 11 as we pick up the tempo. I'm going to turn it over to Mira for some introductions. We do have 4 on the floor. We're going to keep things moving. What have we got, kid?
Over on the Red Alliance, we have team 5484, the Enderbots. Give it up for the Enderbots. There we go. Their alliance partner, not from Excelsior, but from Pennsylvania, It's 21916, high voltage. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 12833, Mechanical Meltdown. Their alliance partner, 271. Apologies, West Fulton. 27239, West Fulton Firebots.
It's been a long weekend, Mara, here at FLX Tracks at the Corning Museum of Glass. All right, that's match number 11, staged and set. Again, we want to say thank you to our field resetters from Children of Apollo, our regional champions, Finger Lakes Robotics champions heading to Drew University in June. Teams, we're looking for a thumbs up from everybody on initialization. Looking good there. Olivia, go ahead and spin the field for us, friend. Thank you, scorekeeper Olivia. Purple, purple, green. Teams white want to pay attention to that. If teams can score purple, purple, green as you go up the ramp, gets them some bonus points. All right, teams, eyes up, heads ready. Let's get this one kicked off in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. We see 3 bots come alive here in Autonomous. No, 4. High Voltage does come off their launch line, earning their alliance 3 points. Enderbots connects with 2 of their 3 shots with their spring-loaded mechanism. Meanwhile, Mechanical Meltdown goes back with a triple shot. Beautifully done for the team from Watkins Glen. Unfortunately, it pushes West Fulton back onto their launch line. They lose 3 points there, but do go to a full classification ramp for the Blue Alliance coming out of Autonomous. Beautifully done. Major credit to Mechanical Meltdown.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Mira, take the call.
Bots come alive as we go into our driver control period. Enderbots going back to their human player, picking up another 3 with their human intake. They got all 3 into that red ramp. Looks like Mechanical Meltdown is going towards the human player, trying to find another 3. West Fulton Firebots going to Mechanical Meltdown's human player as well. High Voltage trying to play a little bit of defense on Mechanical Meltdown, trying to find their spot in the large triangle. The Enderbots get another 2 into the red ramp as West Fulton lines up to take shots on the blue goal as Mechanical Meltdown partially empties that blue ramp. West Fulton Firebots finish the job completely emptying that blue ramp. Let's see if the Red Alliance will decide to empty their gate as well.
We've now crossed the 1-minute mark. Blue out to a 76-39 advantage in our final minute of gameplay. Again, these robots are now under teleoperated control where the human players are navigating the field and playing on defense and more. Enderbots looking to slide over to their human player Lachlan, going to put in 1, 2, 3 purple artifacts as they line up for shots on the red goal. 1 goes in, 2 goes in, 3 goes in for the team sponsored by Corning Incorporated. Meanwhile, Fulton answers 2 for 3 for theirs into a fully loaded blue classifier. Enderbots back, goes 1 for 3 there. Mechanical Meltdown puts 2 up and they're in overflow, and they start dumping their gate here with 20 seconds to go. Teams choosing to dump their gates late. It's an interesting game call because they can earn those extra points. Mechanical Meltdown lobs up 3, only gets 1 there late. Pushes West Fulton out of the box a little bit. Controllers down for the teams. How about a round of applause for match number 11? So we see referees making a couple of notes. Our penalty refs, Garrett and Darren, will go back to the backfield and confer with the scoring refs to see that they saw what they saw. And we haven't shared in a minute here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We've got robots on the mind. We've got robots in the museum all weekend long. So you could go meet Graham Simmons out in the auditorium lobby. He is an officer with WPI, Worcester Polytechnic Institute's Combat Robotics Club, and he has brought a variety of sizes and forms of combat robots that are literally meant to tear each other apart. It's a completely different family of robotics and competitive robotics, not what you see here on the field where it's cooperative and gracious and how can we win together. Out in the out in the lobby, it's all about destruction, if I'm being honest. Ask him about his robot Seraph. It's got one of the largest blades in its weight class on the entire planet. So you can go check out Graham out there. Up in the West Bridge, we've got our friends from Corning Community College and a few of our FTC students doing some interpretation and education around 3D printing and rapid prototyping. Our friends Electric Mayhem Green have brought a whole suite of their youth outreach programs, and they are offering Super Mario Kart, life size, and more. So Electric Mayhem Green is there with opportunities for you to play life-size Super Mario Kart. Our friends John Gardner, Officer Gardner, and the New York State Troopers bomb disposal bot is up in the admissions lobby as well. 4 minors, says referee Lisa. So 4 minors to the Red Alliance. So a caution to the Enderbots, they have their ground-based grappler that keeps an artifact in there, and then if their human player puts on 3 more, that's 4. And then the Blue Alliance had a clean game, so let's see, Blue will be giving Red 20 points there. And Liv, once we've got that score, go ahead and push it. Pardon me, friends. That'll be match number 11. Goes to the Blue Alliance, and they tried to give away 20 points, but didn't matter. We're gonna update those scores. Those fouls ended up on the wrong side. It should be 158 to 76. We'll update that once Olivia and Lisa have it ready. We'll be back with you guys for match number 12 here in just a moment. Match number 12 is going to see Team TARDIS and the Gorilla Bots. Interesting. They already played together today, but I think that's happening. Against Salt City and the Robovines. That'll be match 12. And at the end of match 12, we've got an interview with the Robovines. That should be, in just a few minutes. We'll see if we can pick up the pace here a little bit on schedule. We're doing just fine as we make our way towards our championship this afternoon. TARDIS, Gorilla, Salt City, and Robovines. We will take you to the field at this time. If you're just joining us, good afternoon and welcome to the Corning Museum of Glass Auditorium, where you are seeing a first Tech Challenge Decode scrimmage. Decode is the name of our game this year. Decode is a game that was launched in September. We see a different game each season in First Tech Challenge as teams strategize, plan, develop proofs of concept and prototypes, fabricate, program, drive, and then refine their robots within the engineering design process, gathering data, looking for opportunities for improvement, and more. The 4 teams you see on the field before you are, at this point, teams that know each other very well. I would have said that a little bit differently back in December, but the team here in the light blue shirt in front of me, team 33513 from Salt City, that's Syracuse, Salt City Robotics, they are a rookie team that have really kind of taken Excelsior by storm and bought into everything that First Tech Challenge has to offer. The robot you see from Salt City is only a little bit like the one that we first saw them put on the field in January. And their iterative design and how they're learning throughout the season is really a testament to that engineering design process at work in the kids' lives. So we've got GorillaBots and TARDIS on the Red Alliance in match number 12. They are sister teams that practice just about 20 feet away from each other at the Corning Robotics facility over in Horseheads, New York. That's your Red Alliance, 5485 and 5356. Over here on my near side, we've got, again, Salt City, 33513, our rookie team here in the field today. And they are partnered with 6955 Robovines from Ballston Spa, New York, a 4-H team up that way. Robovines is widely respected in the Excelsior region and often volunteers on the technical side of things through one of their coaches and mentors, Tyler Russell. And I want to shout out Olivia and Tyler and all of the other Robovine folk who are volunteering here behind the scenes and helping make this opportunity possible here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We've never done this event before. It's a partnership between TARDIS and the Museum of Glass. Looks like we are finally off the field. Looking for initialization from our Red Alliance. Gorilla TARDIS, thumbs up, please. There we go. And from Excellent Salt and Robovines as well. Olivia, excuse me. Olivia, would you please randomize the field? Thank you very much, friend. Green, purple, purple it is. And Mira, let's get into match number 12. Over to you for auto and count off, please.
Blue Alliance, you look like you're ready. Red Alliance, are we ready? Yes? Blue Alliance is ready? Refs, are we ready? All right, in 3, 2, 1, let's play. Looks like we have 4 bots alive. TARDIS immediately starting off with 2 shots in the goal. GorillaBots as well. Robovines and Salt City making quick work of getting their preset artifacts into the blue goal.
Right here. They're yours.
Looks like TARDIS might be having a couple issues with their autonomous. Hopefully they're able to bounce back in teleop. Robovines picking up another 2 before
Drivers, pick
tele.
up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We know TARDIS likes Salt City, but just a little bit too much there on throwing artifacts at them. TARDIS has been going through some electrical issues all weekend long. They're still troubleshooting it. Looks like they're back. They do need to relocalize on the goals, make sure they're pointing in the right direction before they get into it. Their partners, GorillaBots, empty the red classifier, that is, and start scoring goals as TARDIS is looking to get spun up. I do think TARDIS's wiring harness is interfering with its flywheel. Its wiring system is kind of grinding, so the wheel couldn't come up to speed there. Looks like they make a correction there. Meanwhile, Salt City sends 1, 2, 3 toward the blue goal and misses all of them, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the Robovines, their partner, send 2 of 3 down that blue goal, 77-48, as the Blue Alliance starts building a lead. We're still looking for signs of life from TARDIS. Meanwhile, their human player is putting more artifacts down into the loading zone. That's for the Red Alliance. 89-57 as the Blue Alliance continues to build that lead. GorillaBots mixing it up with the rookies from Syracuse. 54-85, that is, comes in next to their partners, puts 3 up and 3 down into the red goal. That'll be worth 9 points to the Red Alliance. Salt City and Gorilla Bots colliding here on the near field. Looks like Salt City's playing some defense on the veterans here, tangling. They're not monkeying around with Gorilla Bots. The rookies throwing their weight around here on their first season here in the Excelsior region. Meanwhile, Robovine sends 3 up, 2 down. Mira, we've got endgame. What do you see?
As we come into our endgame period, teams are allowed to expand up to 32 inches tall. Robovine's going over to the secret tunnel to pick up more. Gorillabots pushes them out of the way. Salt City getting ready for parking, as well as Robovines. Gorillabots lines up in there just on time.
Wow. So congratulations. Congratulations from the Robovine 6955 to their partners Salt City. Appreciation all the way around. And hey, nice job on defense there. That was pretty great. You guys playing right there with Gorilla Bots. TARDIS's electrical issues appear to be continuing. There was a disconnect for them there in Teleop. And like I said, having a little bit of a tough day. Everybody else doing fairly well there, although Salt City did look like they were pushing, shoving a bit, looking for defensive play in lieu of being able to score any goals for the Blue Alliance. That'll set us up for qualification match number 13, but we are going to turn the floor over to Greg Dick, our judge advisor. He's got some friends here from Robovines. Greg, over to you. Take it away.
Here comes another team that I know fairly well. Come on over, Robovines. Robovines. Yoo-hoo. Cow guys. Cow folk. Bring your robot, please. Okay, while they're getting set up, here's a special guest to do a dad joke.
Hey, did you hear the story about the headless robot?
Close to your mouth.
According to the reports, he completely lost his mind.
What about the headless robot? Did you say the answer? I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, he lost his mind. Is everybody here? Oh, here comes the slowpoke. Okay, first of all, what I've been doing to all the teams. I don't know any of you guys at all, do I? Yeah, I just visit you almost weekly. Anyway, do the same thing you do to every other team. I'm going to hand you the mic. Please go down the line and give your name and what you do.
I'm Elizabeth, and I'm on the media and outreach team.
I'm Olivia, and I'm also on the media team.
I'm Ethan. I'm team captain and media lead.
I'm Elizabeth. I am media and programmer.
I'm Grady. I'm builder.
I'm Alex. I'm build and design lead.
I'm Owen. I'm a builder and a driver.
So, Olivia. I was told I had to talk to you first, but I think you can handle this. Would you please tell us about your county-wide outreach program?
What now? Countywide.
You know what it is.
No, I don't.
For the teams and the education.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow. So our countywide outreach program is basically where we get together a bunch of youth from our area, from our county, and they run Lego Spike kits like you would use in First Lego League, and they learn coding and they learn Lego building, and they get to kind of not compete against each other, but challenge each other.
Along those lines, have you guys ever heard of a new FTC team called Error 101? Have they ever visited you?
We absolutely have heard of Error 101. They are our wonderful, I guess you could kind of call them sort of sister team with us now under the 4-H umbrella. It's been really awesome to have them this year as an addition to the 4-H teams.
A small aside about Error 101. Some of the majority of the students on that team went to Worlds last year as an FLL team. While they were there, they went and watched the FRC team, FRC competition, and they came home and said they were scared. So they wanted to do FTC. So that's how that one came around. I think maybe you guys are one of the first with dual intakes. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, so our dual intake system is, the intakes themselves are very similar to most other teams where we ban intakes. However, we take it a step further and have two of them. These two intakes are identical on both sides, and they run a motor that is belted to the main shaft. They're a big improvement from our first robot, actually, which had the motor directly geared to the shaft and meant that our size was a lot smaller. So these ones are a lot bigger. The reason that these are so advantageous is we can kind of keep our robot orientated in one direction and keep shooting that way rather than have what most other robots do, needing a turret to be able to shoot from anywhere on the field. We lock our orientation through intaking from both sides.
I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second. The Ed Lab is open with Suffern Robotics, 7486, and they're doing kind of a middle school-oriented program. So those of you 6th, 7th, 8th graders, things like that, pardon me, RoboVines, I appreciate the flexibility, but they are looking for more students for their activity, kind of a limited time over in the Ed Lab through the gift shop. Just wanted to make...
Hey, can somebody explain that to those who don't?
What is IMU stand? You don't know what IMU stands for? What is it? Do you know what it does?
I can do
Do that. Talk about PIDF.
PIDF stands for Perverted Integral Derivative Feed Forward, and it pretty much controls like corrections on our flywheel. Yeah, on our flywheel. And so if we go too far, it'll correct it, and if we go too low, it'll make sure that we stay in the range that we give it.
I lost my track again. Sorry, guys. I was going to ask something. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask. I know it's been mentioned at least once already today. Can you guys talk a little bit about Stampede and the origin of Stampede? And what does it do? What does it do?
Okay, so Stampede is a my head brain is our custom pathfinding algorithm that we created. Was it 3 years ago? 3 years ago. Because what we noticed was we tried out many different pathfinding algorithms, and none of them really fit for us. Like, for example, Roadrunner, it took a long time to both download and like program it. But we made Stampede. It helps pathfinding, and so it takes, I think, 30 minutes to both download, and it's really quick to program. And so we made it, and we share with other teams for them to use.
So we have shared Stampede and published it to other teams. We currently have over 9 teams using it. Multiple of them are here. And we've connected around the world using Stampede and continue to update it.
Sorry, folks, I keep losing my track of mine. Okay, I guess I'm down to I know what it was. How many times have you built your robot this year? You guys are famous for taking the robot apart and then on the bus to Potsdam, putting it back together in the back of the bus practically.
So we have built our robot twice this year. This one to my right is our first design. It was a great robot. It qualified us for state champs. And it still performed really well up until because we didn't actually run it at Corning, did we? We actually ran this one for all 3 of our qualifiers, and it did really well. We were in the finals of pretty much every qualifier we were at with this robot. But it struggled with high efficiency and being quick on the field. So that's why we built version 2. In years past, when we would have had a problem like this, we would have just taken our first robot, disassembled it, and then tried to build a second one. But learning from our lessons and improving on what we've done before, we decided to instead build a completely separate design that largely resembles the first one, but has some very major changes, like our index are much larger. We adjusted some of our covering so that it's more easy to maintain. And the indexer inside of our robot is much more optimized in its geometry so that we can hold balls better and spin faster. And something we did after our championship was we actually changed our flipper here so that during, we have what we call fast shoot mode, where during teleop, we can just hold the flipper up and then cycle our indexer continuously, and it will actually shoot much, much faster than we were before when we had to individually select slots to shoot the balls.
I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we're a little more casual here than the typical qualifier or official qualifier. I want to tell you guys, and I think it was 2 years ago when you guys were being recognized for control for Stampede. You know how you get that three-line little write-up about the team? So the first line is very vague. It's like, boy, this team was really good on control. Something about finding the right path. This is going leading up to Stampede, right? And the third line, I want you to know they wouldn't let me use because it was something along the lines of, it's no bull. This team knows what they're doing. They didn't like the bull part. I don't know why. I can't understand why. I don't think anybody knows. Okay, you guys have fun? Okay, shout outs. Coaches, mentors, friends, family.
There would be a list so long of people I'd have to mention here that I'm going to say shout out to our coaches, Lisa and Tyler. Shout out to our mentors, Mr. Manthe, who's here with us today, and Mr. Stone, who is not here with us today. My dad, Alex's dad, all the parents. I could go on forever and ever. We have such a long list of people who are amazing for this team, and thank you to all of them.
Thank you, guys. Anything to say, Olivia? No? Thank you, guys. Thanks for visiting. Good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you. Round of applause for RoboVines.
We have some slight technical issues back at Game Admin, so we're going to take a quick pause when we get ready for match 13 here.
So it looks like we've got stage set for a match. Mira, I went out on a little bit of a rock. We're having technical issues. Well, then this is perfect timing. Teams, attention in the pits, as we like to say. I'd like to introduce you to Officer Chris Jones and the I-Core Mini, a bomb disposal bot that we've got. FTC teams, I would encourage you guys to come out here into the midfield if you want to. And Scott, I'm not sure if you can get a camera this low in the pits on Officer Jones and this bot here, but we could put that up on screen as well. Want to say thank you to the New York State Troopers. They've been here, John Gardner and Chris and a couple other representatives from our New York State Troopers. Absolutely, round of applause for our law enforcement guests. They've brought a series of drones and bomb disposal bots, and I saw out at the admissions office this one that's not much bigger than a Nalgene water bottle. What's that one called that can tumble its way through the little guy? Do you know the throwbot? And that's what Officer Gardner did. He just chucked it right on the floor and let it go. So we're up there on screen. This again is the I-Core Mini. I-Core is the manufacturer. Chris was telling me about it. Bomb disposal bot. What other purposes does this have for you as a trooper? Actually, let me get you a microphone. Mira, hit me here. Sorry, we're gonna do the thing, Chris, if that's okay. Put you right on it. He's like, I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but thank you, friend. Go ahead.
You guys really talked me into this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, right out like an ice cream cone, if you would.
The primary uses of this are going into houses that we think that there might be a threat there.
Okay.
It can open doors, go upstairs, utilizing the articulators, and that way we can go in and clear any hazardous areas with the robot. So before we send people in.
And do I understand? May I touch it a little bit? Are these outer tracks? Can they fold and pivot out and change the geometry of the chassis? I think you're about to tell me yes. Yeah, show us right now. There we go. And I've got to assume that could help with rubble, with stairs, with uneven terrain. Is that about right, Chris?
Yes. So putting the articulators out like this gives me a better chance of not rolling it going upstairs
Okay.
or any other obstacle that could tip it over.
So one of the things that all of the teams in the room have access to is sensors to help the robot perform better. I assume I saw earlier on your display there's a camera just here or so?
Yes.
Is that right? What else is in a sensors package? What is this bot capable of in terms of infrared or visual or other sensors so it knows what's going on in the environment around it?
There actually aren't many sensors
Okay.
in it. It's just cameras.
Okay,
So
okay.
there's 6 different cameras.
6 cameras, wow.
1 zooms, but they're also that you can see where you're going or what you would like to pick up.
Does it have a microphone and speaker so you could speak to somebody in distress?
Yes. So
Okay.
there is also a headset where I can talk to people and hear them.
Excellent, excellent. About how old is this technology? Is this pretty state of the art for you guys? Are you looking for a new one, maybe?
This robot is maybe a year and a half old.
Okay.
It is a newer version of the older robots that we have. They have changed them from analog to digital.
Got it.
But other than that, the principles of the Mini have stayed pretty much the same.
Excellent. 1 operator. That's you. Battery life, how long can it go? I'm sure it depends on what it's doing to an extent, but what do we got for an envelope?
If it's sitting somewhere, it could be maybe 6 to 8 hours.
Really?
If
Okay.
it's moving a lot, climbing stairs, picking things up, carrying it, you might get maybe 2 to 3 hours out of it.
I've got one more for you. Excuse me, I want to turn you over to the kids. I see this eye loop there. Can you get a person out of distress if they could be clipped onto that? Is there a load capacity here or not so at all?
It depends on the traction you
Okay.
have, right? Like
Okay.
on this slippery floor,
Yep.
probably not. I would usually use that to pull the robot out of a situation with
Got
a
it.
rope if
Okay.
I needed to.
Got it. Excellent. Excellent. Well, teams, coaches, guests here at the Corning Museum of Glass, first of all, a round of applause for our friends from the State Troopers, Officer Jones. Thank you, Mira. And certainly, teams, if you want to come, Chris is going to be here for a while. The robot was just helping out in the Hot Glass show, and we'll make an appearance there at 3:45 again. But First Tech Challenge teams, game on. This is great outreach for you guys. So please come talk to Chris and meet the Mini, and thank you very much. Appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Go for it. Sounds like we're getting scores from match 12. It's not on any of the boards. Apologies, team and audience members. We're still having some technical issues with our scoring system. So we're waiting for scores from match 12, and we can also not start match 13 until those problems get resolved. Blue and red alliances, you should play rock, paper, scissors. Now we have the scores for match 12 up on the board. We do not have the game animation, but those are the scores. Went to the Blue Alliance. That was Robo Lines and Salt City Robotics. Moving Robo Lines to second place and Salt City up to fifth place. I do believe it is finally time to truly introduce the teams in match 13 as we still struggle through some slight technical issues. And all right, I'm going to really quickly introduce the teams because it's finally working. But over on the Red Alliance, we have 7420 Mecha Spartans and their alliance partner 5484 the Enderbots. Their opponents, who they lost rock, paper, scissors to, is Oncoming Storm 6996 and 12222 Proto. All right, did we already randomize? It's already there. All right, teams, are we ready? Actually, this time. All right, we're gonna start match 13 in 3, 2, 1. Let's play. Looks like we have 4 robots alive as we start the autonomous period, fully pre-programmed by the teams that created these robots. Proto going up to pick those preset artifacts off the spike marks, getting 2 more into the blue goal. Looks like their auto is done. Looks like only Mecha Spartans continues to go through their autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go in our driver control period. Proto goes over to give the robot 3 more artifacts to shoot in that blue goal. Enderbot's doing the same over to the red goal. Looks like Oncoming Storm is trying to find artifacts to pick up. Mecha Spartans shooting 2 more into the red goal. Hearing some communication over here on the Blue Alliance between Mecha Spartan, Oncoming Storm, and Proto. Looks like Oncoming Storm just emptied the ramp. Enderbot's going back to their human player, picking up those artifacts. Mecha Spartan shooting another 2 into the red ramp and then immediately deciding to empty it. Pretty close game. 61 to blue, 51 to red. Let's see what happens in the last 50 or so seconds in this match. Oncoming Storm trying to get their angle on that blue goal, trying to shoot. Going to pick up some more artifacts as well. Looks like Proto's taking some long shots from the small triangle, trying to stay out of the defensive chaos of the large triangle. Looks like the red ramp did get a little bit clogged. Let's see if Mecha Spartans or Enderbots decides to empty it. It will remain like that until they do so. Mecha Spartans just ramming the ramp, trying to empty it. Trying to unclog it. They don't want to empty it because those artifacts will be counted for motif points at the end of the game. Much communication between teams in that last couple seconds on parking. Great job, teams. That was an amazing match. Both the Blue and Red Alliances ended up with 9 artifacts in their ramps at the end of the game. As we start getting towards the last couple matches of qualifications, remember that teams are trying to become either the top 1 or top 2 ranked team at this scrimmage. The top 1 and top 2 ranked team will become alliance captains after around 4 o'clock, and they'll pick another team to be their alliance partner for elims in a best 2 out of 3. The winning alliance will get custom-made trophies from the Hot Glass team that are green and purple on the Decode theme. Head coach Lisa is telling the alliances in that last match about some penalties, I believe. As we look at the scores for that last match, you can see 15 points of fouls going from the Blue Alliance to the Red Alliance. That was a major of a transitive touch in the loading zone, I believe. There was also a minor from Red to Blue for another transitive touch, but instead of the loading zone, it was for a gate zone violation.
We'll take them as fast as we can go.
Looking for Electric Mayhem Green, Nuclear Detonation on the Red Alliance, Mechanical Meltdown, and High Voltage on the Blue Alliance. We will take you now to the field, please. Another note as we wait for our teams from qualification match 14, Oncoming Storm 6996 has a raffle to win a robot arm. If you want to win a robot arm, go see Oncoming Storm in their pit, and you can enter into the raffle.
So friends, if you're just joining us here in the Corning Museum of Glass Auditorium, we want to welcome you to the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We are in day 2 of a celebration of STEM and robotics, competitive robotics, here in the auditorium. FlexRex, as we call it, the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, is a joint venture between local team 5356 TARDIS and the Corning Museum of Glass. We want to say thank you to Regina and Scott and the entire team here at the museum who have made us feel so welcome. They invited us to some creative thinking on how we could put together this weekend, pardon me, friends, and enjoy what we call First Tech Challenge. First Tech Challenge is part of FIRST, a global competitive robotics and youth education program headquartered in Manchester, New Hampshire, founded back in the early 90s. First Tech Challenge, what you see here today, we call this microwave-sized robots on a 12 by 12 field. There are 2 other programs and divisions within FIRST. Shoebox-sized Lego robots on a tabletop, that's FIRST Lego League for elementary school and middle school students. And then FRC, or FIRST Robotics Competition, which is dishwasher-sized robots on essentially a tennis court. And that would be 3 versus 3, 6 spots on the field at a time. What you're seeing today with FTC is 4 robots on the field at a time. We've got 4 on the floor here in our Decode game. That's the name of the game this season. In essence, these robots are flinging these purple and green balls across the field. Red Alliance trying to score on the red goal. That is to stage or audience left. The Red Alliance is on audience left. They're shooting to audience right. And vice versa for the Blue Alliance. We're going to clear our team members off the field here and do what we call an initialization, which is to get the robots in a state of readiness. In First Tech Challenge, the first 30 seconds of the game are autonomous, where the robots are functioning under pre-programmed routes and procedures, trying to earn certain scoring conditions and get points on the board. At the close of autonomous, after that first 30 seconds, teams will go into the tele-operated portion of the game, where drivers pick up their controllers and drive for the next 2 minutes. Our high score today is 227 points. We're looking to best that here in our final 5 qualifiers of the day. We're going to wait for... You're waiting on something? Got it. Thank you. Number plates for Mayhem. Number plates are on their way, so we can identify them as one of our Red Alliance teams. Teams are vying for one of 2 things right now. They're either trying to build a resume as a competitive robot, or they're trying to stake their claim to our first or second Alliance captaincy by being the first or second bot out of qualifiers. Here come the Mayhem red plates for their identification markings. That helps our volunteer referees make sure that the correct bots are scoring on the correct goals at the correct time and from the correct places. So those will slip into the Mayhem bot from the Nichols School in Buffalo, New York. We're going to initialize all the way around. Lisa's helping us move things along. Mayhem is taking care of business over there. Once we go thumbs up, we will randomize the field. That white triangle at the back of the field will indicate to teams how they are trying to score the order of the balls down the ramp. Thumbs up there. Lisa, over to you to randomize. Thank you, scorekeeper Olivia in the backfield. Purple, purple, green is the call, and we're going to move this one right along. I'm going to take the auto call and then turn things over to my daughter Mira for the teleop call. This is match number 14 on our way to 18 in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Electric Mayhem Green pulls back from the red goal. They get one down and in there. Mechanical Meltdown from Watkins Glen, New York, picks up 3 new balls and scores all 3. They are now 6 for 6 in autonomous. A formidable robot from the Finger Lakes area robotics experience. They are now 1 off, so I think they're 8 for 9, and 2 more in, so 11 overall, 10 overall. Awesome autonomous for them. Mayhem Green gets 2 more in right at the buzzer. Early lead for, let's see, Blue, 33 to 27. Mira, take the call.
All 4 bots come alive yet again as we start our driver control teleop period. High Voltage scoring 1 more artifact into the blue goal. Mechanical Meltdown scoring 2 more as well. Electric Mayhem Green just dominating over on the Red Alliance. Looks like the blue ramp is full by now. Looks like High Voltage decides to empty it. Nuclear Detonation trying to find more artifacts from their human player. Electric Mayhem Green getting another 3 into their red goal. Going back to the human player as well. Nuclear Detonation deciding to empty that red ramp, emptying that, and then High Voltage decides that they need more artifacts. They go to their human player. Mechanical Meltdown tries to get in their way as they try to get over to the blue goal to shoot. Looks like they might be trying to empty it once again. Can they do it?
We've got 30 seconds to play. Blue out to just a 10-point lead, 95-90 to 88 now. Red creeping up. We're entering endgame here in 3, 2, 1. Final 20 seconds to play. There's the whistle. Those parking zones, the red and blue square up front, are protected zones at this point. Teams trying to score what are essentially bonus points by parking under certain conditions. Looking for a full park or a partial park in those boxes. 5 points for a partial, 10 points for a full. There is the buzzer, 107 to 103. This could go either way. We see the scores creeping up. We do want to note for the next match, yeah, Olivia, if you can post that next match tally, that would help me. We're going to cue that next match immediately as we're working back to get back on schedule. We want to clear the room at 3 o'clock for the Hot Glass show there. We're looking for Mecha Spartans, West Fulton, Gorilla Bots, and Robovines for match number 15 as we look to get back on schedule. Please come to the field at this time. We're going to cue you guys and get all of that ready. As soon as we've got the scores for this match, we'll post that. We just need you guys nearby, so you're right where you need to be. But when we need you, we're going to take you, all right? Yep, so wrap it up. Be ready to come on over and play. Again, West Fulton, Robovines.
All these robots here being started with the same basic design.
Right here. Appreciate it. So we've got West Fulton, we've got Robovines, and we are looking for Mecha Spartans. We'll take you guys. Oh, they're here. 4 for 4. That's beautiful. Thank you, Tyler. Teams, as you're coming off the field, Please make sure we have all of our artifacts where we need them. The teams are vying for two, I'm going to say, prized trophies here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo Year 1. They were crafted by the Hot Glass team at the Corning Museum of Glass. 2 trophies went out yesterday to Proto and Electric Mayhem Green. They were Alliance 2, and yesterday's winning Alliance, Mechanical Meltdown and Team TARDIS, were the finalist Alliance, second place. We've got 13 teams today from the Excelsior region of New York in the First Tech Challenge. That is all of New York State minus the city and Long Island. We have one team, Hive, from Wellsboro High School in Wellsboro, Pennsylvania, just over the border. So glad to have them. Here comes Lisa Russell with the call for our teams. Lisa, what do you have to say? Three minors on the Blue Alliance. One major on the Red Alliance. So 3 minors, that's 15 points. 1 major, that's 15 points. It's not going to change the outtown. Yep, it's a wash. Teams, pick up your robots, field resetters. We'll get you guys in here. Leave our artifacts, please. And we are going to cue the next match immediately to the field and continue our gameplay with qualification match number 15. If you're with us up in the balcony or here on the floor, welcome. So glad to have you here. Robots, you can take the field. 14, post the scores, Olivia. Match 14, offsetting fouls, 15 to 15. It's going to go to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance wins. Oh, a 2-point game. Excellent. So let's see. Mechmelt goes up into 5th position. Mayhem Green drops down into 7th. We could be seeing some new Alliance captains this afternoon. 150. Yep. 150 to 148 with those offsetting fouls. 15 to 15 does nothing. That right there is as close, almost as close as it comes. We haven't seen, I think, any ties, and I don't think yesterday we had any 1-point games. As the clock strikes 2:07, what you'll see here is our final 4 matches in fairly rapid succession. We will have we're going to do about a 6-minute interview, with the West Fulton team after this game with Judge Advisor Greg Dick. We're going to shorten that up just a little bit so that we can get out our last 3 games. But the West Fulton crew is going to go one-on-one with Greg and tell you a little bit about their robot and season, give you a little bit of insider knowledge about how First Tech Challenge works. All right, teams, let's go ahead and initialize immediately, please. Yep, if you are not on the drive team, you need to get out of the infield. Thank you so much. West Fulton is initialized. Mecha Spartans, are you initialized? Gorilla Bots, are we initialized, please? Caden says yes. Robovines, Ethan, we're yes. Mecha Spartans? Mecha Spartans, are you initialized? Thank you very much. Olivia, spin the field. We're going to keep it pushing. Thank you guys for the tempo. Feels like Utica. It does. We got to get people home by 6 o'clock. All right, friends, that is the stage set for match number 15. I'm going to turn it over to my partner here on the call. Mira, get us started.
All righty. In 3, 2, 1, let's play. Yet again, 4 bots live. We've seen all these robots be quite accurate in their autonomous all day long. West Fulton and Robovines both choosing to pick up more artifacts. Looks like Robovine's autonomous has been completed. I'm getting artifacts shot at me by gorilla bots. Hopefully they're able to recover once we get into telly.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We just wanted the audience to get in on the action here with some balls. Those came right at you, buddy. All right, we are in teleop now. That means that the robots are under driver control by our human players. Robovine's tangling here with the West Fulton Firebots. That's blue versus red. Speaking of red, the Gorilla Bots goes 1, 2, 3, and they go 0 for 3 into the Blue Alliance. That's our red team from Corning Robotics, locally here at the Corning Robotics Club. The Blue Alliance just went 3 for 5 on their shots. Mecha Spartans gets 1 up, comes just short with their wooden paneled bot with the rubber band intake. We're taking a shot on Ted the referee over there as the West Fulton human player tucks 3 into the base of the robot. 1, 2, 3 there. 1, 2, 3 up and 2 for 3 for West Fulton. We're at 114 with the Blue Alliance out ahead just a little bit, 76 to 58 at this time. Somebody just took a shot on head referee Lisa. It's not worth anything. We love her. So more artifacts up and in. Gorilla Bots sends, I think, 2 for 3 there as they crash the gate on the blue goal. Mecha Spartans looking to get something started with that purple artifact that they have on board. 94 to 68. Gorilla Bots tangles with Mecha Spartans just there a little bit. Mira, 45 seconds to go. Over to you.
Robovines heading back to their human player, giving them 3 more artifacts. West Fulton taking some long shots, just like Robovines. Gorilla Bots is heading to empty the blue ramp, trying to pick up those artifacts. Mecha Spartans, they get 1 more into that red ramp. Will they empty it before endgame? Endgame, teams, endgame. Teams are going to start trying to line up in their base zones. Looks like Mecha Spartans is on the way. Sounds like Gorilla Bots accidentally emptied the ramp.
And that's the game. 149 to 72. Looks like the Blue Alliance of Gorilla Bots and Robovines basically doubled up on the Red Alliance. Strong gameplay. High fives over in the red box. We are going to take the Enderbots, Salt City, TARDIS, and Proto to queue here on the left-hand side from audience perspective. We're going to turn West Fulton over to Greg Dick for a conversation. West Fulton, if you guys would come over, I'll bring your robot to you. But Greg, you can take it away. We're going to go about 6 minutes here, if we would, friend. Thank you. We'll bring you the robot.
6 minutes. So if we run out of questions, should I tap dance? Wait a minute. Did you just run with them? Did you just run with them? Put the jacket back on. If you ran with them, you should be in their thing. Okay, so welcome, West Fulton Firebots. I remember meeting you guys, your second-year team, yes? I remember meeting you guys last year at the kickoff at the 4-H in Saratoga. It's been great watching your guys' development over that year. So I'm going to pass along. Oh, I'm sorry. First of all, Grace is going to do another, they're all bad, dad joke for us.
A robot walks into a bar and says he needs to loosen up, so the bartender hands him a screwdriver.
Out of curiosity, do you know what a screwdriver is? do you know what a screwdriver is? I know what a screwdriver is, right? But screwdriver is I think a vodka drink. Anyway, okay, so let's go down the line, introduce yourselves, and tell us what you do.
My name is Grace. I'm the team photographer, and I'm on the graphic design team.
Hi, I'm Cam. I'm the team captain, and I am also on the portfolio team.
I'm Caleb. I am the head engineer and lead driver.
I'm Desiree, and I'm part of the design team and also work with portfolio.
I'm Elizabeth, and I'm a Robovines member, honorary Firebot.
Imposter. Okay, so talk us through about how your robot changed during the decode season. Talks about your being hand fed and then turned into a dual intake, right? Who'd like to cover that?
So at the beginning of this season, we started off by building a simple top feed robot that could launch 3 balls. We then qualified like in our first competition with that one and set our eyes on making a new bot. So the new bot has dual side intakes, a spin dexter in the center, and an adjustable hood with dual flywheels. This allows us to be able to score more than 3 balls during auto, and at this point we were up to being able to score 9 balls during auto.
Thank you, thank you. Tell us a little bit about your outreach then. Who covered your outreach?
Can you repeat your question?
Sorry?
I can't.
Outreach. How you reach to the community, mentors, things like that.
So this season, I've actually coordinated a couple of outreach events, or attempted to, such as we actually Friday morning, we did a presentation in the Gilboa Conesville School. This was prompted when I emailed every school in the county. So last season, we also spent 60 plus hours at the Schoharie County Sunshine Fair. We also spent about 60 hours at a sea perch day camp at the New York State Power Authority Visitor Center in Gilboa, New York. We have also done several day events there.
Very good, thank you. I'm curious, how do you? Oh, geez, that's my room key. How do you recruit new members?
So I'm a new member today. I think it was about 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, I think. I got.
How long have you been with the team now?
2 hours, a very long time. And so I pretty much just got pushed into it, and then they were like, "Hey, we need a second driver," and I was like, "Sure." It was awesome.
What's that part of? Gracious GP.
Gracious professionalism.
Tell them what that's part of.
I'm also a new member this year, and I joined actually through the Schoharie County Fair, and I saw this cool setup, and actually I think I saw Caleb there, and he was driving around one of the robots. I don't remember which season it was from, but it was a really cool setup, and I was really interested, so I signed up and came to the kickoff party, and I've been here since September, so... Yes, more than 2 hours, guys.
How'd they bring you up? Did you have an interest in building and coding, or what, or everything? And how'd that work? How'd they bring you along?
I actually have a lot of interest in the designing aspect. In collaboration with Grace, me and her painted the robot to make it look like a fire truck, which was really cool. I also have done a lot of work with Cam with the portfolio, which has also been super fun. I also like driving the robot. That's also pretty cool.
Thanks. So tell us a little bit about your robot. I know what it is too. So you another thing I think you noted is you just started learning Java this year. Is that correct? So you're kind of half between Java and half block, right?
So we started out our season using a completely blocks code, which is similar to like a program such as Scratch. We ran our first 2 competitions using solely blocks coding, and then for our, did we figure out block? When did we figure out Stampede?
We figured out Stampede before you.
Okay, we ran for our first 3 competitions all blocks, and then for Utica qualifier regionals, we wanted to do something special, and we wanted to step it up a notch. So in partnership with RoboVines, we used their Stampede code, and we ran our first ever Java autonomous. Our first rendition ran 3 to 6 balls. Now we're up to an effective 9.
You also noted on the write-up for me that something about your adjustable hood, that what you're most proud of your innovation. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So the adjustable hood on our bot allows us to vary the angle of the shots. So we can adjust it back if we want to just have it shoot more up in the air and drop in. So along with lowering power of the flywheels, lowering and raising, it allows us to have more accurate shots from close and far.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Did you guys mention your STEM camp? Was that? Can you talk about that?
I believe the STEM camp you're referring to is the Sea Perch Summer Camp, which I'll talk about again. So Sea Perch is an underwater style robotics course which teaches things like soldering and circuits and very basic bot controls. Basically in Sea Perch they spent a week designing and practicing with these bots, and then they competed on the final day of the camp.
I missed something. Was Sea Perch the camp or Sea Perch the robot? A Sea Perch style event. Okay, got that. Okay, so you guys had a lot of fun doing robotics. How do you celebrate? Wait, I want to hold on a second. How does this team celebrate, Elizabeth? You've been a member for 2 hours. How do they celebrate?
They high five.
In my experience, usually after competitions, we go out for Chinese food. So, I mean, that's like, I love Chinese food, so I think that's a great way to celebrate.
You've only been on for 2 hours, and you forgot that already, huh? Yeah, okay, one last thing before we do shout-outs. You've heard, like, the Kirk or Picard type question, right? Kirk or Picard? You know, Kirk or Picard, the Star Trek? Here's an even better question. Buckskin or Wabika?
Buckskin.
We're also involved in scouting here. Okay, shout-outs, guys. Friends, family, coaches, your opponents.
So I'll give a shout out to our coaches, Bruce and Amber. Bruce first. If we don't know how to build something or code something, Bruce first learns how to do it in order to help us implement it by teaching us how to do it while he learns. Amber helps us with our portfolio and our graphic design segment of the team. And this year we've had a parent, Eric, who's also come along as kind of a coding mentor / just hand in the pit. Another shout out is to RoboVine and especially their Stampede tech support. If we can't figure out how to do it, and we can't figure out how to solve it over email, we'll just go there.
I also want to shout out our honorary RoboVines member.
Just curious, anybody help you with your portfolio?
Greg helped us with our portfolio and our judges' presentation.
Thank you, everybody. Let's hear it for the West Fulton Firebots.
Thank you, West Fulton. We're going to get
And
right
Elizabeth.
into match number 16. We go 16, 17, 18 to clear the room in time for that 3 o'clock hot glass show. We're going to bring you these matches in rapid succession. This is team's last opportunity to punch their ticket into the finals. That'll be a best of two of three series with 2 alliances, captained by our number 1 and number 2 overall seeds today. To move things along, we're looking for initialization from Salt City, thumbs up. From Enderbots, thumbs up on the Red Alliance. On the Blue Alliance, initialization from Team Proto, thumbs up, looking good. And TARDIS coming in here at the clock. They are getting their bot in a state of readiness. Initialize. Let's go ahead and randomize the field, Olivia. We'll spin that. Thank you very much. Purple, purple, green gets us going. And if you are brand new to today's event, thank you guys for coming. This is the Decode game. This is match number 16. Teams, eyes up, lock in. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's play Decode. This is the autonomous phase. The robots are driving by themselves. The Blue Alliance goes 6 for 6, although I think they got a bad bounce out of the goal. TARDIS goes 1 for 3 on that second volley. Their green indicator light saying they've got 3 more balls. And they score them all. Well done. The purple team has struggled today, frankly, with their electronic system. Nice to see them healthy here. Proto, their partner, idle. Salt City has come off the leave line, as has Enderbots. Enderbots did not score there in autonomous. Looks like
3, 2, 1.
Looks like they have 2 or 3 more artifacts there residually in. TARDIS's, maybe I spoke too soon. Looks like they've got another disconnect on their hands. Their control system has been off all day long. Proto from Twin Tiers Christian goes 1 for 3 to the blue goal. Salt City and Enderbots coming over here to harvest artifacts on the blue human player zone. That's the loading zone. TARDIS comes alive. Hey-oh, good to see them. 4 on the floor. Let's play this Decode game. 64-11, it looks like, in the early going. Red Alliance looking to get something started. TARDIS locks in on the Blue Alliance. Salt City communicating here. Mira, a little bit vociferously. Over to you with 1 minute and 10 to go, friend. What have we got? Mira?
Looks like Enderbot's trying to get an angle on that red goal. They're a little bit squished between Tardis and Salt City as they're also trying to get to their spot. Lots of defense in this game. We've seen it all season long. Salt City gets another one into that red goal. Tardis goes and picks up another couple off the wall. Crota coming over to the human player, getting another 2 artifacts off the wall. Tardis emptying the blue ramp. Salt City going back to the human player, getting another 3 artifacts. Blue is pulling away in this match. Looks like 109-20.
That's endgame, the final 20 seconds. Blue with a commanding lead, at least to the eyes. I'm not sure if that's our scoring system running a little amiss. Right here, Gavin. Thank you, friend. We appreciate all of our field resetters and volunteers behind the scenes. 118-20 as we come down to the finals moments of match number 16. That was a crazy one. Good game. lot of urgency. One of the most fully played games for Tardis today. High fives with their friends Proto. I think that was a frustrating one for our friends from Salt City. It's been a little bit of a long day there. Deep breaths all the way around. This is a scrimmage. We're having a good time. We are. The kids want to compete well, and we can certainly appreciate and understand that. That was match number 16. Olivia, if we can push the roll for match 17 for the next one, we can cue those teams. I know Mayhem Green is in the mix. Thank you, kiddo. Suffern, Oncoming Storm, Mayhem, and Mech Melt. It's Mayhemic Meltdown on the Blue Alliance here in what will probably be about 5 minutes from now. But we can cue those teams. We've got Suffern. You guys can get right in here. Mech Melt and who else is that? Here. Mech Melt and Mayhem and Suffern and Oncoming Storm is who we're looking for. 6996. Come on into the infield, please. Thank you, Tyler.
This is from last match.
Last match's score. Oh, did we never post it?
Yep.
Hey, So let's talk about fouls, shall we? So that is for the FTC heads in the building. That's some fouls.
What?
I'm not sure how we didn't report
was...
that score. I think we were moving quickly. Oh, this was because of the interview. So quite a bit there from blue to red. 12 majors for the First Tech Challenge crew. 12 majors from blue to red. They opened a gate and shot away from the goals as well. That's just part of the game, unfortunately. Makes for a fun score to talk about, though. 272, the event high score.
Indeed.
Statistically, we wouldn't be concerned with that, though we're only concerned with the raw score. Unfortunately, that means that blue did give that away. But that happens sometimes. So that was match 15. We just played 16, and we are ready for 17. Go ahead, Lisa Russell. Red or blue? Blue. 3 minors on blue.
It's really confusing this year. Teams stand across.
Three. Go. So against red. Yep. Okay. Okay.
And we have 3 minors over here for the secret tunnel.
So it looks like the fouls swing in favor of blue. Let's go lock that score, and we can see it up on the screen. We're going to bring you guys off field and quick change to 17. We know that was a frustrating game for our friends on the Red Alliance. Go ahead, Olivia, if you've got that. We'll take 16 to the big board. And everybody, fans, if you guys would please watch out behind you. We've got robots coming through. Olivia, if that is locked, we'll take it, and if not, we can wait. Storm is red, Suffern is red. Mayhem and Mechmelt are blue for match number 17. Friends in the hall, we've got just about a half an hour, maybe 25 minutes to get 2 matches in. We're going to do these in pretty rapid succession. The goal, if you are here with us in the auditorium, is to leave from here. And here's the score from match number 16. We'll get back to that in a second. 16, yes, goes to the Blue Alliance. That was Proto and TARDIS. 180 to 54, a pretty decisive win there. Increases TARDIS's stock and maintains Proto in the number 2
They
position.
also got all 6 ranking points.
And they got all 6 ranking points as well. Good point there. Thank you very much. 180 to 54. All right. Now, if you're here in the front row with us in the auditorium, you see our 4 teams taking the field. You can check it out on the big screen up there. Teams start touching these big white triangles, and during autonomous, if they leave the triangles, they get 3 points each. The mechanical meltdown robot will end up over here by the blue goal in just a moment. But we've got oncoming storm and mayhem green here with me up on camera. You can see just there. If they come off this white triangle, they earn 3 points apiece. Off the back triangle, they earn 3 points apiece, and that can contribute to what we call the move ranking point. There are kind of side quests that exist in the scoring of the games this season. The artifacts, the green and the purple balls, are worth 3 points apiece if they come through the goal, through the square, and come to rest on the ramp. If we're in an overflow state with a full ramp, they're worth 1 point apiece. And then there are various parking conditions and late game scoring things that can happen as well. These are going to be our final 2 matches of FlexRex Day 2. Currently, Suffern, Team 7486, we can get them off the practice field if we need to hustle it along. We're missing some artifacts, teams. When you guys leave the field, please make sure that we have everything we need. We need some purple artifacts, Gorilla Bots or TARDIS. Get us some purple artifacts from the practice field, please. We need purples from the field, Caden. Thank you, Coach. And again, teams, attention in the pits. If you have artifacts that are not yours, we would appreciate you doing a head count and getting those back to us. Let's go ahead and initialize as fast as possible, please, teams. Thank you. Suffern, currently our number 1 ranked team. Proto, number 2. If the game's stopped right now, that would make them Alliance captains. They were going to pick a partner to play with in our best 2 of 3 championship. All right, teams, you know what to do. Let's initialize. We're looking for a thumbs up from everybody. Mayhem Meltdown, double thumbs up. Thumbs down from Mayhem, from you guys good? Suffern's down, oncoming storms up. All right, we are halfway ready. All right, we've got it. Suffern, take a deep breath. We're good. We're all right. Awesome. All right, 4 on the floor. Lisa, let's spin the field. And it is purple, purple, green that we're trying to score on the ramp. All right. Here comes qualification match. Teams, eyes up. Number 17 in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Autonomous starts with 3 of our robots coming alive. We see oncoming storm shoot 2. They get a bad bounce in and out of the red goal, but do score 2 of the 3 that they attempted. Oh, there was contact between oncoming storm and Electric Mayhem. I think Storm was in violation there of the half field line, encroaching just a little bit. Mechmelt They have a full rack and ramp on the blue side. They've got 10th and 11 artifacts into overflow.
Drivers,
Everybody
pick
earns
up
the
your
move point.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And here comes Teleop. Mechmelt crashes the gate, emptying the blue classification ramp. Suffering comes in on the far side field, tries to orient, picks up with their active intake, orients on the red goal, and they are going to shoot. Let's see. Orienting. They're trying to get an eyeball on that red goal. There we go. 1, 2 comes up short. 3 comes up short. Mechmelt, meanwhile, 1, 2, 3 up and in, goes 2 for 3. Oncoming Storm. They've got 1 in their active intake on the floor. Their flywheel is spun up, but I'm not sure if they know what direction they're pointing. Oncoming Storm looking like they're having some issues. They've got 3 artifacts there. Their flywheel is up to speed. 1 goes up and in. 2 comes short. 3 up and in. 2 for 3 for the Red Alliance team. Meanwhile, from the Nichols School, team 12736, that's Electric Mayhem Green. Orients shoots 3 wide right of the blue goal. 0 for 3 there for the team from Buffalo. They make quick work of grappling 3 more. Come in on Mechanical Meltdown, looking for 1, 2. They go 1 for 3 on their second volley. Suffering back with their 3D printed black turret, orienting on the red goal. Meanwhile, Mechmelt goes 0 for 2. Suffering gets 1 up and in, but again, 2 bad bounces in a row for the team from Rockland County, unfortunately. Mechmelt coming in, scooping up 3 from the blue secret tunnel. Oncoming Storm here in the midfield. Balls going every which way. We've got an advantage to blue, 95 to 48 with 36 seconds to go. Mayhem goes 1 for 3. Mechmelt from the far shooting zone. 1 in, 1 wide. Can they get 1 more up and in? No, they go too long. Oncoming Storm, a green artifact down the red classification ramp. 20 seconds to go. Here comes Endgame with the protected zones in base. Look at the red and blue. Nice job, Mechmelt. 3 for 3. Well done. Green artifact up and over for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance making contact. They're going to their bases. Red Alliance going. We've got 6 seconds left. Mechanical Mayhem, that is, comes in. Mechmelt looking to get a toe in the box. Well done for a full partial for that Blue Alliance. What a match. 129 to 60 as we come down to 0. I'm going to catch my breath here for a second. We're going to queue up Mecha Spartans, Hive Voltage, the Enderbots, and Salt City for our final qualification match of the day. That's a quick rotation for the kids excuse me, from Syracuse. Salt City just came off the court, and they're coming right back in and queuing for match number 18. Wow, what a match. What a match that was at match number 17. Now, let's see, with Proto and Suffern, it looked like in the raw, please pardon me, in the raw, Suffern was behind on the Red Alliance versus the Blue Alliance, a strong opposition from Electric Mayhem and Mechanical Meltdown. Suffern currently in first position as an Alliance captain. A loss could pitch that over and knock them down in the standings. We're looking for our number 1 and number 2 teams, and with the teams that we have on deck, we could see quite a bit of churn up in the upper ranks. Lisa says, here's the score. During Autonomous, they crossed over, yep. Two minors. So a major and a minor and 2 minors. So that'll be 20 points given to the red and, given to blue. And blue is going to give 10 to red. As soon as we get that score locked in, you'll see that reflected in the foul points. Here we are. Here's the results from match number 17. Let's see what it does to the standings. Blue Alliance does win, and that takes, oh, wow, look at this. So now yesterday's Alliance 1 captain, Mechanical Meltdown, is in second position. Unfortunately, Suffern drops from first to fifth. We don't have a lot of teams here at FlexRex 26, so there's a lot of churn when you lose, and that's just the way the game is played. We're so thankful to have the teams here that we do, but we will take the Enderbots, Salt City, Mecha Spartans, and Hive High Voltage to the field for our final qualification match of the day. And we will invite all of you to join us over in the amphitheater for the 3 o'clock show. Scott and our friends in the booth, are we going to get thumbs up? Will we see that show here as well? Thank you very much. Will it have audio? Excellent. So if you want, as a coach or mentor or a team, to stay here and see that please forgive me with that cough, our 3 o'clock show from the Corning Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. That show will be broadcast, streamed live here in the auditorium. Mecha Spartans, High Voltage, Enderbots, and Salt City. Got it. We'll bring you guys right to the field. Hive, come on out. We know you guys all just played. We need more teams next year. That'll give everybody a little bit more downtime. Everybody in the room today, all you coaches, mentors, teams, we would hope you'd be interested in coming back next year should we do this again. We're looking forward to continuing the partnership with the Corning Museum of Glass. They've given generously of their event planning team, their expertise, and their personnel and volunteers and entire facility in helping bring this event to life. First of its kind in the Southern Tier, this celebration of robotics and STEM at the world's premier glass museum. The Corning Museum of Glass sees really all of its mission as aligned with STEAM, science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math. The perfect nexus of all of those disciplines coming together, and certainly in service to robotics as on display this weekend. Perfect opportunity to celebrate these students in the first Tech Challenge season, the Decode season, brought to us by RTX. Team TARDIS, Solar Flare, Mob, and Scarsdale, the Robo Raiders, are the 4 teams advancing from upstate New York to represent our Excelsior region at the first World Championships in Houston, Texas, later in April. Are we? Yeah, we are missing some artifacts yet again. I'm not sure if you teams are hungry. All right, that was misinformation. I apologize. No, I think we're okay. I apologize, friends. No alarm. So again, the first World Championship will be at the George R. Brown Convention Center down there in Houston, Texas, bringing together 336, if you can imagine it, of these teams. That's 6 divisions of 56 for 2.5 days of gameplay. First Tech Challenge globally, our teams number up in the 8,000s this season, if you can believe it. That would be a very long scrimmage, 8,000 teams. Oh my God. You want a lunch break? No, okay. Very good. There you go. We do want to say thank you to Lisa Russell to my left here, Ted, Garrett, Darren, Adam, and Trung, our referees, our volunteer referees all weekend long. Corey was with us yesterday as well. Yes, we appreciate it. Teams, we're looking for initialization. Can we get thumbs up, Mecha and Hive? Excellent. Hive, welcome again. So glad to have you guys here with us from Wellsboro. You guys look good as well. Olivia, welcome back. Let's go ahead just in time. Spin the field for us, friend. We've got green, purple, green. All right, friends, this is our last qualification match of the event. Mira, I'm going to turn it out to you to shout out and get us through auto. What do you got, kid?
All righty. In 3, 2, 1, let's play. Looks like we have 3 bots alive. Hopefully Salt City has an auto. Looks like Enderbots has finished their auto as well as High Voltage. Looks like Mecha Spartans continues to shoot from those preset artifacts at the beginning of each match. Seems like we're done for autonomous. Now we're going to transition to our driver control period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We see Salt City come alive for the first time in this match. They get one in the goal. They go back to their human player. Enderbots also goes back to their human player. Looks like Mecha Spartan's trying to take some long shots from the small triangle. High voltage going to the Mecha Spartan human player as well. Salt City continuing to cycle between that blue goal and their human player as well. Early game lead, red is 35, blue is 25. Let's see if blue can make up those points in the rest of this match. Looks like Enderbot's number plate is starting to fall off a little bit. Hopefully they can hang on to it for the rest of the match.
We're seeing 2 human players over here on the Blue Alliance. Haven't seen too much of that this season. Wonderful to see the cooperation between Salt City.
Looks like the blue gate is full. Enderbot's choosing to empty it. Looks like there's an artifact that got wedged under the exit of that blue ramp.
Off comes the Enderbot's side plate, leaving a little bit there on the field. We know who they are. 41 seconds to play. Salt City again playing some strong defense there with Hive. Hive fully loaded with 3 purple artifacts. That's 21916. They go 2 in on a favorable edge bounce off there. Right back to me. There you go. 50-41. Close game. This could go on fouls or parking here. We'll see if Salt City puts down at base plate or not for Enderbots. We know, yeah, it looks like they're trying to do it, but I hear some clicking there from their servos. They have a new parking system that I don't think Salt City was able to deploy there. Mecha Spartans up on their kickstand. Hey, friends, how about a round of applause for all of these teams here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo? That takes us to the end of qualifications. Here's what we're going to do. If you are a team member, an audience member, a coach, or a mentor, if you want to head for the Hot Glass Amphitheater, we are going to get our 4th and final robotics themed hot glass show. We have seen an industrial robot crafted out of glass. We have seen a 1950s wind-up Danger Will Robinson robot out of glass. We have seen Rosie the maid from the Jetsons made out of glass this morning. Who knows what is about to happen over in the hot shop? If you depart the auditorium, stay at ground level. By turning right, you will walk right into a black wall, down a white hallway, turn left. That's the hot glass shop. There are bleachers there for your enjoyment. Here comes Lisa Russell. More than too many. I like that. High fives. High fives. Nice job. There you go, kid. Nice job. Yeah, good partnership. Cool. Nearly a clean match. Nice way to finish the day. Let's post that score. And if you are going to stay here, sorry, Garrett, in the theater, Scott's going to push the Hot Glass Show live with audio to the screen. So you're welcome to stay here and relax. Red Alliance wins. That goes to Mecha Spartans and High Voltage. 90 to 70. And as we look at it, I think we've got some familiar faces at the top of the standings. I believe I'm right in saying, wasn't it, is this just like yesterday? Somebody can fact check me. Proto is our number 1 team, and MechMelt is our number 2 team. So Proto, MechMelt, and then Mayhem Green heads up to our friends from the Nichols School. You guys should be ready with some decisions on Alliance picks. We plan to do that right around 3:45. For our FTC friends, it is going to be a very abbreviated Alliance selection, and we're going to go from there and do a best 2 out of 3. We'll be back on the live stream at about 3:45, friends. Thank you very much. We'll see you then. And again, friends, here in the theater, we are just about 5 minutes or so from the fourth and final robotics themed hot glass show. We will put that through here up on screen with audio, but if you want to go see it in person, that would be in the hot shop here, just a little bit further, just about 5 minutes from now or so. And once again, our gameplay, we hope to resume right around 3:45 with our 2 Alliance selection and our best 2 out of 3 championship. Thank you.
This right here, this is our reheating chamber. Our reheating chamber also runs at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just meant to reheat the glass that we already have on the end of the pipe. There's no glass inside of that furnace, just reheats our glass that we already have. So we're going to use that pretty frequently throughout this demonstration. Our glass has a working time of about a minute, and then as we continue, that working time will decrease to more like 30, 45 seconds. So we'll be using that every minute or so to get more heat with the glass, make sure it continues moving, but also to make sure we prevent any thermal shock. So as glass heats up, it expands, and as glass cools down, it contracts. That expansion and contraction causes quite a bit of stress. Too much stress will result in thermal shock, the glass cracking, breaking, or exploding on the end of the blowpipe. We definitely don't want that. So there's a lot that Helen has to think about throughout this process. She's very focused on the design of the piece, but also the integrity of the piece, not letting it get too cold or too hot. Right now, she's creating a little constriction line at the head of the pipe. We put that on every single piece we make, whether we're making a vessel, a vase, a bowl, a plate, or a robot sculpture. We need to make sure there's a way to remove it from the blowpipe. You've probably seen in our galleries there's plenty of pieces made of glass, and none of them have blowpipes attached to them. And that is because of that jack line, so that we can release it from that blowpipe. So that's a weak point, just like the score mark on a chocolate bar, and we will eventually use that to break the glass. The colors we have out here on our table, we have a gray and a black for our robot. Now, right now it looks orange. That's because it's just so hot. Any color or anything at this temperature really emits its own light, glows nice bright orange. So we won't see the true colors until a little bit later in this demonstration. Before we put this away, we'll get a sneak peek as to what those colors are going to look like. This tool that Helen is using in her hand right here, this is newspaper. That's all it is, 7 to 10 sheets, folded up, soaked in water for about 10 minutes at the beginning of the week, and then that tool is good for a week. After a week, we need to remake the newspaper because that newspaper, it doesn't get burned up too much, but it does get soggy and start to fall apart. But it is one of our favorite tools because it's very inexpensive, and it's the closest we can get to putting our hand on the surface of the glass. So we really love that tool, and we'll use it quite a bit during this demonstration. A little bit more heat, and then we'll shape this up a little bit further. Helen has attached a little tube to the end of the blowpipe. That tube connects to a foot pedal, and whenever she presses on that foot pedal, it delivers about 1 to 2 pounds of air pressure into the pipe. That's only enough to blow out a birthday candle, so it doesn't take much inflation to inflate the glass. We make sure the bottom of that is nice and flat. Helen is grabbing another tool here. Michael's giving her some assistance. Going to take care of this for a second. And then we're going to, I think we're going to flatten this piece. We'll see. She's got 2 cork paddles. We like to use cork on the glass when it's a little bit colder than when it first comes out of the furnace. It's a lot gentler on the surface of the glass. So she's going to use those paddles. And there we go. We'll just squeeze it a little bit. Just flattening it on either side. Not too much. And then making sure the bottom stays flat as well. Square it out on the other sides. And then before too long, Michael's going to have to head back into that reheating chamber to get what we call a flash. Just a couple extra seconds, not to get anything moving, not to get too much heat, just to keep everything stable. Like I said, not cracking or breaking or anything like that. Now the color that we applied to the glass, Helen's going to continue working on this piece. We'll check back in here with her in a second, but the color we can talk about for a little bit. we used frit. Frit is tiny little pieces of glass that are super rich and dense in color. We put them out in these pans, and then we roll that hot molten glass straight out of the furnace into the color, and it sticks right to the surface, just like sprinkles on an ice cream cone. We usually get about 2 to 3 layers to get a nice, even, dense coating of color, like you see on all of these pieces here, and on Helen's piece she's using right here. That color, we don't make it here. It is made for us by a manufacturer in Germany. They've been doing it for a very long time, so they're very good at it. We let them take care of that part. The way they make the color, though, is with a clear glass mixture that's just like ours, and then they add a metallic component to the glass to change the color. For white, it's titanium. For purple, it's manganese. Blue is cobalt. Red is cadmium. And for the black we're using, it's actually also manganese. It's just a lot of manganese. So it's actually purple, but it looks black because it's so dense. Now, Michael has grabbed something out of our garage here. The garage is this piece of equipment in the corner here. It's holding all of the different parts of our robot that Helen pre-made so that we could make this demonstration in about 45 minutes. Otherwise, it would take much longer. He's grabbed a wheel. We have wheels for our robot. He's grabbed one of the larger wheels. Helen made all these parts maybe yesterday or the day before. We cooled them down to release all the stress, and now we've heated them back up to about 950 degrees. And then Michael grabs them out of the garage, heats them up in our reheating chamber, more towards 1,000, a little bit more than that maybe. Then we can stick them onto the main piece. So we have one wheel. Helen will sit down. She can still make a few adjustments on that wheel before it stiffens up completely. And then Michael has already started heating up the next part, which is probably another wheel. We'll see. More wheels. Another big wheel on the other side, opposite of that first one. Helen right now is using a hot torch. Call it a hot torch because it's super, super hot. If it's used to its full power, it can be up to 4,000 degrees. Probably not 4,000 degrees right now, but it could be. But we love that tool. It gives us a nice specific heat, which is perfect for attaching these pieces together. As you can see, we wouldn't get that really specific heat with our reheat chamber or with that bigger torch right there. There's lots of communication going on up here between Helen and Michael. Some of it's verbal, some of it's nonverbal, some of it's just a nod. They're keeping an eye on each other, making sure they understand where each other is in the space. So not only can they be successful making this piece, but they want to be safe as well. They don't want to run into each other. For a piece like this, a robot, it's not something that we normally make, so there's a lot more communication that goes into the creation of this piece. For any of our standard demo pieces, like these bowls or vases, there's not much talking that needs to happen. Sometimes we'll talk about our day or what we're going to have for dinner. We don't always need to talk about the glass. But for this, they're very focused because they don't want anything to be overlooked or go wrong. Now Michael has asked what the next part is. Helen has let him know that it is going to be the smaller wheels. We're going to do the front smaller wheels of our robot this time. 2 for the front. Helen is in sort of a holding pattern. She doesn't want anything to get too hot because we don't want it to lose all that nice texture on the wheels, all that sculpting that we did. But we can't let it get too cold. They're going to repeat this process 2 more times, which means it's a good time for questions. If anybody has any questions, anything you're wondering about. Yeah, what's your question right up here? Really nice and loud for me. Yeah, that's a great question. How's the camera inside of there not break? Well, we have tricked you just a little bit. The camera is just behind the oven, and it's looking through a little window. Now, the camera has 2 fans blowing on it to keep it cool, because we did have 1 fan blowing on it, and it broke. So we need 2 fans. And so that keeps it nice and cool. And then that little window, you might think would probably melt inside of that oven because the rest of the glass is, but the little window is made of what we call fused silica, which is just the base ingredient to glass. So that melts at about 4,000 degrees. Our oven is only 2,000 and some, so that's perfectly safe back there for our camera to look through. That's a good question, though, because not many cameras, if any, I don't think any cameras could withstand all of that temperature. Yeah. Yeah, does anything ever fall off in the reheating furnace, and what do we do if that happens? Yes, we're not perfect, so sometimes things will fall off. Sometimes an entire piece, unfortunately, will get too cold, break, and fall off into the reheating chamber. Now, that is sad for us because the piece is not savable at that point. Inside of that reheating chamber is what we call grog. It basically looks like kitty litter. It's a high-fire ceramic material. It looks just like kitty litter, but it's ceramic material, and it catches all of that glass. So the glass continues to melt, of course, but it kind of clumps up for just a second, and we have maybe a minute or so to grab another pipe and scoop it out before it continues to melt. And then if it is left in there, and enough of it is left in there, it will melt through the entire piece of equipment. So we need to be quick to get that out, and we just have to say goodbye to the piece at that point. And we learn from it and then start again. Yeah, good question. Do you have a question up there? Really nice and loud for me, your biggest outdoor voice. Why do we need so many tools? That's a good question. Why do we need so many tools to make this piece? Well, we have quite a few tools here. One of our most important ones, of course, we have the torches, and those heat up the piece. One of our most important ones here is the jacks. They're very versatile. So we have this one that can squeeze that constriction line in the glass. It can open up pieces. This back end can flatten things. And then right here, Helen's using a pair of grabbers. Those grabbers pick things up. They place things onto the piece. They help us get a really good grip because we can't touch the glass with our hands, and that's one of the biggest reasons why we need all these different tools. Because if we could just touch it with our hands, we could do a lot of these things with just our hands because our hands are our best tools. But we can't touch the glass, so these little grabbers help us grab round things from different angles. And then the other tool that I was going to highlight here is our shears. They're really just like scissors, but they can actually cut through the glass. So if we get something on the glass we don't want it to be there, or if we want to attach a little piece like a handle and cut it free, we can use these. So that's some of our tools, and that's kind of why we need so many tools to make this object. All right, now we have all 4 wheels on here. They're discussing what's going to come next. I mentioned that the base ingredient of our glass is silica sand. It's pure silica sand mined from the earth, not sand from a beach. Sand from a beach has too many impurities, has seashells or maybe some trash like gum wrappers, some aluminum from those gum wrappers, so it can be a little bit funky. So we use silica sand mined from the earth, and then the 2 added ingredients are soda ash and limestone. Soda ash is our flux. It's what makes the glass melt at the lower temperature of about 2,000 degrees. And then limestone is our stabilizer. Now, if you've had a chance to check out our 35 Centuries gallery today, where we have a lot of older pieces of glass, you might have seen that some of them have tiny little cracks, or what we call chisel marks. That's the glass starting to degrade in the moisture in the air over time. So hopefully now that we have this formula figured out and we have enough limestone, we're able to stabilize the glass so that it'll last a lot longer than some of those pieces. This formula of glass is known as soda lime glass. It's the most common type of glass that we encounter in our day-to-day lives. It's windows, it's this glass right here, it's pickle jars, mason jars, any drinking glasses that you have at home, any art glasses, soda lime glass, very susceptible to thermal shock, as we know. Any baking dishes that you have, something that you can use with heat, that's going to be borosilicate glass. Pyrex is most of the time borosilicate glass so that it can withstand those more drastic temperature changes. All right, we're getting another piece here. Yeah, did you have another question? Yeah, good questions. Why do we need to spin the glass? You might have noticed that Helen has not stopped turning this piece of glass, and that is because even though the glass is pretty stiff at this point, it's not moving too much. It's moving a little bit. We're not seeing it because Helen is turning it nice and evenly to compensate for that, but gravity is always pulling on that glass. So when it's a lot hotter, it's going to hit the floor. We'll get a little gather in just a second, just to make sure I'm out of the way. And I'll show you what happens if we don't turn the glass. So if Helen were to get some glass out of her furnace and gather it up, and then she decided to stop turning, this is what would happen. Now this is just a little bit of glass, so no big deal. But we don't want this to happen to our robot. This is actually what you make on your first day of glassblowing class. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah. You'll find this on our contemporary wing next week. I'm just kidding. We'll put this back. This can be recycled. It's clear. So we'll put that back into our furnace and we'll make something beautiful out of it. Michael brought over a hot bit of glass. Bit is the technical term for any time we bring a piece of glass over to the main piece. Brought over a hot bit of, looks like white glass. White is one of the only colors that looks its true color when it is super, super hot. Maybe it's not white, I'm not sure. We'll see. Yeah, that's a good question. So in the States specifically, so the question was, how does it work? How do you become a glassblower? How much experience does Helen have? Helen has 30 years of glassblowing experience. So she has quite a bit of experience. In the States, now we go to school most of the time. You don't have to go to school. You could start an apprenticeship. But ever since the 70s, the modern studio art glass movement, glass has sort of become recognized as a fine art or at least a craft and been put into the university setting. So you can get a degree, usually in fine art with a focus in glassblowing or in sculpture with a focus in glassblowing. So Helen does have a degree in glassblowing. She found it at Bowling Green State University in Ohio, which is also where I went to school as well. So she started there, and then you can get a variety of different jobs in museums like this, working production, making a production line, or teaching. And then you just continue to learn for your entire life. There's always things that you can continue to learn. Helen has lots and lots of experience, and she's very good, of course. As you can see, she's making this all look very easy. But I think she would agree that she's still always, every day, when she's working with the material, learning new things, because you just never stop learning. It's such a difficult material. So she's drawing onto the piece right now with a stringer or a piece of cane. So she's using the torch to heat up that tip and then just kind of dragging it along the piece to draw those little details. Yeah, what's your question? If we don't get the glass, can you say that one more time for me? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So if the glass drops in our reheating oven and it gets caught in the kitty litter and then we don't get it in time, it continues to melt more and more and more. And glass in its molten state is very corrosive, which means it kind of eats away at the equipment. So if there's enough of it, it would make a hole in the bottom of the equipment, which would be very bad. But most, if not all of the time, we catch it in time. And if we don't, we call our friend Jessie, who's our tech, and we say, sorry, Jessie, we need your help. And then Jessie comes and helps us figure it out and fix it before it causes more damage. So we try to really pay attention, but if we didn't get it, it would make a hole in the bottom of the piece of equipment, which is no fun for us. Yeah, what's your question up here? What if the glass doesn't stay together, if the two pieces don't stay together? Sometimes that happens. And if it didn't stay together, we would just know we need to heat it up a little bit more, get it hotter so that it's nice and sticky so that we can get a permanent attachment. Sometimes what if we just if it just melted and then what? What if there's a hole in it? In the glass? Well, then that would be bad. Then we would have to start over. We would just try again. Sometimes things like that happen where something really funky happens and we don't really know what to do, and we just try and learn from it best we can, and then we just start over. Sometimes it's not bad to start over. It just means we're learning. It's important to always keep breaking glass or making weird things happen because that means you're learning. If you're always playing it safe and you're never having anything go wrong, then there's not as many opportunities to learn. So we try and keep a positive attitude about it if we can. Yeah. That's a good question. If glass is corrosive, how often do we have to change the punties? I don't know. So it does corrode the tank. So we do change that out every 7, 8, 10 years whenever it starts to really eat through it. We try to catch it before that happens, so about 8 years. The life is 10 years, but by the time you get to 10 years, sometimes there's some irreparable damage. The sticks, though, I don't know. I guess it would be corrosive to the metal? I don't know. That's a really good question. I'm going to have to look that up and ask Helen and Michael later. But I do know that the glass does eat away at the metal, and so it does. We do have to replace them every so often, but I don't know how quickly that happens. I guess it would depend on how often you're using the sticks. Good question. So now we are going to transfer this piece. Michael has created a punty. He's made it on a blowpipe so that there is a hole. Just a second ago, when I was talking and answering some questions, Helen used a drill. If you caught that, she used a drill with a little point at the end. That was a tungsten rod. It pierced through the glass, making a hole so that the hot air within this piece can escape. It's important that that hot air can escape because as it heats up, just like the glass, it expands, and if there's nowhere for that hot air to go, it could kind of puff up the piece, or potentially the piece would explode. So we don't want that to happen for sure. So we have that hole for that air to escape, and then that means that Helen is probably going to heat up the top end of this piece and close that hole that was originally there. Michael is preparing another bit for us. We're rolling it into this black color here. Do you have another question? What's your question? What are in those boxes over there? Good question. What are in those boxes? Glass artwork. All of the pieces that we make in here need to be slowly cooled to release all of the stress within the glass. So I'll put a little animation up on the screens for us. Whenever we make a piece, if we let it sit out in the open air, if we break it off the pipe and let it sit out on this table, it would take about 2 or 3 minutes, but it would start to crack and break, and eventually it would fall apart because those thinner areas are cooling quicker than the thicker areas, and they're pulling on each other, and then eventually it just breaks. So instead, we put it into our annealing ovens, these big boxes, and they slowly cool everything down so all of the atoms can relax together. The glass contracts at the same rate regardless of the thick and thin areas. And so then this one says a 24-hour cycle, but for this piece, we'll probably use about 12 hours. It just depends on the thickness of the glass. And tomorrow we will have a beautiful robot that is also stable and safe to handle. So inside of those black boxes are glass artwork that is already cooled down or is currently still cooling down to room temperature so that it's nice and stable. Great questions. So we have heated up this top end. We're closing that hole. Don't worry. There's a hole on the bottom, so we're going to be just fine. And then Michael is getting another bit for us. He's making sure to apply 2 layers of color, 2 or 3, so we have a nice even and dense coating of color on the surface of this glass. Do you have a question up there? Can you use a loud outdoor voice for me? A little bit louder for me, or maybe, what are we making? That's a good question. We are making a robot. This is our special robot-themed demonstration, and this is a robot that Helen has designed. It's not from any popular culture. It's something from her brain. So we have a robot. This is the base of it. Its wheels, and then eventually it will have sort of a head face going on soon. We'll see it in a little bit towards the end of our demonstration. All the way up there. Can you attach anything to glass? No. I mean, you could try, and there's certain things that you can, but the thing is that as the glass cools down, it shrinks, and so different things shrink at different rates, so it could be incompatible and cause it to break. So I guess you could attach anything to glass, but for it to be successful and stay together, it would need to have the same coefficient of expansion, the same rate of expansion contraction. So there's certain things like copper. Copper can be put into glass, and you can get some different effects with that, but not everything. It's a good question, though. Yeah? A little bit louder for me? Oh, thank you so much. How do you make glass more durable to accidents? Well, there's a couple of different types of glass. There is tempered glass, which is cooled down slowly, like we have talked about today. And then once that happens, it's heated back up just where it starts to soften, just where it starts to bend, and then it's hit with precise jets of cool air on either side, which creates a really strong layer of compression on the surface. Now, there is a layer of tension on the inside trapped in there, but it's very, very strong. If it does break, however, and it can, if you get into that tension layer, if you would pierce through the glass or something like that, maybe with a drill, it would break into very regular shapes that would be very blunt. You wouldn't cut your finger if you run your finger across the side of the glass. So tempered glass is what we would use for the rear and back windows of your car so that it's very safe at those high driving speeds. There's also what's known as laminated glass or safety glass, which is several sheets of glass and plastic. The plastic holds the glass together so that when it does break, it has those sharp shards, but they're not going to come at you if it's in the front windshield of your car because they're held together with that plastic, which is also the same technology that's used for bullet-resistant glass. More layers and thicker layers of glass and plastic, it's 3 to 5, can stop a bullet. So lots of different ways to strengthen glass, but those are the 2 main ones that are helpful for keeping us safe in the case of accidents. Yeah. Yeah, how do the gaffer and the assistant, how do we communicate? It depends on the artist. It depends on their style of working. For this specific piece, Helen has a drawing somewhere over there. She drew it before. She showed both of us so that we could both know. Okay, totally. So that we both know what the order of operations is. We talked about it before, and we set it up in the garage in order of which parts we're going to bring over. So we already kind of know, and then every once in a while, maybe if we have a question, we'll just ask Helen a question. Sometimes there is a written document, but a lot of the times glass blowers are, they're like artists, and they're not always super organized, so it just depends on the artist, which isn't a bad thing. They just like to do it differently. But Helen does have a little piece of paper that we can reference, so it makes it a lot easier for us to all understand what's going on here. Okay. Okay.
Whenever you feel you're ready, Michael, just go ahead. I'd like to flash, heat the bottom, and then have you take another flash.
So I'm going to keeping this temperature nice and stable for Helen. Right at the end, these projects usually get a little bit more involved. So we can add those final parts on. We always save the hardest or most difficult, most precarious parts for last so that there's less time for things to go wrong. So you're using that hot torch to heat that spot. And then she'll stick it onto the side of the piece. All right. So we'll stick that arm on there. This is our arm with has a flame. So I guess this could be a glass blowing robot. I have a fluffy torch in its hand. No, I'm good on that one, yeah. Make sure everything's just the right temperature first. I'll bring it back to Helen and she can do a little bit more shaping. Okay. You want me to flip? Okay. Then we're going to start heating the spot for the other arm. Okay. Now bring it back. We'll attach that second arm. Very nice. All right. I might be okay. I'm good. I'm good. As you might have noticed, Helen is a very talented sculptor. These parts are really cool. She spent a lot of time on each different part of this piece. It's kind of her thing. Okay. Michael's preparing the other piece, is letting us know he's flashing it. This? Do you want to flash? Okay. We're really making sure to communicate about timing here, because we can only keep the glass outside of the reheating chamber at this point for about 30 seconds. That goes for all the different parts of the glass. That's okay. I got it. We've got one eye on there. It's a very cute eye. I'll take, yeah. Thank you. Could I have a little heat on the punty? We're heating up the spot for the next eye. Helena, is this the final piece? Yep. All right, this is going to be the last piece. The second eye. Making sure it's ready. Gonna get a quick flash, a little bit of heat. If you're wondering if it's really hot in front of this reheating chamber, the answer is that it's really hot. It's both eyes on there. Then we'll go for one last flash. Michael is using that fluffy torch, giving us a little supplemental heat on the back end and on those arms. They're reaching pretty far out from center, so those are going to be the first things to cool down. You got it? Okay. All right, and like I mentioned, the last step for this piece. Very nice. Beautiful. Like I mentioned, the last step for this piece is to break it off of that temporary connection and put this away into our slow cooling oven, our annealing oven. Making sure everything's the right temperature. A little bit of water. And a tap breaks it right off. We're going to melt that sharp spot so that it doesn't cut anyone when we take it out of the annealer. And away this goes for slow cooling and safekeeping until tomorrow. Once it's away, then we have reached the end of our demonstration. That's Helen. Thank you all so much for coming to see us show. If you have any other questions, we'll stick around. Enjoy the rest of your day at the museum. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the Corning Museum of Glass Auditorium as we look to put a coda on our decode scrimmage. Team TARDIS is also going to reopen the demo field. Mr. Doan, if you can help me make sure. We've got a lot of young people looking to come on over and drive a robot with Team TARDIS. So we're going to have some of our demo coaches over there. So here's how this works. We played through qualification matches this morning, and we're going to invite Team Proto 17222 and Mechanical Meltdown 12833 to come here to the infield. Also, Mayhem from the Nichols School 12736. We need you to be ready to be a decision maker in case you guys get pulled up. What we're going to do here, friends, is what we call alliance alliance selection. So, attention in the pits, coaches, mentors, and team members. Time to pay attention. We're going to do a very abbreviated alliance selection here. Proto is in the number 1 position. And what we're going to do is give you a microphone here. Teams are able to make a selection from all of the teams in the field. Team Proto, as he gets his little whirligig propeller going. All right, let's refocus. We're going to move on ahead because we're going to get these folks home. So Team Proto is going to say something like, Team 17222 would like to graciously invite Rex the robot to be our alliance partner. And Rex, our little purple robot, would say, I would like to graciously accept. And then he's got an alliance and they play this thing out together. In the chance that Rex would decline, Rex would now be ineligible to play in eliminations. And our friend from Proto, please help me with your first name. Your name.
Oh, Joshua.
Joshua, thank you. You're sure? You're sure? Okay. Joshua would have to pick another partner. So we've got Mira here with a microphone. You're ready to go, and you're ready to go with a plan. And in the wings, there's a mathematical chance here that Electric Mayhem has a decision to make. Joshua, microphone, let's do it. At FlexRex Day 2, how's this going to go, my friend?
Awesome. So Team Proto 17222 would like to graciously invite Team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown.
All right, Mech Melt. Now, I will say this, all right? Let me get this in because I didn't do, because you know what I'm going to say. Technically, Mech Melt can decline and choose to play against Proto, which is fine. We love each other, but still stay on their own alliance. It's her decision what happens next. So you can decline and stay a captain, or you can move on up. Go ahead and tell the crowd what's up.
Team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown graciously accepts.
They accept. Excellent. And you guys will step on over here just a little ways and help me, and forgive me on first name, Emily. Emily, right? So Emily, our representative from 12736, the Nichols School Electric Mayhem Green, is going to take the mic. And Emily, what is your call to create an alliance from the remainder of the field?
All right. Electric Mayhem Green 12736 would like to invite Team 5485 Gorilla Bots to join our alliance.
All right. I'd like a representative from the Gorilla Bots to come to the line. Gorilla Bots could decline.
Team 5485, the Gorilla Bots, graciously accepts.
There it is. Round of applause for our 2 alliances. We are red, green, black, and orange. We are at 3, pardon me, friends, 3:50, and we are going to start eliminations match number 1, best 2 out of 3, at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. So you guys can go grab your robots. We will cue you to the field. We'll be back to you with that gameplay at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, everybody. And also, while I'm at it, how about a round of applause for all of the other teams here today at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We are so thankful for those teams coming out and joining us here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Their robot day is done. We will start to see pits come down as teams pack, for some of them, quite a long drive home. If you are a parent of a young person looking to drive a robot, to audience perspective right-hand side, you can meet Team TARDIS over here. They have a few robots on the floor. And Tang, Anshul, Adam, Rua, and Thomas, will help you get on through driving those robots. And those will be here till about 5 o'clock or so. As the Finger Lakes Robotic Expo winds down, hopefully you saw Gaffer Helen over there in the amphitheater making our 4th and final robotics-themed glass sculpture of the weekend. Really tremendous work from our partners here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Some of these robots and teams that you're seeing at FlexRex will be representing the Excelsior region at postseason tournaments literally across the globe. We have robots going to Kentucky, to Indiana, to Canada, to Houston, Texas for the World Championship and more. Some of the robots here today. If you've just joined us in the last hour or so, these teams are part of a region that extends from Buffalo up to the Adirondacks, down to Rockland and Westchester County, back to Binghamton and back west. It's called the Excelsior region in First Tech Challenge. First Tech Challenge spans the globe. We have about 8,000 teams active in this decode season. We have a new season every year, spanning roughly from September to March, with the World Championships in April down in Houston, Texas. TARDIS is one of the 4 teams that will advance to Worlds later next month. They will play with Decode game. Again, if you're just joining us up in the balcony on the live stream or down here on the ground floor, Decode is loosely inspired by archaeology. Teams pick up these purple and green artifacts and attempt to score them through the goals and down the classification ramps. Where and when they can, they score them in particular sequences called motifs. You would see here on the obelisk. The obelisk has April tags on it, which are like QR codes. They're used in industrial camera vision systems and manufacturing processes. This is obelisk 23, or ID number 23, purple, purple, green on the April tag numbered 23, green, purple, purple, and purple, green, purple. And so what happens is when we randomize the field, teams try to score in that order, and were they to go green, purple, purple, we go green, purple, purple right here. Each one of the balls that's in that order earns a bonus 2 points for the alliance that scores it. In First Tech Challenge, your partners in one game would be, or could be, your opponents in the next, and vice versa. So we work and compete under the ethos of gracious professionalism, right? We learn together, we are better together, we support each other, compete fiercely on the field, but the minute that we come off it, the coolest thing about First, one of the coolest things, in my opinion, is that opportunity. Let's say Proto and MechMelt are playing against each other. They don't happen to be right now, but let's say they were. And we go to the lunch break, and let's say MechMelt has a motor falling off their robot. It's customary for a team like Proto to reach out and say, hey, take one of ours, right? We want to support each other. We learn from each other, share tricks of the trade, talk to each other about these incredible robots and the engineering that goes into them. So gracious professionalism guides really all we do within First at all 3 levels. Those 3 levels are First Lego League, that is shoebox-sized robots on tabletop-sized fields, about the size of a piece of plywood. Go? Okay. We've got First Tech Challenge here. This is microwave-sized bots on a 12x12 field, 2v2, so 4 bots on the floor. And First Robotics competition is the big leagues, dishwasher-sized robots that compete on a field that's about the size of a tennis court, 3-on-3. So those robots are moving around about 35 miles an hour or so, depending on the competition. This year's game is a Fast and Furious one called Rebuilt, where they score small foam balls. You can look this up online if you search FRC Rebuilt. It's an absolutely incredible game and a lot of fun to watch. The Finger Lakes Robotics Expo is a partnership between Team TARDIS and the Corning Museum of Glass. We've been cooking this up since about Thanksgiving or so. We want to thank Scott and Regina, Logan, the rest of the development team and programming here at the Museum of Glass. Teams have offered educational programming in the Ed Lab. We had guests and robots from law enforcement with the New York State Troopers all weekend long up in the admissions lobby. We've had Corning MT&E here this weekend. They're showing a kind of a very expensive air hockey type table, as it was described to me, that could be used in manufacturing systems and automated cells and things. We've had Electric Mayhem Green, one of our Alliance captains, up in the Gather Gallery with their program all weekend long. Youth outreach with Super Mario Kart and more. If you hadn't seen it, we have a robot that Mayhem brought that is steered by a goldfish. It's just as weird and delightful as it sounds. And we've got teams here from the Catskills, from down in the Hudson Valley, from Buffalo, from right here in Corning and back again. Special guest 21916 from Wellsboro High School down in PA. Our first time sharing the stage with them. It's been wonderful to have Hive Voltage here, playing yesterday and today. After today, many of these teams will be done for the season. There are some residual scrimmages, like FLX, around the area, but many will go into postseason development as they look to activate some sustainability plans to ensure that the knowledge base that's soon to depart with the class of 2026 is passed on to younger members to sustain and help support the teams as they move forward. You might see a CAD or programming boot camp offered by a team to its younger members to ensure a bright future in First Tech Challenge. So we've got, as we say, 4 on the floor, and we're looking for initialization from teams. I see GorillaBots initialized. We're going to wait on Electric Mayhem. Proto's looking good. Mech Melt's looking good. Thumbs up from them. Kudos and congratulations to you guys for making it all the way to our eliminations. And notably, this is interesting. I just realized somebody's going home with 2 glass trophies, because yesterday the partnership of Proto and Mayhem, they were the second alliance, and they won it all yesterday. Somebody, left or right, is getting another trophy today. Thumbs up here on green? Yes? Excellent. All right. With that, all is ready for eliminations match number 1. I'm going to turn it over to my partner and daughter here, Mira, one of our FlexRex committee members, if you will, planning team from Team TARDIS, as she takes a knee here in the foreground. Mira, one last check with our teams, to Lisa, to Olivia, and back to you.
Blue Alliance, are we ready? Mayhem? Red Alliance, are we ready? Refs, are we ready? I think it's time to start this match. In 3, 2, 1, let's play. We've seen these bots be very accurate in their autonomouses all day. Electric Mayhem Green picking up more artifacts from those preset. We can hear Proto celebrating getting all 3 into that red ramp, as they always do. Mechanical Meltdown getting another one in that red goal. Looks like Electric Mayhem continues to score.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we enter teleop, it's 48-24, advantage red. We're going to take Olivia, the field resetter here, I'll play the foreground. We see all 4 bots alive. It looks like one of the rollers has come off of, thank you, Tyler, off of Gorilla Bots. Gorilla Bots tangling with Proto on the near side field. Artifacts flying fast and furious. 3 indicator lights on Electric Mayhem Green. I don't know that they designate anything for the team from the Nichols School right now, as I'm seeing them not changing. They're just kind of static blue, but often robots will employ sensor packages and indicator lights to give a sense of the state of the bot to the human drive team. Gorilla Bots here setting up on the audience side launch zone, sending 3 up, 2 go down, 1 with an unfortunate bounce out. Mayhem gets 2, I think, of their own. Mechanical Meltdown making some contact over in the red secret tunnel with the team from Nichols. Proto, the team from Twin Tiers Christian up in Breezeport, crashes their gate and empties it. 8 more artifacts out onto the floor. 95-87. This is a close game, Mira. We got the final 40 seconds. I'm going to send it back over to you for the call.
Electric Mayhem Green emptying that ramp partially to pick up those artifacts, going back into the blue goal. A lot of defense happening in this small triangle, which we don't often see. Looks like GorillaBots keeps losing rollers off their intake. Mechanical Meltdown, that beautiful street shot we've seen all day and all season.
Check out the score, 119-117, 9 seconds, 120 to 120, 5 seconds to go here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. Final seconds tick down. How are we doing on our parking? Prototypes up.
Proto was able to try to use their lift, but they fell down at the very last second.
I did see them tip up. I'm not, pardon me, I'm not sure if they got their wheels off the tile or not. We'll see what the referees saw. It is at the time of the buzzer. It's scored at the buzzer. Referees have to have pretty quick eyes there. That looked functionally like 120 to 120 as the clock ticked down to 0. Fouls could certainly swing this one way or the other. Hugs all around from Mechanical Meltdown to their off-field teammate. Mayhem is up on their kickstand. It's a little bit hard to see, but they've got a plexi kickstand with an indicator line on it that helps them get up in air. They can cant back on 2 of their mechanism wheels and lift their bot off the floor. Teams score 10 points if they can be fully supported by the foam that is down and under the base there. We're on the near camera here. Scott, if you can keep us there for a second. Where are we? Let's get out. We can go out on field. Oh, we'll go back to that other view, Scott, for just 1 second. This is the trophies that we were talking about previously. We'll hold those up. You can pull on in if you wish to. But these were made by the Hot Glass team here at the Museum of Glass. And they carry an inscription for the winning alliance on the base plate. It was designed and printed by Isaac Moyer, one of our juniors on Team TARDIS. We want to send many thanks out to the Hot Glass team who created these on brand with the purple and green of this year's artifacts. And like we said, either Proto or Mayhem is going home with 2 of these because they were the winning alliance yesterday, but now they are facing off against each other today. So doubling up for either the kids from Breezeport or the team from the Nichols School. Careful there with 2 hands, if you might, please. Thank you very much. We want these to go home with somebody. Yeah. Thank you, Scott, up in the booth. Appreciate you.
Like we always say, you're a partner for one match, maybe your opponent for the next.
So if you're new to the room or new to our gameplay, you'll see the referees in the backfield conferring. They're talking about different fouls. We have major fouls and minor fouls, big rules and little rules, or big violations and little violations, if you will. So head referee Lisa Russell, she's the head referee for the Excelsior region, is tabulating these up with our referees. I'm going to step into frame here. She's going to be taking the field here in just a second. GorillaBots, you are just shedding parts here. And as close as this match was, fouls could absolutely pitch it one way or the other. The Excelsior region comprises, again, about 98 teams in upstate New York, the entire state of New York, minus the city and Long Island. Our home base is up at Mohawk Valley Community College. Program development delivery partner Tina Betts is the coordinator for all things Excelsior. Our championships are held in Utica each March. It's a 2-day event with 32 teams on the field. All right. Come right in, and we're going to put you on mic for this because it is our grand finals. Can I reinterpret? You can do it.
You can reinterpret.
I'll just go like this.
Okay. So we have one major on red for a transitive touch in the load zone, and we have 4 minors on blue. 3 of them are secret tunnel zone, and 1 is for a load zone of pushing the ball out of the load zone.
Okay, very
So
good.
20.
Yeah, 20 versus 15. So blue gave away 20 points, red gave away 15 points, 5-point differential, and that could swing the match as close as it appeared to be. Go ahead. We have a thing, there's just a question, I think, from Mayhem. In First Tech Challenge, there's customarily a question box where students can ask a question, make an inquiry about a referee call, and clarifying the rules and things like that. Formally, we don't have a question box this weekend, but everybody knows Lisa and her commitment to getting it right with the referees and helping the kids understand, helping the team members understand what happened and why it happened. So we're pretty comfortable with those queries. Darren Wilson here going back to the rule sheet and the foul sheet. Yes, it does. Secret tunnel, yep. It's a great question. Absolutely. So, locked out? Livia, tell us when you've got it, because I think there's going to be some teams. Here it goes to the big board. Eliminations match 1 goes to the Blue Alliance. Oh, look at that! A 4-point. This is so cool. All right. Excellent. So if it was, so we're just doing a fact check. We'll get clarification. 20 would be 4 minors or a major and a minor. So we'll fact check that because we want to get it right by the students and the teams. Here's what I'll say. That match either way is done. Why don't you guys refresh your bots? 4:09. We're going to go at 4. We'll try 4:15 if we can, if you're ready. All right? About 5 minutes. Got it. Okay, so the score is right. There was a gate issue for Gorilla Bots, so that score stands. That means that our second alliance for the second day in a row is out and ahead. Maybe it's a pattern. So Proto and Mechmelt need to win it to stay alive. They would have to win 2 more matches. We'll be back with you in about 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to let the teams refresh their bots, do a little bit of quick maintenance, swap out some batteries and more, and we'll be back with you again here on the live feed from the Corning Museum of Glass, again in about 5 minutes. Yeah, so again, teams, we're on about a 5-minute here. We do want to be sensitive to people's travel needs home as the pits come down. If the Blue Alliance wins, yes, if the Blue Alliance wins, we'll go immediate to a very brief award ceremony. Here's your glass. We love you. Now go home. No, I say that in jest. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend here at the Corning Museum of Glass. We're looking forward. Lots of chatter in the air already about doing this again next year, perhaps with an expanded field and a true 2-day competition where Saturday's games carry over into Sunday. So teams in the pits, if you're hearing me in your ear on the way out the door, certainly we'd look to work with CMOG to get a date as soon as possible and hold that. But we are literally still in the midst of year one before we get ahead of ourselves to 2027. And again, teams, if thanks. Teams and coaches, if you've got some light hands and you are in good shape yourselves, if some folks would want to help take down the practice field, or coaches, if you've got a couple idle hands at the team member level, if we've got some students that could help take that apart, that would be most welcome. That's, again, our practice field with Mr. Doan. Thank you very much. Mayhem and Gorilla. Oops, sorry. Mayhem and Gorilla. We'd like to do about a 2-minute call from right now, please. 2 minutes to the field. Thank you very much. Sooner's better. So I think we've got TARDIS fielding a go build a battery to Electric Mayhem. Their pit power got unplugged in the teardown, so they haven't been charging their battery, unfortunately, but that's GP all the way. We're going to get our field resetters back in position. Children of Apollo, appreciate you guys. We've got Gorilla Bots and Mech Melt on the floor. Here comes Proto and Mayhem right around the corner. Once again, our Blue Alliance, that's Alliance 2, our 3rd and 6th seed out of qualifications. Alliance 2 is playing here 1-up on red. It's a best of 2 out of 3 series, so Proto and Mech Melt need to win and win again to be crowned champions, or at least win to force a tiebreaker. Should blue prevail in this next match, FlexRex 26 will be, as they say, in the books, and we will all be on our way home. And I do think that pretty much everybody down here in Robot Land is going to sleep very well indeed tonight. To all of you up in the balcony, those of you out in live stream land and more, thank you for being with us today. Hope you've enjoyed the action and the call. If you're here in the museum, we hope you've made the best of experience all that FlexRex had to offer. That last 3 o'clock show with the gaffer Helen from the Hot Glass team was really something else. She made a robot that had kind of a 4-sided pyramid base, big wheels, little wheels, and flexy arms, but the end of one of the arms was flames. It was like a glass blowing bot or something like that. It was great. Oh yeah, you could see it here. Yeah, it was wonderful. Just amazing art from Helen on the Hot Shop team. And actually, for those of you, just a little bit of back-end trivia, I met Helen at the end of the show, and she's actually the gaffer who was the lead on the development. Scott, if you can push Rex there for a second from the booth. Rex, our mascot for the weekend, Helen was the lead for him as well, which was really nice to make her acquaintance and say thank you for her contributions to such an awesome weekend. Rex was hidden out in the collections. There he is up on screen. That's Rex the robot, our official mascot of FlexRex, the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We fully intend on being back here hopefully a year or so from now, if they'll have us, perhaps with an expanded post-season scrimmage and whatever next year's game holds for us. This weekend saw law enforcement robots. We had a special Star Wars visitor yesterday. R2-D2 was here. Really quite something. We want to say thank you again to all of our volunteers, our referees from Excelsior, Judge Advisor Greg Dick, who made the travel down to spend time helping you all understand how these teams function and the engineering design processes that they used throughout the season to develop these bots and refine them. Very few of these robots are in the form that they were in when we started playing this game back in December. And truly, that's kind of the point, right? We go through this engineering design process, developing skills that can help these students in college and career readiness and beyond. And those soft skills matter too, right? Project management, teamwork, conflict resolution, communication. First has it in spades. And you've seen it on display here all weekend long. All right, one last touch, I think, from Mayhem. We're going to ask them to clear the field. And we'll make brief but formal introductions here. We've got on our Blue Alliance, Electric Mayhem Green from the Nichols School. That's 12736. Partnered with from Corning, New York. Sponsored by Corning Incorporated. 5485, the Gorilla Bots. And they are facing off, that is our Blue Alliance, up 1-0 right now. They are facing off the alliance that needs to win to stay alive. From the Twin Tiers Christian Academy in Breezeport, it's team 17222, Proto. And they are partnered with neighbors just west of them, actually in Watkins Glen. It's 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. So let's initialize. I see green there. Thumbs up from MechMelt. Let's go ahead and spin the field if we haven't yet. Thank you, Olivia, for all your hard work behind the scenes this weekend. The kids are excited because they loaded the balls in the right order. So that's nice. I think MechMelt did as well. So we'll see if this works. Listen, friends, this could be our last match of the entire experience. So I'm going to ask you to join Mira and me in the countdown. It's a very simple 3, 2, 1 countdown. You'll get it. I'm sure you know the words. Let's do this all together. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's play. 4 on the floor alive. 1, 2 get up from MechMelt. Proto sinks all 3 as MechMelt crashes the gate. Proto is off the lead lines. They put 2 of 3, that is MechMelt up again. Electric Mayhem green shoots a few up. The Blue Alliance has a completely full classification ramp as MechMelt comes in for its 3rd, maybe 4th volley, and they are 8 up out of 9 on the red goal as GorillaBots looks to put a few more up. Many shots taken, quite a few scored. 52 to 30. The Red Alliance is out in front here. Over to Mira for the teleop call.
Our drivers are now controlling their robots. Proto trying to find artifacts to pick up. They go over to the loading zone by their human player to pick up the artifacts so they can shoot them in the red goal. GorillaBots going over to the blue secret tunnel to pick up more artifacts as well. Some defense, of course, happening between Proto and GorillaBots. We've seen it all year long. Looks like Mechanical Meltdown ready to get 2 into that red goal from the far shot. Proto getting another 2 into that blue goal. Or GorillaBots into the blue goal. Looks like Proto and Electric Mayhem Green are both trying to line up to the blue and red goals respectively.
Mira, we're coming up on the 1 minute mark. It's 91-88, 91-91, 94-94. Oh my God, I can't even with this game right now. Artifacts are flying down the goals. We've got, again, a minute to play. MechMelt and Mayhem tangling over there by the blue goal. Wonder, we got to watch out for gate zone violations there. Proto making a quick dash past Mayhem into the human player zone to pick up a few more. GorillaBot's empty right now. I'm not sure if they're playing defense or actively playing the game. Lots of contact between the bots. Nope, GorillaBot scoops some more. Let's see if they can get them up and in as we go through the 30-second mark on our way to endgame. 115 to 103. Everything on the line here at Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. Our first event with the Corning Museum of Glass. Here comes the endgame horn. 4-point differential now. Special parking conditions exist in the base zone for contact as well. Teams need to be very careful in that red and blue square. The feed comes back alive as GorillaBots ducks into the loading zone for a few more. Can they shoot? 1, 2, 2 go in. No, just 1 goes in. What happens here? That's the game. 129 to 130. Oh my gosh. What a game. Wow. Wow. Hey, listen, any way this one goes, red, blue, how about some high fives and handshakes around? Go visit each other. What a wonderful weekend. You guys really did just a marvelous job there. We want to say thank you again to all of the teams that came from Excelsior to Hive Voltage up out of Pennsylvania, joining us in Excelsior for the very first time. That was an awesome game and a really exciting way to finish, well, potentially finish the event. I'll remind you, if the Blue Alliance wins, we're done for the day. If red prevails, then we're going to a tiebreaker. So we could have one more, one more in front of us. We'll see what happens here. The referees are conferring in the backfield. Again, they're assessing what did we see. Were there base zone violations in endgame? Were there secret tunnel or gate violations over there in teleop? Those gates are protected, as are the secret tunnels. Teams have had to learn all season long how to strategize, how to adapt, how to adjust to what you can see, what you just witnessed. It's a very fast-paced game. We want to say thank you to Adam Thomas, to Darren Wilson, to Dr. Trung Tran, to Garrett Peach, Ted Sargent and Lisa Russell, our referees today. They've been absolutely tremendous. To Tyler Russell, working tech behind the scenes. Scott and Logan up in the booth, our team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Regina and the event planning team. There's a lot of folks who made this possible for these kids, and I couldn't be more proud of all of the folks in front of and behind the scenes who are making it work for all of us. I'll put on my Excelsior hat for a second. We want to thank Team TARDIS. Isaac Moyer, Bella Barris, Nicole Miller, Mira Simmons, they were the development and planning team from Team TARDIS that dreamed up this entire thing with Regina and Scott. I had a front row seat to that journey from Thanksgiving onward, and we really couldn't be more proud of our Purple kids for helping create this opportunity in upstate New York and imagining kind of bringing it to life when the museum said, hey, can we make something happen? They answered yes, and it's been an absolutely wonderful weekend. How about a round of applause for TARDIS, our hosts this weekend? Appreciate you guys. We're grateful for all of the teams who contributed field components, time, talent, effort, energy, in bringing the event to life. We want to say a thank you to Nicole from WPI Admissions and Graham Simmons from WPI Combat Robotics for bringing their resources to us. Graham was absolutely packed out in the auditorium lobby. To Officer Chris Jones and John Gardner at the New York State Police for bringing their robots and drones and members of their team to the admissions lobby. To Corning MT&E and Patrick McBride, one of the coach mentors of 5484 GorillaBots, and their contributions to the admissions lobby. To 22251 Children of Apollo, our field resetters and Finger Lakes champions. They'll be moving on to postseason play in New Jersey. They were up in the admissions lobby all weekend long. We've shouted them out, deservedly so, numerous times. 12736, the team from Nichols, that's Electric Mayhem Green. They brought their coach, Larry Hiller, and 7 students who have held forth in the Gather Gallery all weekend long, offering opportunities for kids. And Lisa, before you talk, I'm going to get another microphone in your face because I think the kids are going to want to hear it. There's a reason you ref and I announce.
Yeah,
yes, listen.
Okay, so blue, we have 1 minor for secret tunnel, and then we have 1 major for scoring after the buzzer started. Yeah, once the buzzer started is when you tried to lift. And so that was a major. You were trying to lift it. Yep. You can't move till that. Right. So then it's 3 minors on red, 1 for the load zone, 1 for launching outside, and 1 for secret tunnel, and 1 major because you touched the gate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being honest. Okay.
I love gracious professionalism. It's so cool.
All right. So, what? No, it hasn't. I haven't submitted. Oh, okay. So, all right. I'm about to submit.
I'm going to say this, though.
Well,
I'm going to say this. Is there anything that you want to say to these kids after this weekend? Can I put you on the spot? This is the last Excelsior event of the season.
I'm not at all on the spot.
Yeah,
here.
go for it. What do you want to say to these
guys,
kids?
Again, I always love reffing all of you guys. You guys are great. You're such gracious people. You work well with each other, and that's why I'm driving 4 hours home tonight. So.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Lisa and the referee team, too. All right, let's go ahead and push this to the big board. Do we have it? What have we got? Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance wins. They are our winners, 174 to 167, and that 5 points would have made it a 169 to 167. We could have cut it a little closer, guys, don't you think? Listen, friends, that's going to do us. That is the Finger Lakes Expo here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Thank you to everybody who came out. We will be here for another about half an hour on the demo field. Everybody with Excelsior and High Voltage out of Wellsboro, travel safely home. We'll see you guys real soon. Thank you so much. Good night and be well.
I'm going to ask for a representative from Gorillabots and Electric Mayhem Green to receive their
We
trophies.
have awards to give out. I'm so sorry. Yes, Mira, take it away. An award to the Gorillabots, an award to Electric Mayhem Green. Congratulations, teams. And we can get your coaches in here for a photo. We'll take the drive team's eyes on me, if you would, please. A 1, 2, 3. All right, Mayhem kind of cleaned up this weekend. Well done. Gorillabots add it to the trophy case. Well earned and well deserved. Excellent. I think that's all of the business, and we can officially now say good night. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much.